giving up the river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one rice. Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up the river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupaluni and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake.
But remember, Honorable members, I declare this 31st sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana to be duly constituted and in session. The clerk will lead us in prayers.
Almighty God, we are here gathered together. We most humbly beseech thee to guide us in all our consultations, so that we may together build a land where knowledge is free, where the mind is without fear, and the head is held high, and where words come from the depth of truth. Grant us, O God, thine aid and guidance, so that we may deal justly with the several causes that come before us, laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and personal preferences, so that the result of our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion, the preservation of justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the President, and the peace and prosperity of Guyana. Grant us, O God, the vision so to lead, that all the people of this fair land, meant to that state of brotherhood and unity, where their mind is led forward by thee in their ever-widening thought and action.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Messages from the President. Announcements by the Speaker.
Honorable members, I've been asked by the parents of our loved late Brandon Prasad to say thanks to the honorable ministers, the honorable members, and the staff who gave their full support during their recent bereavement. Mr. Clerk.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers and reports, etc.
Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present to this Honorable House the following two documents. One, financing agreement, credit number 6975GY, signed on July 2nd, 2021, between the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and the International Development Association in an amount equivalent to 3,500,000 special drawing rights. The purpose of this loan is to provide additional financing for activities related to the original COVID-19 emergency response project, credit number 6802GY, signed on December 15, 2020. And secondly, First Amendment Agreement signed on July 2nd, 2021 in relation to the financing agreement, credit number 6802GY, signed on December 15, 2020 between the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and the International Development Association in an amount equivalent to 5,400,000 special drawing rights. The purpose of this amended agreement is to amend the following: Section 201, the project direction in Schedule 1, the table under Section 3A of Schedule 1, and the appendix to the financing agreement. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Honorable Minister of Education.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is not present. Can I present on her behalf the National Schools Board of Governors Amendment Order 2021, number 17 of 2021, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister of Public Works.
Mr. Speaker, I present to the Assembly the Civil Aviation Health Safety Measures for Airports and Aircraft during a Public Health Pandemic, Amendment number 2, Regulation 2021, number 8 of 2021.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Mr. Clerk.
Reports from committees. Oral questions without notice. Questions on notice.
Honorable members, there are 7 questions on today's order paper. Questions numbers 1 to 5 are for written replies. Questions numbers 6 and 7 are for oral replies. Questions numbers 1, 2, and 3 are in the name of the Honorable Member, Mr. Ganesh Mahipal, and are for the Honorable Minister of Local Government and Regional Development. Questions numbers 4 and 5 are in the name of the Honorable Member, Ms. Geeta Chandan Edmond, and are for the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs. The answers to all of these questions have been received and are therefore in accordance with our standing orders been circulated. The questions for oral replies are question number 6. The Honorable Member, Mr. Jermaine Figuera, please ask your question.
Mis- Mr. Speaker, could you give me 2 minutes? I'm not finding the order.
Mr. Figuera, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the period 1st of May 2015 to 12th of January 2016, can the Honorable Minister inform the National Assembly how many reports by region of sexual abuse that were dealt with by the Guyana Police Force?
Honorable members, just been brought to my attention that questions 6 and 7 has an asterisk next to it. Normally, we would defer those items. So, Mr. Figuera, is that accurate? You're going to ask them later? No.
I hear that. Yes.
The questions on the order paper are asterisks so that we normally would defer them. I'm just asking you if that is accurate.
Sir, I am prepared to ask the
Sorry,
questions now.
sorry, the clerk has just been clarifying that they are in order for oral reply. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his interest in this matter. We are reviewing these statistics and we will provide the information in due course.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the minister before I proceed, Mr. Speaker, if he's prepared to answer any of the oral questions that I have that was submitted 21 days before? For the period August 1st, 2020 to the 1st of April 2021, can the Honorable Minister inform the National Assembly how many pounds of cocaine were reported and the number of items and the number of times as originated from Guyana at the time in the inception in the second country?
Honorable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, the answer to this question will be provided in due course.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I'm permitted, can I ask the Honorable Minister, who is in possession of all of the questions that I'm prepared to ask orally, if he is in possession of the responses to provide to the National Assembly?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I did explain previously certain difficulties, particularly in relation to the previous question the Honourable Member asked. I'm saying here and now that as we receive the information, we will review them for accuracy and clarity, and we will provide information, both written and oral.
Honorable
In due course.
Honorable Member, Mr. Figueira.
Mr. Speaker, thanks, Honorable Minister, for your interesting response. For the period 1st of August 2015 to the 1st of January 2016, can the Honorable Minister additionally inform the National Assembly how many pounds of cocaine were reported and the number of times as originated from Guyana at the time of interception in the second country? And I understand, with respect to the Minister's response to the previous two questions with regards to time, this is several years ago, from 2015 to 2016, and I believe that the Minister would be in possession of the answers to these questions.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the answer remains as the same with the previous answer. And I'm saying clearly, the issues relating to these matters in terms of being presented to the National Assembly, and I apologize if he is upset at them. I'm not willing now to give these answers. Will be given in a manner that the information has integrity and reliability.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, Mr. Shearer.
The issue of oral questions with notice, there are requirements with regards to the detail that is asked for in these questions.
Honorable Minister, you're standing on a point of order.
Yes, sir. I'm actually making a suggestion, but there's nothing in the standing order to make a suggestion, so I can only rise on point of order. I am asking you to consider that these questions be reverted to written answer rather than oral due to the volume of information that is required.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member Mr. Figuera.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the period August 1st, 2020 to the 1st of April 2021, can the Honorable Minister inform the National Assembly how many persons were apprehended and charged for cocaine trafficking or possession, and more so the amount more than 5 pounds in Guyana, and the number of incidents?
Honorable Minister.
Again, Mr. Speaker, my answer remains as previous, that this information will be prepared clearly, with integrity, and given in writing and also orally.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, if I heard the Honorable Minister correctly from the start of his response, he said that he was gathering the information. I want to acknowledge the observation by the Honorable Minister Gail Teixeira. These are statistics that will require some amount of gathering, and the Minister has given a commitment that once he gets them, he is prepared to submit it to the National Assembly. I trust that by the time we convene after the recess, we will have those responses from the Honorable Minister. Thank you, Honorable Member Figuera and Honorable Minister. Good.
Statements by ministers, including policy statements, personal explanations, request for leave to
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, I wish to make a statement on the occasion of International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. Speaker, today, as we observe the United Nations International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples, under the theme, Leaving No One Behind, Indigenous Peoples and the Call for a New Social Contract. I wish to begin by calling on the government, all politicians on both sides of the House, local and international non-governmental organizations, our local indigenous groups, namely TAMAG, APA, GOIP, and the business community, to ensure that the indigenous peoples of this land must not be left behind. The time is now more than ever for us to demand inclusion, genuine participation, partnership, and certainly the free, prior, and informed consent on all matters that will affect the lives and livelihood of our indigenous brothers and sisters. Among the plethora of many indigenous tribes or nations around the world are the 9 indigenous tribes or nations, as they would prefer to be called, living in Guyana, whom, Mr. Speaker, have made significant contributions to the development of this country. Hence, as we observe and celebrate this unique day, let us not only recognize the contribution and achievements made by our indigenous population, but rather, let us promote and protect the rights of our indigenous peoples. The statistics, Mr. Speaker, have shown over the years that our indigenous peoples are 3 times likely to live in extreme poverty and are vulnerable to diseases, illness, discrimination, and exploitation compared to their non-indigenous counterparts. We in the APNU AFC, recognizing the wide gap between the hinterland and the coastland, began to establish radio stations at Oriella, Madhya, Lethem, Bartica, Aishalton, and Mabruma, so as to ensure that our indigenous population was well informed about what was happening around them. We installed over 170 plus ICT hubs at schools.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition, please stick to the issue of personal explanations. The record of your administration could be dealt with on another occasion.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. And in fact, what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that the social contract, which is an unwritten agreement that societies make to cooperate for social and economic benefits, that social contract must be honored. Here, I wish to say that when our government, or any other government for that matter, takes it upon themselves to implement measures in a way that affect persons in the indigenous communities accessing healthcare and other services without prior education, sensitization, and free prior and informed consent, then that must become tantamount to mandatory vaccination, which is not catered to in our laws. Mr. Speaker, I wish to genuinely say that the voices of our indigenous peoples, and we recognize it, that the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People, to the indigenous peoples all across the world, I say Happy International Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Clerk.
Motions relating to the business. Request for leave to move the adjournment of the National Assembly on definite matters of urgent public importance.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I wish to, with reference to Standing Order 12.2 of our standing orders, seek leave of the National Assembly to move the adjournment of this Assembly for the purpose of discussing a definite matter of urgent public interest and importance. The matter I wish to discuss, Mr. Speaker, has been the subject of a motion which I have submitted, and I want to assure you that I will not go into that motion in this specific application, but I wish to discuss the imposition by the government of undue restrictions that are placed on Guyanese who are unvaccinated by virtue of the COVID-19 gazetted measures published on the 29th of July 2021 and taking effect on the 1st of August 2021. Those measures, Mr. Speaker, severely hamper the ability of the people of Guyana to access public and government services. Mr. Speaker, at paragraph 17 of the said order, it states under the heading Access to Service offered by a ministry or government agency, subparagraph 1 says that subject to subparagraph 2, a member of the public who wishes to enter a ministry or government agency to access a service shall be vaccinated. Paragraph 2 says that where a member of the public is unvaccinated, that person may only access the service in person by appointment. That is the extent of the gazetted order, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but what has happened is that government agencies and organizations have taken it upon themselves to enlarge on this provision and to impose additional measures on the people of Guyana. I cite, for example, Mr. Speaker, an order that came from the Ministry of Health, headed Mandatory Requirement Revaccination Protocols. And this is mandatory. And this, coming from the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Health, dated August 5th, 2021, says that all staff attached to the Ministry of Health and its subvention agencies are urged to be vaccinated. This will be verified by a requirement to provide a vaccination card and ID. Employees who refuse to be vaccinated are required to provide a negative test result to the relevant health head of agency or department on a frequency determined by the ministry. These results will only be accepted from authorized private labs where the cost is to be borne by the staff. All contractors and vendors engaged with the Ministry of Health or its subvention agencies are required to be vaccinated by presenting their vaccination card and ID. So, Mr. Speaker, while the order itself is very tight, what has happened is that these ministries and other agencies have actually enlarged upon it. They've taken upon themselves the power to enlarge on it, and it is causing a serious problem to Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, this matter is urgent, and as acting on the compliance with the order, citizens are now being locked out from their places of employment. This morning, we got the report from Lethem that a surgeon who was going to the hospital to perform surgery was locked out of the hospital. And so,
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I have received the request.
Mr. Speaker, I just like to wrap up.
Thank you.
I'm not finished. Speaker, there's a lot that's happening in this country and across the region and around the world where persons have actually expressed their frustration at these measures. The matter is of public importance on the grounds that the public of Guyana is affected and the number of persons vaccinated with at least one dose, according to the World Health Organization and the Ministry of Health, as of the 30th of July 2021, represents less than 50% of our population. Less than 50%. So, Mr. Speaker, these measures are now going to have a significant impact on a large section of our population who are not yet vaccinated. And I say that this is a matter of urgent interest, public interest, and I ask, Mr. Speaker, that you grant us leave to have this motion dealt with later on in the day.
Thank you, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. I have received the request. I looked at it. I have concluded that it is important. The access to our citizens, the services of the government is a very important matter. The issue here is urgency. And what we have is an ongoing issue, which under all of the rules that apply to urgency under the standing orders, it doesn't apply. And so I would not be able to allow your request. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Motions relating to the business. Motions relating to the business or sittings of the National Assembly and moved by Minister.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Dr. Cummings.
Yes, I just wanted to, to add some voice to the...
You can, you have to stand on a point of order. You can raise the point of order, and then I will rule.
40B for clarity, 40B.
But there is no one on the floor this time.
Explanation.
Under that, the issue of explanation, we have to get someone on the floor to yield to you. The only person on the floor this time is the Speaker, and the Speaker has ruled. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk?
Introduction of bills. Public business. Government's business.
Honorable members, we will now proceed with the second reading of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 14 of 2021, published on the 27th of July 2021. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources.
Good morning. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to take off my mask since I'm fully vaccinated. Like all the members on the government side of the House, as well as the Honorable Opposition Leader and members of the opposition side too. And at the same time, I would like to call on all our Guyanese brothers and sisters to get vaccinated so that we can return to normalcy. And also wish to thank His Excellency President Ali and the government of Guyana for providing vaccines for our entire adult population for its dose, when many countries around the world is still trying to secure vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I've authorized to move that the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 14 of 2021, published on the 27th July 2021, be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, the sustainable management of the nation's natural resource is imperative for the longevity, productivity, and economic transformation of our country. In this regard, there need to be robust institutional capacity and a significant appropriate legislative and regulatory framework for the realization of same. Mr. Speaker, it is no doubt that Guyana is on the cusp of greatness. It is no secret that within the next 5 to 10 years under the PUPC administration, Guyana will transform. It is no secret that in the next 5 to 10 years under the PUPC administration, that it is an exciting period when Guyana will take a new look and every single Guyanese will be able to enjoy a better life with our new wealth in the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, Everyone is aware too that Guyana is now an oil-producing nation. Even though we are still in infant stages, we have already started to receive revenue from the oil and gas sector. The amendment today, Mr. Speaker, seeks to further monetize the oil and gas resources. It further seeks to ensure that there is greater transparency and accountability within the sector as promised by the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration. And Mr. Speaker, if I may go back a little to outline the road from exploration to production and to where we are today, and the need for us to amend the 1986 Petroleum Act, Section 52, to ensure that the projects that will unfold in another year or two, that is in conformity with the Petroleum Act, and also to ensure that the transparency and the monitoring of production offshore is part of the government's portfolio so that we ensure our resources are protected and the benefits from it is realized for every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, exploration activities in Guyana would have dated back to the 60s, to the 70s, and maybe even earlier, I'm told. We have had exploration activities in the early 90s too in the Takatu Basin in Region 9. However, in the late 90s, under the then President Janet Jagan, ExxonMobil started the exploration activities offshore Guyana, what is known today as the Stabroek Block. Before the elections in 2015, Guyana struck oil. Guyana became a country that will soon be an oil-producing nation. In June of 2016, the production sharing agreement that was signed by the then government with EEPGL to begin production. Production actually started, Mr. Speaker, in December of 2019. To date, we would have completed 7 lifts, which is equivalent to 7 million barrels of oil, equating to over $400 million US, which now sits in our natural resource fund. To be precise, $436 million US in the natural resource fund. What is important to note, Mr. Speaker, that since taking office just a year ago, the People's Progressive Party Civic Administration has not spent a single dime or a single dollar from the natural resource fund. We have not embarked on a squandermania of the oil revenue. We have not misused the oil revenue. We still have every single dollar from the direct proceeds of the oil and gas sector in the natural resource fund, which will be spent to ensure that every single Guyanese benefit. And our President, Vice President would have outlined ways and measures in which we will spend the resources from the natural resource fund to ensure that the benefits of this sector trickle down to every single Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, already we would have seen from the 9 offshore blocks and the 9 to 10 billion barrels of oil equivalent that we have seen massive investments in the oil and gas sector, and by extension, the spin-offs to other industries and sectors including agriculture, tourism, transportation, construction. We have seen hundreds of millions of US dollars that was held up by the previous administration when we took office. Today we have seen those investments realized and jobs created for Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, it is no doubt too that thousands of Guyanese will benefit from the oil and gas industry directly by job creation. However, as we know it, the oil industry is not job intensive, it is capital intensive. So our government intends to ensure that we incentivize, we continue to incentivize, and we continue to work with the traditional productive sectors like agriculture, like mining, like logging, that employs the bulk of our population so that those sectors can do well and contribute to the economic growth of our country as well too. Mr. Speaker, since taking office, our government too has embarked on a number of consultations to ensure that we craft a local content policy that will truly reflect local content and that will bring benefits to Guyanese, and that to ensure that our people they're trained and they're employed in the oil and gas sector, and that our businesses are given opportunities in this sector as well too. Mr. Speaker, we have promised in our election campaign that we will ensure that there is parliamentary oversight of the sector. We will ensure that there is proper transparency and accountability in the sector, and this is something that we intend to fulfill, hence not spending any monies from the Natural Resource Fund, because we are of the strong view and we are committed to ensure that there is parliamentary oversight with regards to the spending of the resources from our revenue. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will pave the way for a project that can be considered the single most transformational project in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, we have a major problem in Guyana. And that is not the opposition I'm speaking of, but I'm speaking of the cost of power generation. That is one of the biggest hindrance to our development as a country and as a people, the cost of power generation. Today, we are producing energy at over 20 or between 20 to 30 cents, US cents per kilowatt, which is probably one of the most expensive in this hemisphere or in this part of the world. Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project will address this, and will address this in a way that we will be able to reduce the cost of power generation by almost 50% or even more as time goes on. Mr. Speaker, the gas to energy project will not only transform our country and bring significant benefits to every single Guyanese. The gas to energy project is seen as the single project that will ensure that every single Guyanese benefits from the oil and gas sector. Mr. Speaker, besides from reduction in energy costs and in our light bills, as we commonly say, the gas to energy project will reduce the power outages that we have been experiencing over a number of years. And Mr. Speaker, we are saddled today too with engines, or turbines that should have been in retirement already. However, we are faced with ensuring that we service, maintain, and to keep them going to benefit, to ensure that we supply power to all Guyana. Hence, Mr. Speaker, the importance of us ensuring that the gas to energy project is realized in the shortest possible time. And we have already given a time frame. His Excellency President Ali have already given a time frame of 3 years to complete the gas to energy project. Mr. Speaker, this is a project that we expect the opposition to fully support, because we know at some point in time during the 5 years, the opposition themselves were thinking and were conducting studies with regards to the very project that we speak of today. In fact, the Honorable David Patterson, who is here today, would have conducted their study on a similar project sometime in 2017. Unfortunately, nothing went further. There was no realization. Had that been done, then we would have seen the opposition, then government, come into Parliament with this very amendment that we are bringing to the National Assembly today, because it is necessary to move forward the project, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this project, as I mentioned, will provide cheap, reliable, clean energy. Cheap, reliable, clean energy. And I stress on clean, because I could remember the debate that we had previously on a motion on oil and gas, we had the members of the opposition commenting on the emission of carbon, mangroves, environment, and this is good because as a government we support the protection of our environment. As a government, we want to minimize or to reduce carbon emission. As a matter of fact, we must be proud as a country that Guyana has a net zero carbon emission. Maybe one of the few countries in the world has a net zero carbon emission as it is now. And we want to maintain that status. And the gas to energy project will help us a long way and will go a long way in ensuring that we maintain that status. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we are fully aware, the way in which the world is going, Guyana will stand to make tremendous revenue and to gain tremendous wealth from carbon emission or the prevention of carbon emission in the future. So the Gas to Shore project, Mr. Speaker, is a project geared towards reducing emission because if we compare it with what we presently have, that is the turbines, GPL turbines, operating with heavy fuel or HFOs, then with the Gas to Shore project, we will significantly reduce the emission in power generation. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret too that with a reduction in the cost of power, cost of living in Guyana will reduce significantly. And this is something that we have been grappling with for years, and more so during a pandemic, a global pandemic, when the global shipping price would have increased significantly over the last few months. Cost of living, Mr. Speaker, because of the rising global shipping price has increased. Mr. Speaker, it will definitely decrease the cost of living and of course by extension increase our standard of living of our people. Mr. Speaker, for too long, Guyana as a country have been exporting raw materials. For too long we have been exporting logs, we have been exporting fruits, vegetables, but we have never realized our true potential as a country to have value-added industries. The gas to energy project, Mr. Speaker, would realize this dream where we can have value-added products, something that we have spoken of for years, that we need to stop exporting raw materials and to ensure that we export finished products or value-added products, especially in our growing agriculture sector. Mr. Speaker, with the significant reduction in energy, industries will now be able to add value. Industry will now be able to finish products rather than to export raw materials. Mr. Speaker, with this project, we will see our industrial manufacturing sector growing significantly because of the cheap cost of power. Added to that, Mr. Speaker, we will see too a significant reduction in the importation of fuel, which will save millions of dollars in foreign exchange for our country. So, Mr. Speaker, I would have outlined the many benefits that the gas to energy project will bring to Guyana. It is a project that will transform, as I mentioned, the landscape of our country to ensure that every single Guyanese benefits. And this is something that as a government we are serious about, and we are committed to ensure that we manage the sector in a way that every single Guyanese can benefit from this new sector. Already, Mr. Speaker, we have already started, or we have already advanced on this project. We have already advanced with the geotechnical, geophysical, the LIDAR, and the environmental studies are ongoing as we speak. So a significant amount of work have already started, and it is not a study, or it is not a paper, or it is not a dream, but we intend to implement and to realize this project because we see the amount of benefits, the tremendous benefits that can come to Guyana through this project. Mr. Speaker, in addition to cheaper electricity, other byproducts would be manufactured from our natural gas. And this is another area too, Mr. Speaker, that our people will benefit from, the LPG, or as we commonly say, our cooking gas. We look at countries, neighboring countries, for example, like Trinidad, where they pay 1,000 Guyana dollars equivalent for a 20-pound cylinder of cooking gas. This is something that we can realize. This is something that we can achieve as a government and as a people in Guyana in the near future, in a matter of 3 years from today. Thus, Mr. Speaker, the government is preparing a gas utilization master plan to review and determine the most appropriate use for surplus gas. And Mr. Speaker, already we would have secured 50 million cubic feet of associated gas from the Liza 1 field, which will be brought to shore, landed on the foreshore of the west coast of Demerara, and then transported via pipeline 30 kilometers into the Wales developmental area. And that is an area, Mr. Speaker, that we're developing into a manufacturing industrial site, where we will have a number of investments in that area to create jobs and to bring revenue into an area that is already depressed due to the closure of the estate by the previous administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the energy plant is designed to produce net 250 megawatts of power, which is a surplus to our present utilization. Our present utilization is 120 to 130 megawatts at peak in Guyana. So with a power plant that will produce 250 megawatts, then there is enough provision for the manufacturing and industrial sectors and the agro-processing sector that we speak of. And added to that, the future developments that will come and the massive housing drive that is being pursued by the PUP Civic Administration. So, Mr. Speaker, the initial studies have indicated that the most appropriate use for surplus gas and waste heat are in those in support of the agricultural sector, including fertilizer production. Gas can be used to make ammonia and subsequently urea. Guyana currently imports approximately 45,000 tons of urea and ammonia compounds. To manufacture such quantity would require 5 to 6 million cubic feet of gas per day. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, we have already been guaranteed 50 million cubic feet for this project. What we would have planned to do as a government, Mr. Speaker, is not to contain ourselves by laying a small pipeline to cater for 50 million cubic feet. But we have taken the decision that instead of going with a 10-inch or laying a 10-inch pipeline, we will lay a 12-inch pipeline so as to cater for future development and more gas coming to shore so that we can build on our petrochemical industries. Mr. Speaker, the 10-inch pipeline can accommodate maximum 70 million, between 50 million to 70 million cubic feet per day. However, the 12-inch pipeline can accommodate over 120 million cubic feet of gas per day. Hence our decision to go with the 12-inch instead of the 10-inch, because we are thinking long-term. We are thinking the Liza 2 development, the Payara development, the Yellowtail development that can produce more gas that will come to shore and to further boost our generating capacity as well as our petrochemical industry. Mr. Speaker, the utilization of the gas in fertilizer production will further reduce our import bill, will save on foreign currency, and by extension, Mr. Speaker, will lower the cost of living, will lower the cost of manufacturing, the cost of production, and hence the profit margin will increase significantly. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, gas to protein. Gas can also be used to produce single-cell protein via biofermentation process. The resulting high-protein feed can be used as a diet supplement in the poultry and aquaculture industry. To produce 6,500 tons of bioprotein per year requires 2 to 3 million cubic feet of gas per day. I'm mentioning this, Mr. Speaker, because these are possible with a guaranteeing 50 million cubic feet per day, because we are guaranteed 50 million cubic feet per day. However, to generate 250 megawatts of power, it will require 40 million. So hence, we will still have a surplus amount of gas to add to these small industries. Agricultural processing. The thermal power plant will generate significant quantities of steam and low-grade waste heat. The energy can more efficiently be used for agricultural processing, preheat for rice boiling, crop drying, etc. Also, we intend to develop Wales, Mr. Speaker, as an eco-industrial park, employing best practices with regards to energy efficiency. The low-cost gas, power, and waste heat represents a significant opportunity for Guyana to develop an internationally competitive industrial base and benefit to the economy. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would like to bring to your attention the minor adjustment that was made or being proposed to the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act. Based on the existing act, the rights of the licensee are contained within the license and statutorily provided by way of the act. However, while this may be the case, the act also provides limitations to the exercise of such rights by the licensee through the instrument under the hands of His Excellency the President, as prescribed in specific circumstances by the written consent of the occupiers within parameters of described land as outlined in the Act, and by written consent subject to other circumstances, all of which underpin the constitutionality of land ownership under the democracy of the state. Mr. Speaker, in simple terms, this Act is basically giving oversight to the government in the acquisition of private land to facilitate the laying of the pipeline and the realization of the power generation plant. Previously, Mr. Speaker, the licensee could have acted upon themselves. However, we see it fit that the government play a role so that we can protect the rights of our citizens, we can protect the rights of private landowners to ensure that they are fully compensated so as to facilitate this project. The Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021 is intended to enhance the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act, Chapter 6504, the Principal Act, which is the legislation that makes provision with respect to prospecting for and production of petroleum, and for matters connected therewith. Section 52 of the Principal Act, which addresses restrictions on the rights of licensee in relation to certain lands, is the subject of the amendment bill. The bill seeks to ensure that the government of Guyana has enhanced oversight over the exercise of petroleum prospecting and production license holders' rights in relation to private lands. By inserting a new subsection 2A, the minister may obtain written consent from any landowner or lawful occupier of private land. Currently, only a licensee may obtain written consent from the lawful occupier of the private land. In addition, Mr. Speaker, subsection 2 of the Act was also amended to provide that a landowner or lawful occupier consent may either be given unconditionally or subject to such conditions as are specified in the instrument of consent. These additions allow for a degree of transparency and accountability not accommodated by the present provisions. Mr. Speaker, the bill also addresses the matter of landing, installation, and operation of pipelines or submarine, fiber optic cable, or terrestrial cables, or similar infrastructure by licensee for or in connection with prospecting or production operations in relation to state land, government land, land wholly owned by the state entities, or in which any controlling interest is vested in the state, and any land identified by law, or on a plan drawn and approved in accordance with any law for reserves. This is necessary to better accommodate onshore development with all its accompanying heavy infrastructural works. Mr. Speaker, this amendment will apply to existing licensee operations as well as those who may come to our shore for future development. Mr. Speaker, in 1986, I'm sure you will agree with me that there wasn't much talks of fiber optic cable or internet connectivity. Hence, it is imperative and it is only fitting that we bring this amendment to the House so as to facilitate the laying of the fiber optic cable as well too. The laying of the fiber optic cable, Mr. Speaker, will enhance our monitoring capability as a country to ensure that we monitor in real time activities offshore Guyana with regards to production, daily production figures, offloading, and to monitor exploration activities offshore. Because as it is, Mr. Speaker, or presently we have 6, and soon 1 more will be added to the exploration drill ships that is operating offshore Guyana. The fiber optic cable will allow us as a government, as a country, to monitor in real time the activities on the FPSOs as well as on those drill ships. So, Mr. Speaker, the amendment of Section 52 enhances the government's management of the development of the petroleum sector onshore and provides additional scope for the minister to oversee the exercise of the licensee rights over private land to further strengthen and protect private proprietary interests as enshrined in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Attorney General and other ministers of government will expound on the amendment and will add to what would have already been mentioned. And it is our hope and expectation that the opposition would support the passage of this amendment in the National Assembly so we can move forward with a project that will change the landscape of Guyana, with a project that would change the way Guyanese live, with a project that will reduce significantly the high energy costs and by extension lowering the cost of living. It will also enhance or pave the way for the laying of a fiber optic cable that will give the government and the people of Guyana greater transparency and greater monitoring capability of the oil and gas sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I get into my presentation, I would like to just briefly respond to the Honorable Minister. I've taken note of some of the half-truths, misinformation stated, but I want to speak on one specifically. He stated that the government has not spent a single cent from the oil revenue. Installed minister. But, Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that they can.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Minister, standing order.
40A, the members on the floor, and you have always insisted, sir, that we speak to each other as honorable members. And the member said the installed minister. Could I please ask you to ask him to uphold the standing orders of this House?
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable Member, the standing orders speak to referring to members as comrade or honorable. Please stick to the SO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so guided. Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, the reality is that they can't spend the money from the oil revenue without the involvement of the opposition. That is the reality, Mr. Speaker. It was the coalition that passed legislation to protect our national patrimony. It was the coalition that passed legislation to protect our national patrimony as it relates to the oil and gas. So they can't touch it, Mr. Speaker. They can't touch it without our involvement, without parliamentary oversight and civil society. Thank you. And that's the problem that they have. That's the problem that they have, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this government is clever. They are very clever. And I would like you, Mr. Speaker, and the public to understand that they have been spending the monies without actually touching it. They have been spending the monies without actually touching it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they have borrowed as much as there is, as Guyana has received from the oil revenue. They have borrowed that much. So they are spending those monies without touching it.
Honorable member, you said you want me to understand, but I'm still trying to understand how they spent the money without touching it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's alternative spending. It is my interpretation of how they're spending the money. A number of agencies overseas, every agency overseas, a lending agency that is ready to lend whatever amount of money to Guyana since we have oil. And so they're accessing these funds and spending it. They're spending the money without touching it. And then you have to pay interest.
Honorable member, remember you addressed me as, I want you to understand and the people to understand. I'm still trying to understand, right?
I'm guided, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the House to understand and the people of this country to understand what exactly the PPP government is doing. So I'll move straight into my presentation. Mr. Speaker, as I rise this afternoon to make my contribution on the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill, there are a number of things that go through my mind, that is going through my mind. What is the real motive behind this bill? I heard my colleague said corruption. But what is the real motive? Why is this government only focusing on bullyism, domination, discrimination, and maximum control? Why do they continue to pursue huge projects that are not economically sound? Those are the questions that requires answers. Mr. Speaker, but all of Guyana understand that this has been the legacy of the PPP, especially in the last 15 years they spent in office. Mr. Speaker, most Guyanese will remember the fiber optic cable, and I hear mention again about another fiber optic cable, that white elephant from Brazil, the specialty hospital, the specialty hospital, the Skeldon white elephant. How about that? The Skeldon white elephant. The Borbis River Bridge. Let me remind you, honorable comrades, the Borbis River Bridge. FIP Motilal and the failed Amelia Hydro project. Mr. Speaker, I can go on and on about this. And Mr. Speaker, even when the electorate cautioned them by giving them a minority government back in 2011, they refused to change their ways. They refused to consult and cooperate in the best interests of the Guyanese people. And so now, even as they were installed with a one-seat majority, they're still bent on their old ways of discrimination, of total domination, corruption, and maximum control. Mr. Speaker, the bill before this House essentially facilitates the Gas to Shore project with respect to land use. A project that is shrouded in secrecy, reeks of corruption, and is deemed by many experts in the sector as not being economically and environmentally sound in its present form. Mr. Speaker, this project, if not carefully managed, has the potential to becoming the largest white elephant in this hemisphere. The government is not being truthful when it comes to disclosure of the financial and economic impact of this project on the country. While they acknowledge the depth, and I must say they acknowledge the depth of the studies done by the coalition government, while they do that, the PVP remains very selective in which aspects of those studies they speak about in the public domain. They remain very selective about which aspects they speak about in the public domain to support their political agenda, and more so, the pipeline going to Wales. Mr. Speaker, while Wales was among more than a dozen other locations considered, it was not the most suitable based on a number of factors. Location, distance from the oil field, the fact that the pipeline cuts across the busiest oceanic route, and there's so much that we can say about that. We've seen what happened with the Mexico pipeline. We've seen what happened so frequently with the GPL cable across the Demerara River. Imagine what can happen with the pipeline, with the gas pipeline going into Wales. The cost effectiveness of the project also was one of the factors making it unsuitable. So there's a lot that can be said about this, Mr. Speaker. But those are only the initial hurdles. If you were to examine carefully the financial aspect of the project, Mr. Speaker, you would recognize that not only is the US $900 million price tag promulgated by the Honorable Jagdeo and Vikram Bharat as the largest investment yet for Guyana, it is not the final amount Guyanese will be burdened with. This already overpriced project will obviously see increases due to GWI having to remove some main line somewhere, Public Works having to rebuild some bridge, telecommunication having to relocate some tower, GPL installing new lines, etc. Mr. Speaker, the fact of the matter is that it happened before. It happened before in this country. This is nothing new. It is nothing new, comrades. It happened before. Under your watch. The East Bank Widening Road, it happened there. The Barbies Bridge, it happened there. So you can't come to this House, honorable members, and try to hoodwink us and hoodwink the nation. We know what will happen. I assure you that it will happen again, Mr. Speaker, under this PPP government. Monies have to be siphoned off to their own pockets and that of their families, friends, and cronies. It's the way of the PPP. It's the way they govern. And today, they are making no qualms about it. They have been emboldened since they were installed with a one-seat majority and have gained access to the proceeds of oil. Mr. Speaker, according to the Guyana Chronicle, June 28, 2021, this government is attempting to justify this project using two untruthful statements. The first being that they will create 600 jobs. Mr. Speaker, you have to read between the lines. You have to go deep and interpret certain things when this government say it to you. The second is that they will slash your electricity bill by 50%. And I just heard the Honorable Minister make reference to this. I don't know which study says that this pipeline will reduce the electricity bill of the Guyanese people by 50%. I lay it over. I'd love to see it. Mr. Speaker, this is dishonesty at the highest level. It's dishonesty at the highest level. You know, Mr. Speaker, they like the number 50. They love the number 50. 50,000 jobs, 50,000 house lots, $50,000 for pensioners, 50% reduction, 50% increase. They love 50%. But, Mr. Speaker, these are all untruths. I do not want to call them lies, but they're untruths. They're being dishonest. And these are the catchy phrases that they use constantly to hoodwink the Guyanese people. If you read the fine print, Mr. Speaker, you will learn that the jobs they talk about are only temporary jobs, temporary construction jobs. These are not 5-year jobs, 10-year permanent jobs. Most of them, look, these are 600 persons will work at the plant. Is that what you're trying to say to the Guyanese public? Think before you speak, comrade. Mr. Speaker, if you read the fine print, you will recognize that Guyanese were fed the same trash when the PPP were pursuing the Amelia Falls hydro project. They were told that it was the best thing after sliced bread for the Guyanese people. The PPP, yes, and it was the same thing for this Keldon white elephant. Same exact identical thing. And here is it that we're going into another one again. Mr. Speaker, the PPP brainwashed the public, and I'm speaking to the Amelia Falls project and others. They brainwashed the public how their electricity bill would be cut by 50%. But when the lies began to unravel, Mr. Speaker, the people of Guyana saw that they were conned by this very dishonest government, whose only intention was to set up through that project and the others a retirement fund to fill their own pockets. And so I would advise all Guyanese, Mr. Speaker, to take with a pinch of salt. Take with a pinch of salt before accepting fully anything these jagabats say. Mr. Speaker, this 50% reduction in electricity tariff, as they claim,
Mr.
This-
Speaker,
Honorable Attorney General. Microphone, sir. Microphone.
earlier, sir, you admonished the honorable member for addressing members on this side in a disrespectful way. He just used the term jagabats to describe the members on this side.
Thank you,
of the House.
Honorable Attorney General. Honorable Minister, I ask that you withdraw that word. Remember the standing order, comrade or honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided, but I don't see jagabats in the standing order, and I don't know what the.
Honorable member, I ask that you withdraw the comment with respect to the nomenclature you use.
I'm so guided, Mr. Speaker, I withdraw. Mr. Speaker, this 50% reduction in the electricity tariff, as they claim, the people of Region 2, for example, will never benefit. The people of Region 7 will never benefit. Who will benefit from this 50% reduction in electricity tariff? This is a serious issue. You can't come to this House, honorable members, and try to hoodwink the people of this country. I'm from Region 2. I would like my electricity tariff to be reduced by 50%, but it will never happen through this project. It will never happen. We can speak on Linden, also, honorable comrade, through the Amelia Hydro project, and through your proposals, you are going to bypass Linden. They would have never benefited. They would have never benefited. It's a farce, Mr. Speaker. And, Mr. Speaker, and then there is the cost to power ratio. There's the cost to power ratio. Mr. Speaker, if you were to divide the total cost of the project, the 900 million US, by the total power they claim it will produce, and this is a claim, they claim that they will produce 200 megawatts, you will get a whopping unit cost of US $4.5 million per megawatt. $4.5 million US per megawatt. How much does a 1 megawatt genset cost? Just bear that in mind. Mr. Speaker, this has got to be the most expensive gas to shore project in the world. It's world class and is being promoted by no other than the PPP government. Mr. Speaker, the Kaichor News on July 6, 2021 provide evidence of more than 10 different renewable energy projects worldwide that will produce the same amount of power, and even more, at less than 1/3 of the cost of our gas-to-shore project. Just Google it, Mr. Speaker. Just Google it. In Louisiana, Los Angeles, New Orleans, all across the US, companies are gearing up to build cheaper power plants as the world is transitioning to cleaner, renewable energy. So, if there is cleaner, cheaper options available, then why is it that the installed government is still pursuing this project? Two reasons. There are two reasons. The first is to fulfill their own selfish political agenda. And the second, Mr. Speaker, is that those in government have very deep pockets and a big appetite for money. They have deep pockets, Mr. Speaker. So the more money is involved, the more pockets will be filled. And so I turn my attention to the second point on what the bill seeks to do. Mr. Speaker, when you read the propaganda from DPI and the Guyana Chronicle, and even Oil Now is in on this mischief. Oil Now, which is supposed to be independent, is in on the mischief. I read an article where Oil Now is actually supporting the Amelia Falls, the failed Amelia Falls hydro project. I don't know how that became the business of Oil Now. So they're in on the mischief, it's clear. But when you read the propaganda on this bill, you might actually believe that it is aimed at making people's lives better, when in fact, it is quite the opposite. This bill, Mr. Speaker, is aimed at bullyism, domination, discrimination, and maximum control, as I said earlier. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the Act, if you look at the Petroleum Act in its current form, which this bill seeks to amend, Section 52(1)(b) basically protects the legal occupiers of lands by restricting any oil and gas activity on the land or in close proximity to it without the...
Honorable Maipol, if you want to conduct a conversation with the Attorney General, the lobby is available.
Mr. Speaker, as I was saying, if you look at the Act, the Petroleum Act in its current form, which the bill seeks to amend, Section 52(1) basically protects the legal occupiers of land by restricting any oil and gas activity on the land or in close proximity to it, without the consent of the lawful occupier. And it goes where the land is used for dwelling or if it's used for agriculture. So the existing Act already protects the lawful occupiers of land. So I don't know where this government is going with this propaganda saying that they're now bringing some amendment to protect the occupiers of land, when in fact it's quite the opposite. And so we will look at it. Mr. Speaker, this government now wants to insert a proviso in this subsection, and I will read it. It says, provided that the land described in paragraph B1 and 2 is not state land, government land, land wholly owned by the state entities, including companies and corporations, or in which the controlling interest is vested in the state, and any land identified by law or on a plan drawn and approved in accordance with any law for reserves. Mr. Speaker, what this does is it inserts the government into this whole arrangement and allows them to bully and take away lands that are lawfully occupied by the citizens of this country. And you notice they're trying to exempt state land. So if you have a lease, a legal lease, or legal documentation to occupy this land, they are now saying that they can disregard that legal document and take that land away from you. That can't be right. Mr. Speaker, the whole intention here is to give the government the power to take away people's farmlands and any other lands that they may occupy under the pretext of landing a pipeline or anything related to the oil and gas industry. Note, Mr. Speaker, there is no mention of compensation. There is absolutely no mention of compensation. So the intent is clear. The minister can wake up one morning and decide that, look, he's going to run a pipeline through your house or through your farm.
and you either have to move from that land or you have to live with it without getting a single penny from the government of Guyana. That's the reality of this amendment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next thing they seek to do in this bill is to insert a new subsection, 2A and 2B. And I will read it. It says, nothing in this section shall prevent the minister from obtaining written consent from any landowner or lawful occupier of any land described in subsection 1B. Now, Mr. Speaker, this basically gives the minister full control. It essentially established state control over the land. And I know the minister, Honorable Vikram Bharat, and the Attorney General will step up to this podium. And they will argue that it is consensual. That's the argument that they will make. But, Mr. Speaker, every Guyanese has seen the dictatorial behavior of this government. And so they know fully well what will happen. They will bully their way and acquire that consent. Then, the next thing that they will do is that they will approve permission for their friends, for their cronies, who will pass big monies under the table. Who will pass big monies under the table. But on the other hand, they will withhold permission from persons deemed not to be supporters of the government or providers of gifts and bribes to them. This has been the trend over the last 12 months. And so we know that this is what will obtain. Mr. Speaker, in the final paragraph of the explanatory memorandum of this bill, the government claims that this piece of legislation ensures that the government has oversight. And I heard the Honorable Vikram Bharat make mention. It strengthens and protects private proprietary interests enshrined in the Constitution. But does it really do that? Private proprietary interests are already adequately protected by the existing act, as I said earlier. What the amendment really does, it gives the government total control over the sector and provides an avenue for discrimination and corruption. Mr. Speaker, this government has mastered the art. The honorable member would like to know what I'm speaking about. Listen to this part. Mr. Speaker, this government has mastered the art of discrimination and corruption. They've mastered it to the extent that they are now legislating it. They are legislating it. Mr. Speaker, in concluding, the APNU AFC will continue to provide leadership in this 12th Parliament and fight for the rights of every Guyanese. We are not against utilizing natural gas, Mr. Speaker, but it must be feasible economically, socially, environmentally, etc. It is quite clear that more studies must be done to arrive at a better solution for our power needs. It is even clearer, Mr. Speaker, that this bill is one that is aimed at creating mischief and cannot be supported in its current form, but requires an amendment that will be presented by my colleagues, which will truly provide protection for those lawful occupiers of lands. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, I just wish to acknowledge the presence of the wife and children of the Honorable Deputy Leader of the House. I now call on the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashni Singh, to make his presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise, sir, to add my voice of support, or in support rather, to that of my colleague, the Honorable Minister, Vikram Bharat, and those who will speak after me in favor of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021. And in doing so, Mr. Speaker, I entered this Honorable House this morning full of hope that this bill presented, and I hope still presents, an opportunity for this House to speak unanimously in favor of an initiative and a project that is at the center of a major transformational project that will redound to the development of our country and the benefit of all Guyanese. And in this regard, sir, I listened carefully to the Honorable Minister Bharat and couldn't agree more with him in his characterization of the gas to energy project as the single most transformational project on the national horizon currently. Like I said, sir, I really thought that we had before us an opportunity to speak unanimously, constructively, and positively. And against that background, sir, I was very disappointed to hear some of the comments made by the honorable member who spoke before me. And I was particularly disappointed, sir, because he's a young member of parliament and a young man. And I am older than he is, I suspect. I am older than he is, I suspect. And I, sir, have always tried to encourage young members of parliament, and I welcome young members of parliament in the House. I think it's good that we have so many young MPs in the House. And I seek as far as I possibly can to encourage them. And I don't, in general, respond to them in the most critical of manner, because I am older than them and I don't want to discourage them. And so, sir, I wouldn't necessarily address the honorable member, Mr. Holder, directly. But I will say to the senior members of the APNU AFC representation in this House that it's extremely disturbing that a young member of parliament would come to this House under your leadership, and here, like I said, sir, I'm speaking to the senior membership of the opposition, would come to this honorable House and, first of all, engage in an extremely distasteful display of insults and invectives unbecoming of this House. Sir, you very gracious, perhaps you, like me, sir, and I suspect you are very much like me in this regard, you don't want to discourage young members of Parliament. I'm sure you don't, being a veteran of the House yourself. But it was very saddening and very telling that a young member of this House from the APNU AFC would be allowed by those leading him and presumably therefore supervising him in some manner or form to use the kind of language that was used, hurling, like I said, insults and invectives, using words that are really not becoming of this House, and engaging in all sorts of absurd casting of aspersions, and I made a note of a few of them, that can only bring his own party into ridicule. Sir, to speak of dictatorial behavior for anybody in the APNU AFC, to speak of dictatorial behavior is nothing short of an insult to the intelligence of the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, the entire world viewed the behavior of the APNU AFC not only from the 2nd of March to the 2nd of August 2020, but from the 21st of December 2018 to the 2nd of March 2020. Desperately holding on to power, in defiance of an election result that had been verified and scrutinized by the entire global community. And then coming to this House as if the entire world didn't see this spectacle, and as if the Guyanese people did not witness this vulgarity, and attempting, sir, now to cast aspersions on other people in this House. The APNU AFC does not have the moral authority, to accuse anybody else of dictatorial tendencies, sir. To speak with pride of the fact that the APNU AFC brought the Natural Resources Fund bill enacted. I think the honourable member said that the coalition passed legislation to protect our national patrimony, referring, of course, to the NRF Act. Might I remind this House, sir, not that I need to remind this House, but might I nevertheless remind this House that a no-confidence motion was passed on the 21st of December 2018. The NRF bill, a bill of tremendous importance to the economic life and economic future of this country, was forced through this Parliament in January 2019, after the APNU AFC had lost a mandate to be in government, and at a time when this House would should properly have been in a state of preparedness for an election 90 days after the 21st of December. And it was the height of parliamentary impropriety. You want to speak about bullyism? It was the height of bullyism, sir. Vulgar bullyism. After losing a no-confidence motion, to come to this Parliament after you have lost a mandate to govern, coming to this parliament without an opposition, with an opposition who quite rightly said, we will not participate in a parliament convened by a government that has lost the mandate to govern. Coming to this parliament a month after you had lost a no-confidence motion and forcing down the throats of the Guyanese people the NRF bill. There could be no better example. Well, the behavior from March to December would probably be the best example of thuggish bullyism. But apart from the behavior from March to December, sir, there could be few better examples than the APNU AFC coming to this house and forcing through this house and forcing down the throats of the Guyanese people the NRF Act after they had lost the mandate to govern. And sir, like I said, in addressing the senior members of the APNU AFC, you know, a lot is said. I think a number of speakers and a number of people a number of members of the public have said that the APNU AFC, by their own behavior, have condemned themselves to being in opposition for another 50 years at least. And I will say this, that if this is the manner in which your young members of parliament will come to this house and address this house and through this house the rest of the people of Guyana, it's going to be a lot longer than 50 years, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me be crystal clear here. This bill is about the gas to shore project. And a vote in favor of this bill is a vote in favor of the realization of this project, and therefore, by extension, a vote in favor of economic transformation in Guyana. And a vote against this bill, similarly, will be a vote against the project and against economic development in our country and against betterment in the lives of the Guyanese people. Let's be crystal clear. And this bill and this project provide the APNU AFC with an opportunity to redeem themselves for the behavior that they displayed in relation to the Amila Falls project, which is a project that had attracted globally reputable investors who were ready to invest in this project, and which is a project that was derailed entirely by the behavior, the anti-national behavior of the APNU AFC prior to 2015. Having already derailed that project, sir, when it was on the cusp of being realized, Mr. Speaker, had the Amila Falls hydropower project proceeded, given the amount of work we had already put into it, given the support that we had mobilized in the international development community, and given the support that we had mobilized in the international investor community, the Amila Falls project was ready to move forward to implementation. And sir, had that project been proceeded with, today we would have been receiving electricity generated by that project. And so the fact that today we are still grappling with the challenges of inadequate supply of electricity, We're still grappling with the challenges of unreliable supply of electricity, and we're still grappling with the challenges of expensive electricity. That reality rests squarely on the shoulders of the APNU-AFC, who by their deliberate actions ensured that a Myla was not realized. And so, sir, every time we suffer a blackout, or every time we see the lights flickering, or every time we pick up our light bills and we see that our light bills are more expensive than they should be, we must remember that that reality exists today because the APNU-AFC frustrated the Amila Falls project. And sir, you know, it is really very tragic that the APNU-AFC will present themselves as representing a certain percentage of the Guyanese people, and they will present themselves as national leaders. Let us be crystal clear. The only reason that Amila was frustrated was because they did not want Amila to be realized under a PPP government. Let's be crystal clear about it. In other words, they are prepared to subject the Guyanese people to hardship arising from everything related to the challenges of the electricity sector. They were prepared to subject the Guyanese people to the non-materializing of the Amila Falls project, purely for political reasons and solely because they did not want the project to be realized under the PPP. Sir, that's like cutting off your nose to spite your face. That is literally killing a project that will benefit all Guyanese. Not Guyanese from in one region or another region. In fact, even Guyanese people who live, even our hinterland brothers and sisters who right now are not connected to the national grid, even those Guyanese brothers and sisters would have benefited from Amila because Amila would have generated economic development opportunities. What we're witnessing here today, sir, is an almost perfect replay, an almost exact replay of Amila Falls. Let's break it down to basics. Their sole objection, the sole objection of the APNU-AFC members, sir, the sole objection to this project is that they don't want this project, they don't want the Guyanese people to benefit from the positive consequences of this project simply because there's a PPP government in office. How can you claim to be interested in national development and committed to the people of Guyana if you will deny the people of Guyana all of the advantages that will arise from this project only because you don't want this project to happen under a PPP government? Sir, my colleague, Minister Barrett, spoke extensively about the vast economic development opportunities that will arise from this project. The reality is that once this gas-to-shore project materializes and the associated power plant constructed, we will see an additional 250 megawatts of power added to the national grid. As was indicated earlier, sir, this plant and the pipeline will terminate and the power plant will be constructed in the area that we have designated the Wales Development Authority. Consider for a moment, sir, the industrial development that will be catalyzed by that. I heard a lot of talk about how many jobs I think it was during the heckling, about how many jobs will be created, etc. Sir, this is not just about constructing a pipeline. This is not just about constructing a power plant and then after that, there are no jobs. Mr. Speaker, with the advent of this pipeline and this power plant, the level of industrial activity that will be created in the Wales Development Authority alone will generate at least 3,000 jobs. And the positive spillovers across the rest of the economy will create literally tens of thousands of jobs additionally. Sir, we all know that for a long time, the single biggest impediment to accelerated economic growth and development in this country has been the energy constraint. The fact that we are not generating enough power, and the fact that when we do so, it's unreliable. That's the single biggest constraint to accelerated economic development and the development of an industrial economy in Guyana. Well, some might believe that the biggest constraint is the APNU-AFC. Sir, for a very long time, Guyana has been a producer of primary products, primary output. If you take, for example, our agricultural sector, we produce vast quantities of wonderful fresh fruits and vegetables. Our livestock sector produces milk, meats, etc. And of course, our farmers do a remarkable job, and they work very hard to cultivate, to harvest, and to get their harvest to the markets. But the reality, sir, is that if you're growing fruits and vegetables, and you're taking it to the market, your fruits and vegetables have probably a shelf life of just a few days, and if you don't get it sold quickly, you can no longer get it sold. We have all seen stories of farmers bringing their produce to the markets, having to sell their produce in the markets, and if they don't sell it out the same day, they have to sell it out at rock bottom prices, or they have to dump it. Now, of course, fresh fruit and fresh vegetables are very important. But we would like our farmers to also be able to see their fruits and vegetables and their other agricultural output processed into a form that will generate value-added income for them, and processed in a form that will give their products lengthy shelf life. For this to happen, you have to have agro-processing capabilities. And agro-processing capabilities, like so many other manufacturing processes, is heavily dependent on electricity. The same applies to any other aspect of manufacturing. Manufacturing is dependent on electricity. The companies who manufacture right now in Guyana, sir, all of them have to incur the cost of an entire redundant electricity generation capability. All of the manufacturing companies who have survived in Guyana right now have parallel redundant electricity capability. They carry the cost of having a power plant of their own because they can't afford the interruption in a manufacturing line. You lose the entire line if you lose power in the middle of that line. Or if you have a voltage fluctuation in the middle, you lose the entire manufacturing line. All of the manufacturing companies, like I said, sir, that exist in Guyana today have had to bear the cost of redundant power capability. That's a tremendous cost, sir. Some of them have several megawatts of their own power that they have to generate just to make sure that they have a reliable electricity supply. In an instant, if we address the power constraint with reliable power, all of those businesses no longer need to carry their own electricity generating capability. That immediately reduces the cost of business. If we address the electricity constraint with this project, as we will, we immediately make manufacturing business far more viable than it has ever been before. And so this project is not only about electricity, it's essentially about electricity, but the harnessing of our vast gas resources for the purposes of electricity generation, the rapid ramping up of our electricity generating capability by the injection of this 250 megawatts of additional power, will lay the foundation, sir, for rapid industrial development in Guyana. We will see for the first time in the history of this country, we will see for the first time the emergence of a large agro-processing sector. We will see for the first time the emergence of a large and competitive manufacturing sector. We will see for the first time, sir, and perhaps this might be most important, we will see for the first time, sir, in living memory, Guyanese people not having to worry about when they will get their next blackout. That, sir, is transformation, hence Minister Barrett's word. And I would like us to be completely clear about this. This project is situated within the context of that broader developmental agenda. This is why, sir, you've heard of the Wales Development Authority. And I hear a lot of noise about Wales. It appears that the AP and UAFC has something against West Demerara. Rumor has it, sir, and I think it's a little bit more than rumor. Rumor has it, sir, that the reason why they didn't proceed with the project, and I will tell you, if you go back and you read the news reports, they like to say about Google and what you can Google. If you go back and read the news reports, they were already speaking in favor of the Gas to Shore project as far back as 2017. And those media reports are publicly available. Google it, as they say. But why do you think, sir, they didn't proceed with the project? They didn't proceed with the project, sir, because instead of implementing the project in the shortest possible time to give the Guyanese people the benefit of the project, popular rumor has it, sir, that they were actually trying to steer the project to a particular location and simultaneously engaging in a land grab around that location. And sir, this, like I said, is more than just idle chatter. The facts are there for all to see. I'm told, sir, that there was a very stiff competition between two ministers as to who, two former ministers, two ministers of the AP and UAFC government. And sir, this is why I found the comments made by the young honorable member on that side of the House particularly disturbing, because he's sitting amongst colleagues who refused to proceed with this project since 2017. They did the studies. They could have proceeded with the project, but instead of proceeding with the project, they were trying to engineer a way in which the project could land at a particular location where one or two or more of their ministers would have benefited. Can you imagine? Can you imagine sitting down and denying the Guyanese people the benefit of this project for years? But that's not the only example, sir. That's not the only example, sir. You just have to look also at the Demerara Bridge. You just have to look at the Demerara Bridge. Here again was a project ripe for implementation, And instead of implementing it, they were busy trying to maneuver, to steer the bridge in a particular location so that they and their cronies can benefit. And then they have the audacity, sir. They have the audacity to come to this house. They have the audacity, sir. But let me say this. Let me say this, sir. They may believe, sir, that prior to 2015, they scored a success by frustrating and derailing their Myla Falls project. They may believe so, sir. But the Guyanese people spoke clearly to them on the 2nd of March 2020. And sir, I will say this, that this People's Progressive Party government will realize this gas to shore project with or without their support. They have to decide what position they want to take. We will realize this gas to shore project. We will develop the Wales Development Authority. We will create those thousands of jobs that the APNU AFC government was unable to create. And we will also bring the Myla Falls project back to life, sir. That is our commitment to the Guyanese people. And I end, sir, simply by repeating what His Excellency President Irfan Ali said on the occasion of his first anniversary in office, when he outlined a comprehensive agenda, his government's comprehensive agenda for developing Guyana. And foremost amongst his priorities, sir, was transformation of the energy sector. And in that regard, he spoke not only of 250 megawatts of new power, he spoke of 500 megawatts of new power being delivered during this term of his government. And sir, that is our commitment to the people of Guyana, and we will deliver that commitment. And with those words, sir, I call on my colleagues on that side of the House. All is not lost. You still have an opportunity to redeem yourself and stand on the side of a project that is good for development in Guyana. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Honorable members, this is a good time to take the break.
Not one rice grain, not one cries, not a bit of breakable, I never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right, so we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. We will continue with the second reading of the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021. And I now call on the honorable member, Mr. Devin Sears, to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members on the other side, good afternoon.
Okay, folks, we're going to have to now, I'll interject anytime we start dishonoring the standing orders. Members on the other side, I don't know who you're speaking to, honorable member.
So guided. As I stand here today, Mr. Speaker, to make my contributions to the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, I reflect on presentations made by the Honorable Member, Dr. Ashley Singh, and also Honorable Member Vikram Bharat. In their contributions, they have publicly misled the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind this Honorable House that the Partnership for National Unity Alliance for Change has laid the foundation successfully in the petroleum sector and even in other areas of the Ministry of Natural Resources. I want to reflect and share with this Honorable House that the Ministry of Natural Resources, which was formerly known as the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment in its formation, represents a significant and far-reaching institutional change in Guyana's natural resources management sector. In the absence of coordinated, cohesive oversight agencies, the Ministry of Natural Resources was riddled with many challenges stemming from weak linkages between key sector agencies and a fragmented government approach. The primary focus when the APNU plus AFC got into government in 2015 was the harmonization of policies and management in the natural resource-based sectors and an improved mainstreaming of conservation and environmental management. The institutional structure of the ministry underwent two changes, becoming the Department of National Patrimony under the purview of the Ministry of Presidency, and then becoming the Ministry of Natural Resources, as it is currently known. The Ministry of Natural Resources' objective is to develop, implement, and oversee policies for the responsible exploration, development, and utilization of natural resources, while ensuring the protection and conservation of the environment and the advancement of a green economy. This mandate is achieved or was achieved through coordination of management of our natural resources under the ministry agencies, more so the Guyana Forestry Commission, the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, and the Guyana Gold Board, and the collaboration of various stakeholders and partners throughout the extractive industry, specifically mining and forestry. Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution, I want us to reflect on the initiatives and achievements of the Ministry of Natural Resources during our tenure. Between 2017 and 2001, The ministry, in 2016, the ministry requested the assistance of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, to revise and update the Ministry of Natural Resources strategic plan, which stemmed from 2013 to 2018. And it monitors evaluation framework. The ministry since then had undergone many institutional challenges, and today we have successfully produced the strategic plan for 2017 to 2021. One of the highlights of our tenure while in office was the extractive industry transparency initiative. The Ministry of Natural Resources recommitted to a process of transparency. Clearly, this current administration knows little about transparency, which has demonstrated a national trust towards good governance to improve current ways of operation and anti-corruption compliance. To this end, during our tenure, we had approved the advancement of the EITI process. The GYEITI initiated, facilitated, and guided a process of collaborative governance and resource management by working with the state and multi-stakeholder groups. Mr. Speaker, in 2017, the government of Guyana, which was led by APNU plus AFC, became an EITI candidate, signaling to both local and international community that Guyana was serious about moving this sector forward in a transparent way. Mr. Speaker, as we look into the petroleum sector, the ministry has played an instrumental role, like I mentioned in my opening remarks, in setting the foundation for the development of the petroleum industry in Guyana through the formation of policies and legislations. And might I remind this House and the Honorable Member Dr. Ashni Singh that APNU plus AFC had led many amendments, particularly when it comes to the petroleum sector. And I can list a few. The ministry drafted and revised a suite of legislation to guide the sector, including the 1986 Petroleum Exploration and Production Act and regulations. We also looked at oil and gas policy, the local content policy, Petroleum Commission Bill, environmental regulations, health and safety regulations, petroleum and taxation. We also looked at the Sovereign Wealth Fund. The Petroleum Commission Bill was tabled in Parliament in 2018. Also in 2018, the ministry hosted its first International Petroleum Business Summit and we exhibited to the international world, to the world, that Guyana was ready and serious about investment. And that is what our legacy was built on as the APNU plus AFC. Moving on, sir. With regards to corporate social responsibility, the APNU plus AFC believes that as long as a company is benefiting from the resources of this country, they must give back. The corporate social responsibility is particularly important in the context of Guyana's green economy. The Ministry of Natural Resources developed a CSR framework that was launched in December 2016. This framework provided a guide for companies to undertake voluntary activities over and above the minimum legal requirement that ensure they operate in a socially, economically, and environmentally responsible way. Coming out of that CSR initiative, it gave birth to what we call the Youth in Natural Resources program. The Youth in Natural Resource Apprenticeship Program was birthed in 2017 under the ministry's corporate social responsibility mandate. It aimed at involving young people in the protection and preservation of Guyana's natural resources. And I must say to you, sir, for those couple of years, while the APNU plus AFC was in government, this program continued, and it opened opportunities for young people to appreciate what Guyana has to offer. And might I report to you, sir, that some of those young people currently are employed under the Ministry of Natural Resources. When it comes to environmental awareness, the Ministry of Natural Resources recognized that the initiative aligned with the mandate to ensure communities in the mining forestry districts are maintained in an environmentally responsible manner. Mr. Speaker, during the APNU plus AFC tenure, we have embarked on several environmental awareness programs. Outside of donating bins and assisting in cleanup, we have installed street lights, we have planted fruit trees, and different things. One typical example of that success that we've had within that period is the Esplanade Park there in New Amsterdam, which was resurfaced in July 2019. Mr. Speaker, in 2016, the Ministry of Natural Resources, under the APNU plus AFC government, successfully spearheaded the implementation of the ban on the importation and use of styrofoam in keeping with the government's trust to promote a green economy. That is our legacy as the APNU plus AFC. Might I also remind this House that when it comes to the compliance division, the Ministry of Natural Resources established a compliance division to assist in addressing the low compliance and adherence to the mining sector and forestry laws and regulations. And to date, this is still in effect. I must say to you and share with you, Mr. Speaker, that we have trained during our period 4 to 5 wardens, and they're currently still working. They were dispatched all over the country to ensure that these regulations that guides the mining and forestry sector are adhered to. The other thing I want to mention to you, Mr. Speaker, and this Honorable House, is that when it comes to support to the regional coordination, the Ministry of Natural Resources had hired 7 regional coordinators, which we term as RCs, to provide support in coordinating activities for the efficient delivery of the ministry's mandate. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here today, it breaks my heart to know that that division within the Ministry of Natural Resources is no longer there. All the regional coordinators have been terminated. And these regional coordinators work very closely with the NDCs and RDCs in ensuring that the mandate of the ministry was well executed. It's a very, very sad time for Guyana. In terms of capacity building, the honorable members on the government side of the House would normally always talk bad about APNU plus AFC when it comes to the sugar industry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Natural Resources, during our period, launched a collaborative project with the Gaisuka Training Center, Port Morant, to build capacity of former workers from the decommissioned estates. And these workers were trained for free, again, by the then administration, APNU plus AFC, and they were given a second chance of bettering themselves and improving their skills. These workers who were part of the decommissioned estates, they learned about basic refrigeration and basic electrical installation, motor vehicle work, and several other things. And in 2018, 86 of those participants graduated successfully, and they also moved on to studying at NATI and other institutions. That is the government of APNU plus AFC who cared about the people, of giving them another opportunity to better themselves and, of course, earn more. Mr. Speaker, I go further to say that $100 million was provided to the University of Guyana Faculty of Technology to procure equipment in geology labs, advanced curriculum development, training, outreach, and a whole host of other things. That is our legacy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to also remind this House that during the APNU plus AFC tenure under the Ministry of Natural Resources, we focused on establishing a water catchment area in Napi. What had happened during that period, during the drought season, residents at Napi and surrounding villages would suffer from extreme drought and would not have access to water. The APNU plus AFC ensured that a water catchment at Napi was built and is still functioning to service those areas. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the Guyana Forestry Commission, over the past 10 years, the forestry sector as a whole employed 20,000 persons, with approximately 4,500 persons employed in the community or community forest allocations, forest association levels. Mr. Speaker, we have seen an improvement in policy at the Guyana Forestry Commission over the years, and we've also improved in productivity as well. Mr. Speaker, as I proceed, I want to share with this honorable House that when it comes to the national forestry policy, the Ministry of Natural Resources during our period continue to update and create policies and laws regulating the conservation, management, protection, and sustainable development of the nation's patrimony and forests. As I begin to wrap up, Mr. Speaker, as part of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana policy implementation, Guyana formally entered into negotiation process with the European Union for a voluntary partnership agreement, that's the VPA, in 2012. Well, we, as the APNU, successfully negotiated the process in 2018, and we are part of what we call the Forest Law Enforcement, Government, and Trade. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to training, we have created many opportunities for our staff to be trained in various service sectors and also improved. So we focus heavily on capacity building during our period. Mr. Speaker, there are so many things that we have done as a coalition and what we will continue to do when we get back in government very, very, very soon. In terms of mining safety, there were 3 commissions of inquiries launched to investigate 7 deaths that were recorded in 2016. The COIs all recommended that GGMC institutionalize a framework to decrease the number of future accidents, right? Mr. Speaker, I wish and I hope that this current administration will pay keen attention to some of those Commission of Inquiry report so as to better mining safety within this sector. Mr. Speaker, the APNU plus AFC's legacy is long, and it will take maybe another 2 days to complete all of them. But what I can share with you is that even the Ministry of Natural Resources during the APNU plus AFC's time have contributed to hinterland road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, through a multi-stake agency approach, we were able to do the following. The notable road projects completed in 2019 was the Itibali landing to Puruni landing. Also, we have done some work at Rockstone to Mabura, Kurukupari, to Anai, Linden to Aichuni, and Aichuni to Kokwani. And also we focused on the Pine Tree landing to Amuru, I hope I'm pronouncing it right, landing, and several other projects. But this here is a testament to what our administration did, particularly for those indigenous villages across Guyana, by making sure that these roads are maintained and kept in good condition. Mr. Speaker, several environmental measures and projects underpin the work of the mining sector, and these include the mainstreaming biodiversity projects that is supported by the Global Environmental Fund, GEF, and UNDP, along with others. Mr. Speaker, another notable achievement of the APNU plus AFC was the Mining School and Training Center. The Guyana Mining School and Training Center, Inc., with the financial support from the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, has been a nexus between small and medium-scale miners and the policy of the then government. Mr. Speaker, the mining school has trained hundreds of young people from across Guyana who are currently serving in the mining sector with greater skills and capacity. Mr. Speaker, I'm coming to the oil and gas sector. Right. The possibility of Guyana having petroleum stemmed from observation from since in the 1750s by Dutch explorers. But not until 1916, the first significant effort to locate petroleum was undertaken. According to the records from the Guyana Geology and Mines Commission, 3 exploration well was drilled in 1916, and that is Guyana area of the South American country, North America. We did one in the West District, and then what was mentioned earlier in one of the speaker's presentation. Mr. Speaker, like I mentioned, and this is the third time I'm mentioning it, the APNU plus AFC laid the foundation to a successful petroleum sector. And the government of Guyana should appreciate that and give credit where it's due. Mr. Speaker, during our tenure, we have had many oil discoveries. We also introduced Guyana's first FPSO, Liza Destiny. We also worked with our stakeholders to build the Center for Local Business Development and also, again, local content policy. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the development of the natural resource sector between 2015 to 2020 has laid a solid foundation for the future advancement into a decade of development, beginning with the structural and institutional change in 2015 and the transition of environmental agencies. Efficiency has improved, allowing the ministry to concentrate on strengthening the overall work of the sector through better collaboration among agencies under its purview. Mr. Speaker, with this amendment of which the government is proposing, I would like to ask them, where is the environmental impact assessment? Where is the environmental impact assessment? We have to take into consideration all the conventions and MOUs that we have signed on to, particularly with regards to renewable energy. Might I remind the government that these are very, very important. And also we need input from stakeholders. And we must be mindful of resource curse and being dependent on this newfound wealth. What about the small man? With this bill, with this bill amendment, we see a lot of young people and small man, or what we term as poor people, suffering the most. Now, I'm fully aware that you've already identified the location, but I also want to ask you if you had considered landing that project at Pradoville too. I guess that one went over their heads. We cannot allow to miss any steps, and that is why we have to take our time, especially when we are setting the foundation for others to follow, like our children and our great-grandchildren. Who is the true beneficiary of this amendment? As my colleague would have mentioned earlier, the honorable member Holder, right? It's the same nature of the PPP to look out for the private sector and not for their own people. Mr. Speaker, the PPP is seeking to insert themselves into the oil sector. While they will claim it's an oversight, what this amendment really does is allow them to control the sector. And that is what my honorable friend Ramjatan always mentioned, control freakism. Mr. Speaker, it gives the minister the power to approve or disapprove permission via the new licensing system. It puts too much power in one man's hand. And mind you, I believe that if you have a collective input, you will have a greater result. On the other hand, what mainly concerns us as the opposition is that there will be no level playing field for everyone to benefit from this new amendment. It seems as if the PPP will give their supporters the benefit of whatever has to be shared. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, in its current form, I cannot support this amendment, but propose that it be forwarded to a special select committee for review and allow for greater inclusion. Later on, I know there are some amendments that we are proposing as well. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Deodat Indar, to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I stand before you to support my two colleagues that came before me, Minister Vikram Bharat and Minister Ashley Singh, Dr. Ashley Singh. Mr. Speaker, I would try my best to respond to the honorable member who just left the podium. But I'll try, but I have to, because I do not want that to be the last record. But he says that the legacy of the APNU was with the honorable member, Devon Sears. I'm obliged to say the honorable member, Mr. Devon Sears, who said that the legacy of the APNU rests with, one, the Petroleum Commission bill that they put before the Parliament then, two, local content policy, three, natural resource fund, four, this 66-page Petroleum Act that I have here in my hand, and he sought to say something about an MOU about renewable energy. Now, when they were in government, Mr. Speaker, I was in the private sector. I was the president of the Chamber of Commerce at the time. I can tell you, the first thing is that the Petroleum Commission bill was a 29-page document that put powers in one single minister's hand like was an Idi Amin setup. It was the worst piece of legislation to ever be fabricated and put before any National Assembly. And it went to a select committee, and it was thrown out of that select committee under the last parliament where they were in government. The second thing was the local content. I staked 2 years of my presidency in the Chamber of Commerce fighting for local content. I was the first person to start fighting for local content. I saw 3 drafts from the APNU government, 3 drafts, all 3 of them wary, full of things that should not be in there. The last one that they came was limited in scope. None of them made a signature. Nobody from the APNU AFC put a signature to a local content. It remained in draft for 5 long years. The third thing is the Natural Resource Fund that my brother, Dr. Ashley Singh, mentioned earlier. It was passed on January 3rd of 2019, a few days after the no confidence motion was passed. January 3rd, Natural Resource Fund with some calculation in there about corridors and about investing in securities and derivatives, things that governments don't get into. Governments don't invest taxpayers' money into derivatives. Derivatives are instruments. They're not blue chip companies, but yet the legislation had that in it. It had things about corridors of spending. Natural Resource Fund legislation or sovereign wealth fund legislation any across the globe. You look at it, the man in the street must be able to understand it. And I'm a seasoned, multi-designated chartered accountant, and I couldn't understand what they put in there. Full stop. Full stop. Because you cannot, the persons who wrote it, there were some Guyanese that were in part writing that legislation, caps off to you, but it did not speak to managing sovereign wealth fund. It did not speak to managing. That is why it is passed. The monies are in the Federal Reserve Bank in New York, as Minister Vikram said, but it's not a legislation that can manage a fund that is supposed to take care of Guyana's future. Moving on, he talked about the Petroleum Act. This is a 66-page document. Never once before was any amendment made to this document. Never once before. All you keep hearing is about review and review and review. This 2-page document put forward by the Honorable Minister Vikram Bharat will change the entire legislation. It is one single section, 52, that will give the minister the powers that's needed to make the gas to shore project a reality. You cannot, Mr. Speaker, I believe the opposition members believe that we can build this gas to shore plant on a house lot. It cannot be built on a house lot. It needs proper planning. It needs place for massive expansion as you put it down and develop it in phases. So for the honorable member to say they're staking their legacy on those 4 or 5 items, I believe that you should rethink that. I also want to talk about what the honorable member Vintroy Charwin Holder said. Charwin Holder said that we always believe in 50% and 50%, and he said we have that. I want to remind the honorable member about another number, another percentage, 67%. 67% is the amount of increase in taxes from 2014 to 2020. That is the increase in taxes from the base year. When we were in government, we took in maximum $135 billion in taxes. When you all left government, it was $226 billion, a 67% increase. That's another number. I want you all to understand. You can't hide that, honorable member. The Bank of Guyana statistics have the numbers in there for anyone to see. If anybody in this country or in the diaspora wants to know the numbers, let it just go on the Bank of Guyana website and look for the statistics, and they will see the increases. 67%, you all push your hands in people's pocket. He talks about jobs. Listen to this. He talks about jobs. The honorable member spoke about jobs. Let me give you another number, 1,700. 1,700 people you all fire from Wales. And you're talking about jobs? 1,700, that is just Wales alone. We ain't talking about the rest. We ain't talking about the 1,972 CSO workers that you all push off. Don't talk about things we all don't have answers for. The answers are you go and look on the ground, you will see the people them without work. You depress the entire community. You all depress the entire community. Wales Development Authority is the answer for industrialization. Mr. Speaker, I want to create a scenario here, and I want to put the facts. When I heard the clerk pray this morning, he said from the depths of truth. So let me give you some truths. Mr. Speaker, I want the opposition member to understand. The GPL uses but 1.1 million barrels of HFO. That is heavy fuel oil. It costs them 90 million US per annum. 90 million. This morning, Mr. Speaker, Brent crude was about $70 per barrel. $70 per barrel. That is transferred to the consumers. That cost is transferred to consumers. Mr. Speaker, GPL, the power company, have 210,000 accounts. On every given month, 15,000 disconnection orders is coming out of that. It means 15,000 people can't pay the bill or something is happening there, but disconnection orders go out, right? So here is it, you have a project that will reduce costs for energy by 50%, cutting people's bills in half, and you have members of the opposition saying that it's not a good project and they're not voting for it and they're not supporting it. So as the minister, Dr. Ashley Singh said, if you vote against this project, you're voting against cutting people's energy costs by half. That is what it really comes down to. Mr. Speaker, the Wales Development Authority, you will have industrialized area, heavy industrial, commercial, and so on. It is designed for development. Region 3, love that development. We want that development. It will put jobs back into the area, something that you all took away. Mr. Speaker, something that the AP and you took away. Not you, I was speaking to the Speaker. Something that the AP and you took away. And you all, that is your record. You cannot hide from it. It is your record. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk a little about cost and industrialization. Industrialization have different phases. We have to monetize the gas and bring it into energy so that our people benefit. That is what we want. That is what we will do. That is what will happen with this project. This amendment is another step in that direction. Industrialization, we cannot come back 5 years from now and talk about industrialization whilst the gas is being wasted. You need to monetize the gas. If you look at countries like Ghana and all of those who have oil and gas resources, monetization of the gas is the first thing they went to. It is the first rational and economical thing to go to, and that is why our government is doing that. The cost, I understand the honorable member Holder talking about costs, and a $900 million project will cost $4.5 million per megawatt installed. I don't think that the honorable member understands financing. When you take, number one, the cost is only determined by competitive bidding. Upon competitive bidding, then you understand the true cost. And then that is then calculated in the cost per installed megawatt of power. Then you amortize that over the life of the project, whether it's 20 years, 30 years. And that is coming down very cheaply, very cheaply. Right now, Mr. Speaker, for us to generate, the full cost of generation of power at Guyana Power and Light is 29 cents. This project is between 4 to 6 cents as the Vice President said already. 4 to 6 cents. So where is the argument on finances? Where is this argument about finances? It is literally chalk and cheese. Chalk and cheese you're comparing here. 29 cents is against 4 to 6 cents. We're talking about. Mr. Speaker, I want to talk about competition and the uses of energy and the uses of cheap energy. Everybody, the manufacturing sector, an institution that I was part of, the manufacturing sector cannot move forward. I worked for a manufacturing company for 16 long years. I can tell you that energy costs represent 17 to 19% of your production costs. Energy costs. And they run on LFO, light fuel oil. Most of them run on light fuel oil. Very few of them run on heavy fuel oil. But it represents a significant sum of the cost of producing items. So one, that cost is transferred to the consumer. Two, you cannot even go market your business in another country. Because when you go, your margins are so slim, you can't make money. Because the competition is producing in states that have lower cost of energy. And it makes our people, our manufacturing sector, those who produce items in Guyana, very expensive. This project is intended to reduce that, so that people, when they go and they go to export, they have more competitive advantage. The manufacturing companies in Guyana, all of the commercial operation, cold storage facility, every single body looks forward for cheaper energy. It is something that has plagued our country in millennia. So for now, for us to go forward with this project, and you're getting from the opposition benches, Mr. Speaker, the negatives, and talking about things that MOUs with renewables and so, is just fluff and flurry on the outskirts of the conversation. The conversation is about energy and how do you bring down the cost and how do we make it reliable. And this project is in the center of it. I also want to talk about cost of production, a little more. Cost of production in Guyana, depending on what you're making, it incorporates into it raw materials costs, a number of items that you put into the making of the product, the freight costs, because most of the items we bring from overseas and we put together and we manufacture. So the number of counts of freight costs plus the raw material costs added together gives you the final product. But then you have your machine costs and your energy and so on. Energy costs at any level of production, whether it's a small farm, whether it's somebody cutting meat, whether it's somebody using a normal refrigerator selling ice cream, whether it's a massive facility, energy cost remains the biggest impediment. Mr. Speaker, a lot of our people do farming. Minister Ashley touched on it. A lot of our people do farming. Every time you go and you do a financial analysis of any kind of processing facility to deal with farm produce, either by canning it, processing it, packaging it, the cost of energy makes the venture an unfeasible one. That is why we haven't had one working properly in Guyana so far. With the cost of energy going down, farmers, multiple farmers will benefit from it. Because things like canning facilities and packaging facilities will become more competitive now. They will become more financially feasible. Because when you do your net present value analysis, you will see that the cost of energy is one of the main impediments. Net present value, sir, means the cost of your outflow and you have your inflow, the net present value of it, which is your real income, energy cost wipes it away. So when you do cash flow analysis, and you would know that cash have economic power over profit, when you do your cash flow analysis, you'll find that energy cost, if it's reduced, the project becomes more viable. Any investment banker will look at it and say, yes, I will lend you the money, or I'll finance your project. But if you have one where the cash flow is negative, you have a net negative NPV, nobody's lending you anything. Nobody wants to deal with you. Mr. Speaker, I heard one of the members, and I believe is Honorable Sherwin Holder, talk about the Amelia Falls, the Amelia project, the hydro project. And I have to answer, 165 megawatts of power, in addition to the 300 megawatts plant that's going to be put in for gas ashore, will take you about 465. It is somewhere in the projection that GPL has for power demand over the next couple of years. It is somewhere in that vicinity to deal with the power demand. We cannot continue with the 16 HFO engines that we have, and we're going to add 5 more in the coming days. 21 HFO engines we have. We cannot continue expanding the electricity sector driven by HFO. It needs to be cheaper and cleaner. And I know that there are reports in the media where the Honorable Member Patterson was talking about the gas to shore project when they were in government, and talking about how clean and is the best option and so on. So to come back here and hear them talking about it's not good and it's I want to say to the honorable members on the other side, Mr. Speaker, that this project is good for all Guyana, not half of Guyana, all Guyana. This project will transform the competitiveness of this nation's business. Right? They're talking about the Amelia Falls project. I want to go back to that project. That project is now gone out for RFP, and we have had a lot of interest in it, in excess of 10 so far, of persons who are interested in that project. The model of the project has changed significantly from the one that they had before, but the feasibility and all the studies and all the hard groundwork, everything is still there and remains a constant. The only thing is that in the previous time, the soft cost was 22% of the total project cost. With interest rates down now, right now interest rate is LIBOR plus 0.11 in the Eurozone. It is very low financing. The cost of that project is now going to be reduced significantly because of the cost of financing now. So that project is now something on the front burner for our government, and that also will add to the energy mix. Speaking about renewables, the Honorable Member Devon Sears talked about renewables and MOU on renewables. Mr. Speaker, using the GRIF funds, our government has already embarked in 33 megawatts of power using renewables. So all of these different aspects of energy generation will supply the demand of Guyana in the future. But we have to use all of them in a mix. It can't be all or nothing. I didn't hear that earlier. I heard a lot of we didn't agree. Mr. Speaker, I just want to conclude my remarks by saying that the section that we are amending, section 52 of the principal legislation, and the subsection that we are inserting in here is to give the minister the required power for protection. It is for protection of a couple of things: safety of operation. The margin of safety where the pipeline will go, you need to make sure that margin of safety is maintained, and that persons, the communities that you will go through, persons are not affected negatively. For you to do that, the minister needs to be empowered to do what he must to get the pipeline onshore. When it lands from the foreshore, onshore, taking it to the plant. And that is what this amendment is for the protection and the safety of residents in the various communities. So, Mr. Speaker, without me further doing, I support this amendment, and I'm asking the other side, this project is good for all of Guyana, and you should support this project. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Very much, Honorable Member, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson, to make her contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, allow me personally to express to honorable members and staff of the National Assembly my deepest commiserations to those who have lost loved ones. I pray for their souls to rest in eternal peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise from the opposition side of this House to add my contributions to the debate on the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill, Bill number 14 of 2021, tabled and read for the first time on August 3rd, 2021. I commend my colleagues who came before and robustly argued on this bill, and I do support the points advanced by them. Sir, while I do agree that many of our laws need reviewing and amending to suit current day activities, my concern with this bill is the rush or the haste to have this bill passed before the National Assembly goes into recess, without the possibility of a public consultation. Since one of the subsections for insertion touches on the rights of persons who are either owners or occupiers of land. My colleague, Honorable David Patterson, coming after me, will address the technical side of the amendments. Leading up to the tabling of this bill, Mr. Speaker, experts both in oil and the environment have publicly written warning the regime on the requirements to re-inject, utilize natural gas, makes gas to shore pipeline not economically viable. And I'm quoting here from Dr. Janet Bolkan, carried in Kaicher News, August 7th, 2021. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? Let me remind you and this honorable House, the People's Progressive Party, while in government, pre-May 2015, was forewarned on the following projects. The scaled-down modernization projects. Did they yield to the advice? No, sir. The Berbice Bridge crossing. Did they yield to the advice? No, sir. The Charity Wharf. Did they yield to the advice? No, sir. This particular wharf ended up floating away. For the purpose of my presentation, I will focus my attention on points made by earlier speakers and Section 2A as the proposed amendment. The first speaker on the other side of the House, sir, Honorable Barrett. In one of his points, he said that the regime has not spent any monies from the Natural Resources Fund, which has an accumulated sum of $436 million US. But Mr. Speaker, what the honorable member failed to tell this House, which I will remind this House and Guyanese, that the regime early in the year increased both the external and internal or the domestic debt ceiling. The external debt ceiling from $400 billion to $650 billion, and the internal or the domestic ceiling from $150 million to $150 billion to $500 billion, respectively. May I also remind members of this House, the budgets passed by the APNU government, our total deficit was $92 billion over the last 5 years from 2015 to 2020. Comrade Leader, Comrade Chairman, as compared to this regime being in office, just under 2 years, their total budget deficits for 2020 and 2021 now stands at a tune of over 200 billion Guyana dollars. And they continue to borrow at the perils of taxpayers. The unanswered question, why the hesitancy of not fulfilling what the Natural Resources Act addresses? That is, the establishment of the relevant committees in order to access funds from the Natural Resources Fund. The honorable member touched on the issue of transparency and accountability. I will boldly say that this is another DNA of the regime of which I will not seek to waste my time on. The other point the honorable member raised, Mr. Speaker, he said to us that there is an environmental studies and technical assessments being done. What we have not heard from the honorable member, Mr. Speaker, what are the cost implications for these studies, and when the studies are likely to be completed and made public? I now touch on the points raised by the second speaker, the Honorable Dr. Ashley Singh. Transformational projects, which we will see hundreds and thousands of jobs for Guyanese to benefit. But, Comrade Speaker, this is not something new to Guyanese hearing. As my colleague rightfully said earlier, the PPPC regime is all about hoodwinking Guyanese, because pre-May 2015, we all heard about the transformational projects, and we never saw any of these projects coming into fruition under the People's Progressive Party Civic. The other point the honorable member made, Mr. Speaker, is that of dictatorship. May I remind the honorable member, it was his party, led by Mr. Jagdeo, the honorable member, who is not in the House here today, forced his way to ensure that a no-confidence motion was passed and supported by a member against the then coalition government. It wasn't the coalition that dictated the Police Service Commission who should and must be promoted to positions above their entitlement. It wasn't the coalition who dictated the local government commission who should be the interim town clerk. It is not the coalition saying to our people, get mandatory vaccination without providing adequate and timely information on the vaccines. It is not the coalition refusals to sit on any state board or the national task force on the fight against COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, APNU AFC, the honorable member made the point that APNU AFC holding on to power after March 2nd, 2021. Since 2021, since it seems to me that this is a favorite chorus of the honorable member. Mind you, he wasn't here between 2015 to 2020, but every time he is given the opportunity to speak, this is his line of chorus. The honorable member spoke to the issue of vulgarity. We saw who were the vulgar ones on March 5th, 2021. Returning officers, returning officers, Region number 4 was stormed. The office of the returning officer of Region number 4 was stormed, not by the APNU AFC, but by the People's Progressive Party Civic, who were hungry to ensure that they gained political power. We saw the storming of school buses in Region number 5, where innocent lives were being transported, burning of vehicles in the region, and also Lusignan on the east coast of Demerara, where law enforcement officers were injured in the process, causing the lives of innocent ones to pass on. APNU AFC will remain, this is another point made by the other member, that APNU AFC will remain in opposition for another 50 years. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Honorable has to be the supreme being to determine the political fate of the coalition. This is not your call. The other point the Honorable member spoke to is that of the Amylas Fall. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable member accused the coalition for its anti-support on this project. The member should be reminded that it was not the coalition in opposition or in government caused this project to fail. This project was riddled with corruption. Initially, the project was tagged at $15 million. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? The final cost of this project cost taxpayers over $45 million. And may I remind the honorable members on that side of the House of the many PPPC's problematic projects. And I think some of my former colleagues, they would have alluded to some of these projects. But this is what the honorable leader of the opposition then, Mr. David Granger, said on September the 25th, 2013. All major projects flawed. Something has to and will be done. And this is what he had to say, Mr. Speaker. The politician noted that the suite of flawed projects include the Amylas project, the Amylas hydroelectric project, the Skeldon Sugar Factory project, the Marriott Hotel, the One Laptop Per Family program, the e-governance, the fiber optic cable, and the Chedijagon International Expansion project. These were indeed troubling projects under the People's Progressive Party Civic, which, comrade leader, never saw the end of day. Mr. Speaker, the other point the honorable member raised was the Demerara Harbour Bridge project. In their usual fashion, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC likes to sell wild and imaginary dreams to Guyanese. Prior to them leaving office in May of 2015, they told Guyanese of the new Demerara Bridge, but what they did not say or share with us was the feasibility study done by them. It was done by the coalition in its 5 years in office. And may it be known, Mr. Speaker, it was never the coalition's decision to determine the final location of the bridge to favor friends, families, or cronies. Sir, there were two possible sites: New Hope on the east bank of Demerara and the Houston area, identified, and it was the consultants with public consultations who provided the better option where the bridge should be located. Mr. Speaker, before this honorable assembly, I have a copy of the coalition's infrastructural development plan, Plan 2017 to 2025, presented by the Honorable David Patterson, the then Minister of Public Infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the new Demerara Harbor Bridge, this is what happened. The feasibility study was done by Livensico Company, and it was completed in 2017. The study has determined that a three-lane low-level bridge with a movable part in the most feasible solution at the Houston Versailles location. The new bridge has an estimated construction period of 22 months. Also, the estimated cost for this bridge and its access roads would have cost us in excess of $150 million US. So when the PPPC regime installed, however they were placed into government, they would have met a complete feasibility study concerning the new Demerara Harbor Bridge. So for the honorable member to come to this National Assembly and to say to us all here and to Guyanese by extension that, well, look, we in the APN, some of my colleagues had a better option where to have this bridge placed is far from the truth, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, this regime is now months into office, and we continue to hear about tenders being out for the new Demerara Bridge and where they're likely to receive, and be open. But the big question here, Mr. Speaker, has a new design or a feasibility study done to determine type, size, location, and the waterbed? But, Comrade Speaker, I need to turn our attention to an article carried in the online newspaper by Demerara Waves, where the headline is, and I quote, "Guyana has not borrowed from Islamic Bank, but US 900 million is available." And this was according to the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Winston Jordan, following comments or utterances made by the honorable member who is not in the National Assembly here today, Mr. Bharat Jagdeo. And this is what the Honorable Minister of Finance said then. The Ministry of Finance on Saturday said Guyana has not borrowed any money from the Islamic Development Bank, but could potentially tap into a total of US 900 million in loans and grants. Guyana has not received any loans from the Islamic Development Bank, the Finance Ministry said, after opposition leader Barra Jagdeo criticized government for borrowing US 900 million from the ISDB as reported in sections of the media. Contrary to that conclusion, the ISDB has a resource envelope of US 900 million that is potentially available from which the government of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana can borrow, the ministry added. And this is what Mr. Jordan said while he was addressing the 43rd annual meeting of the ISDB group. And I quote him, "The current package of potential projects consisting of proposed grant and loan operations is valued at approximately 900 million US dollars. The government is currently, and I repeat, the government is currently in the process of designing projects to commence accessing some portions of the ISDB resources," unquote. But, Comrade Speaker, this is what the leader, the then leader of the opposition said. This failed approach, because remember, as I said earlier, he was accusing the David Granger-led administration of borrowing monies without the possible feasibility studies for the various projects. And this is what the then leader of the opposition said. This failed approach to national economic management was tried in the past. It led to a bankrupt country and resulted in devastating consequences for our people. I am sure everyone would recall that the external debt was over 900% of GDP in 1992, which was reduced to 36% of GDP in 2015. They plan to double it again within it should be probably 5 years, said Jagdeo as a former Minister of Finance. But, Comrade Speaker, he went on to say further. He said borrowing without feasibility studies and spending haphazardly with no vision or plan, particularly in the wasteful and corrupt manner that is now the hallmark of the Granger-led administration, will not solve the economic malaise that we face, but lead to pawning the well-being of current and future generations of Guyana. Now, Comrade Leader, Comrade Speaker, sorry. I don't know why I keep referring to you as the leader. But, Comrade Speaker, this is not, Comrade Speaker, this is not strange to our hearing, because what we are seeing today is that the regime continues to speak about these transformational projects, but what we don't see is the actual feasibility of these projects that will cost the taxpayers. So, Comrade Leader, Comrade Speaker, I wish to now turn my attention to the second proposed amendment of the bill before the National Assembly. That is the 14th bill of 2021. And I have a concern with regards to the explanation given in the explanatory memorandum. That is, the bill also seeks to amend section 52 by inserting new subsections 2A and 2B. Subsection 2A provides that the minister may obtain written consent from any landowner or lawful occupier of private land. Currently, only a licensee may obtain written consent from the lawful occupier of private land. Comrade Speaker, I do have a concern where this particular subsection is, because the ordinary Guyanese will not gain to benefit from what is to come. I say this to say, Comrade Speaker, is that if a gentleman has a portion of land there on the West Bank and he's doing agriculture, and he wants, one of the oil companies approached him to probably lease the land. Why is it that I, being the title holder of that land, should now write to the Minister of Natural Resources asking him to grant concession or permission for me to lease what is rightfully mine? So, Comrade Leader, I can only describe this. I can only describe this, Comrade Speaker, as a move of corrupt practices, that's one, to control ordinary Guyanese lands, and also ordinary people will not gain to benefit from this. And you know that, Comrade? You know that because if you have 5 persons who now apply to the minister for consent to lease the lands, and believe you me, 3 happens to be their friends or their families and their cronies, by right, the 3 will get the green light, and the other 2 persons, they will not. So, Comrade Leader, Comrade Speaker, I do believe that the bill should not be passed in its current format. I know that we do have proposed amendments by my colleague, the Honorable David Patterson, who is seeking to have 4 amendments made to the current bill before us here, which I think, Comrade Leader, is reasonable, because I recall, whilst serving as Minister at Public Infrastructure and the Ministry, I think the Ministry of Public Works, they were conducting some sea defense work out in Essequibo there in region number 2. And I can tell you this, Comrade Speaker, where the project was, it caused tremendous damages to property, to private residents. And that person came, she met both myself and Minister Patterson. We guided her what should be done, because it was a matter engaging the then government, which the then minister failed to address. So what we were able to do, Comrade Speaker, is that we were able to conduct an assessment, have the technical officers conduct an assessment, and determine what compensation that family was entitled to. So that we were able to do. So, Mr. Speaker, with the proposed amendments by my honorable colleague, the Honorable David Patterson, which the bill does not currently cater for, I think these amendments are reasonable, because we cannot just want to occupy persons' land without not providing them with a compensation. So I call on my colleagues on the opposite side of the House to support our amendments. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I cannot give my support to the proposed amendments in its current form and join my colleagues on this side of the House calling on the regime to adopt the proposed amendments by my colleagues, Honorable David Patterson, mover, and seconded by Honorable Hemraj Rajkumar, to be included prior to the passage of this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Now call on the Honorable Minister Bishop One Edgehill to make his contribution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my support to the Honorable Vikram Bharat, Minister of Natural Resources, as he presented to this House Bill number 14 of 2021, Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021. And to say, sir, I stand in full support of this amendment. And I would like to advance the following reasons for giving my support. And while I advance those reasons, I will take the opportunity to rebut some of the fallacies that were sold in this August Assembly this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I would have believed that we all would have come here this afternoon, this morning, now afternoon, with some sense of national pride that Guyana is making a turn, that Guyana is realizing a dream that could ensure prosperity for all of our people. I would have thought that this particular amendment that basically creates the architecture and creates the framework to facilitate a major developmental project, which is bringing gas to shore to ensure power generation, electricity, and all of the spin-off effects and benefits would be supported by all. I did recall reading, Mr. Speaker, while I performed the duties as shadow for the public infrastructure sector then, that the person who held office in 2019, August 17th of 2019, it is recorded in the Kaichor News, government to go green with a 188 megawatt natural gas power plant. Now, it is clear that somebody was whispering in the dark, or somebody was not fully sincere about what they were saying. That this morning I sat when the first speaker that spoke from the opposition benches said they can't support this bill which is basically clearing the way for a gas to shore and power generation project that will not do 188 megawatts, Mr. Speaker, but 250 megawatts. What is going on in this house? The point is, when you say something, mean it. Stop telling people things that you don't mean, and when the rubber hits the road, you come here and pontificate as if you were sincere when you never intended to do what is good for Guyana. That is the point. Mr. Speaker, I was part, I think it was of the 10th Parliament, when the 165 megawatt Amalia hydroelectricity program did not receive the National Assembly's support because the then members, APNU plus AFC combined in opposition, failed to support a clause that will pave the way for Guyana to have its dream realized. I remember in that debate, members of the governing side at that time, even with a one-seat minority, we indicated that cheap, reliable, and renewable electricity is a dream that dated way back even into the years of then President Burnham. And even though those arguments were made, the group of people who claimed to have upheld Burnham's legacy and support Burnham's vision and dream turned around and killed it. So what they're seeking to do by their utterances in this house today, they killed Burnham's dream for 165 megawatt electricity plant that we were doing at Amalia, that they want to now even kill their own dream. Kill the dream that they were having of 188 megawatts because they are not in office to execute it. This is what is called and best described as infantile politics, petty politics. Mr. Speaker, I just listened to the Honorable Member Annette Ferguson, and she went through a number of narratives, and one of the things that she said is that the people of Guyana cannot believe and trust the word of the PPPC. Mr. Speaker, while we are speaking here, thousands of Guyanese parents are smiling and saying thank you for receiving their Because We Care cash grant. And I went there to make a particular point. Because in 2014, when the PPPC introduced this initiative, because it was so much progressive and embraced by all, the then opposition went after it. And in 2015, when they had an opportunity to govern, they killed it. The people didn't get any money in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, but they're having it now in 2021. And what's the point, sir? What's the point? When the question was asked, why do you stop it? We don't have fiscal space. We can't find the money. But it's unsustainable. But without a cent of oil revenues, the PPPC has found fiscal space, and we are currently giving back to the people of Guyana $3.25 billion in this program. Who can the people of Guyana trust? The reason why we are in government is because they trusted us and they voted for us. And even though they voted for us, you sought for 5 months. You sought for 5 months to change the tide by spinning narratives under a big tent right out here, and the people know that your stories don't add up. So don't come here and tell people about who they believe and who they don't believe. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Member Ferguson spoke about the Demerara Harbor Bridge. I don't know why would an honorable member open up herself and her colleagues for such ridicule in an atmosphere like this. The Demerara Harbor Bridge that she was talking about, Mr. Speaker, may I remind, was the subject of an investigation by the Public Procurement Commission. The report is part of the archives of this National Assembly. They have been weighed in the balances and found wanting. Mr. Speaker, the Demerara Harbor Bridge that the honorable member spoke about created the environment for the then ministers and the administration to raid the asphalt plant account with a cabinet decision for 153 million, but instead withdrew from that account 213 million. That is what happened. Yes. And I don't need to go back to the case that it is in that environment of raiding the asphalt plant account that bangles, bed sheets, and television sets and personal effects were purchased.
Honorable members to the right and left of me, Honorable Member Ms. Ferguson, Honorable Member Mr. McCoy, please, you're on the left and right ears of the Speaker. Honorable Minister, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I notice the honorable members begging for mercy, but you do not come to this house and put out fallacies and don't want them to be corrected. Mr. Speaker, this amendment, perhaps at this time, 1 year after the PPPC is elected, Mr. Speaker, the question was asked, why the rush? Yes, Ms. Ferguson asked that. The honorable member, why the rush? I don't know that development delayed is an achievement. I never knew that development delayed could be described as an achievement or failed promises. I thought that things implemented is what we are looking for. But I could answer Ms. Ferguson and tell her, why the rush? Guyanese are impatient and they are tired of the situation where we have, which my honorable colleague, Mr. Deodat Indar, indicated, inadequate power supply. We need reliable and cheap electricity to catapult Guyana's development to the next level. I will then answer Mr. Ramjatan, honorable member, who asked the question, when Minister Indar was speaking, the problem is the location. But let me answer location issue now. There were about 20 locations that were studied as potential places for the gas to shore project. There was an evaluation criteria that was used. And in the final analysis, 2 locations were ranked most suitable. It wasn't Clonbrook. It was Ogle, behind Eccles, and Wales. It wasn't Clonbrook, where people were prospecting on acquiring lands to get a windfall. Wales was selected due to the low risk of flooding, relatively low cost of land, suitability for planned development, and it was a location away from population centers. And its ability to expand and to be able to facilitate the overall economics. So the issue of location and the choosing of Wales was not whimsical. And a lot of this are available to honorable members of the opposition, since during their tenure in office, they knew of some of this very same information, but they wanted it to land at a particular place. Mr. Speaker, we want to put on record that the oil and gas sector, with all of the opportunities that it presents for Guyana's development, it's not a standalone approach as it relates to our idea of development. It's not the only sector. It is one of several sectors. It's a new and emerging sector. With an oil and gas to shore project, apart from getting electricity, and my colleague, the Honorable Vikram Bard, spoke to that, the possibilities of fertilizers being made, proteins, to develop other industries that are already in existence, including the agricultural sector, of which I'm sure the Honorable Member Zulfikar Mustafa would lend his support. We are going in the direction of plantation agriculture. We have in this House brought incentive mechanisms by way of budget measures to facilitate the planting of corn and soybean. The urea that is needed to cultivate rice in the intermediate savannas, the practicality of utilizing of more of our lands will become a reality once we could get this project in place and we could start through the petrochemical downstreaming activity get to these things. So I thought I will put that on record. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak to the issue of transparency. I want to bring to the attention of this honorable House that in all of our national newspapers, the Ministry of Natural Resources have advertised and have told the whole world what we intend to do at Wales and have invited expressions of interest. And you know why I'm bringing this up, sir? Because what we are doing here today is not a backroom deal that we're trying to push through the parliament before the recess, as somebody is trying to suggest. This is evidence of a government practicing transparency and making it known and inviting the world to participate. Mr. Speaker, over the weekend, we tabled and gazetted the acquisition of lands for public purposes, the gas pipeline route, or the 2021, which was signed by yours truly. It is circulated for all members here, sir. The area is clearly stated. And in case any of the members had any doubts about where we were going and who we're trying to benefit, that kind of language should have never surfaced here today if they had taken time to read this. If they had just read this, sorry, sir, more than 90% of the lands that would have to be surveyed and examined and where the route of the pipeline will pass are already state lands. What we are seeking to do, sir, is to ensure where there are any private lands, that there is a fair, transparent, and accountable process, that one, people will not be in danger, and secondly, wherever lands have to be acquired, people are fairly compensated and not bullied out of their property. And that is the assurance I want to give the nation this afternoon, that with this gas to shore project, no citizen will be bullied, no citizen's land will be taken away. But if for any chance their lands have to be utilized, the Constitution will be upheld, where there will be what? Acquisition based upon fair price. So we don't have an issue of issuing orders to acquire land, and then a member of the party that did that order then have to come and go to court to fight to get that order rescinded, as in the case of then Ambassador to Canada, our High Commissioner to Canada, while she was away. This is not bullyism and dictatorship. Mr. Speaker, this debate here today, I would have anticipated it that it would have been of a very high order, with contributions seeking to strengthen, to protect, and to put in all the safety mechanisms to ensure that we get on with Guyana's development, and we do it in such a way that is to the benefit of all the people. But what we have, sir, is contributions coming from a group that have presided over failure, incompetence, mismanagement, and maladministration, coming to lecture this House about what should be done and what should not be done when they had 5 years to do it and they did nothing. Before I close by giving my support to this bill, I want to remind honorable members of this House, Guyana's transformation will not be stalled, delayed, or derailed by fictitious, fallacious, and unfounded arguments and statements made by people who lack credibility and integrity. Guyana's development will be advanced by visionary, hard-working, pragmatic leaders who are learning, prepared to take advice, and do what is good for Guyana. And that group is in the PPPC and its administration. Mr. Speaker, everything that we are doing, we are engaging the stakeholders. We are talking to the people. We are benefiting from views. I was disappointed with a comment that I heard about someone, I think it was the Honorable Member Ferguson, who was talking about the private sector. Mr. Speaker, I am amazed that up until now we don't understand. The government of Guyana at the time, we bit the bullet and we did the Marriott Hotel. You know what is the spin-off effects? We have international hotels are coming to Guyana now because we were able to achieve a branded hotel by Marriott. Other investments are coming. The Demerara Harbor Bridge, which we are talking about.
Honorable Member, Mr. McCoy, the shut up is unparliamentary. I'm hearing you in my right ear. Go ahead, Honorable Minister.
The Demerara Harbor Bridge is not at the stage where it is embroiled in a feasibility study that was the subject of ridicule for the process of which it went about and questionable financing. Let me tell the House where it is at. It is at the stage for financing proposals, which are coming in by October 3rd. And that was because of process. Process. We went through process. We went out and told the world we want to build a bridge. Several companies, I think 18 companies, submitted bids. And out of that, a number were pre-qualified, and they're at the stage for closure. We told the world that we're going to build a bridge across the Quarantine River in conjunction with Suriname. 42 international firms from 26 nations are participating in that process. Mr. Speaker, a highway that we left to be built, to be funded by India, that nothing was done for 5 years, it is now at the stage of financing proposals since we already have the pre-qualified contractors. You know what I'm trying to tell you, Mr. Speaker? While others might want to say that nothing is happening, in the last 1 year, Guyana has moved. Guyana's development is sure. Guyana's progress is there. The people of Guyana are dreaming again. They have hope. There is light in their eyes. They can see where we are going. And this project, which I call upon all members of this House this afternoon to support, is one such project that will bring us to the next level of transformation, development, and ultimate prosperity. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. David Patterson, to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, good evening, good afternoon to you. Mr. Speaker, I join with my colleagues in questioning the purpose of this amendment at this particular time. What are the issues that would have arisen which caused the government to bring this amendment on this, the last sitting of this session? Why the rush? Why the rush? Why the rush, sir? Sir, the explanatory memorandum, which is meant to explain the aims and operations of the statute and provide members of parliament and other readers of the bill with a clear explanation of each clause, states that this is to give the government, that the government has oversight over the exercise of the licensee's rights over private land. Mr. Speaker, that could be the furthest from the truth. This, sir, is a bill for them to have control over the rights of private members to enjoy the usage of their legally occupied land. And I'll get to that, to that, but I want to say up front, having lost the case with NISIL for the lands in Wales, where the Chief Justice determined that the lands there are legally leased and occupied by the lessees, they came, that is why we have, that is the genesis of this bill, sir. The previous speaker, the Minister of Work, said 90% of the lands are already state-owned, sir. This is the bill for the 10%. Because they know they're going to lose the case on appeal, and even if they want to waste time to go to the CCJ. So they're not even worried about that. They're bringing this bill, sir. And they're bringing this bill, and they're to counteract that and to deprive persons that are legally occupying the lands, of their beneficial rights to occupy it free and without persuasion. Sir, that is the reason why this bill is here. But I'll get into that in a minute, sir. But sir, if this government would like to talk about greater oversight as an explanatory memorandum, and if this government wants this country to take them seriously, they should start fulfilling their existing obligations. Sir, they can start, sir, by releasing Alison Redford's report on the review of the Payara environmental permit. They can start, sir, by releasing the Bay Fair's report. These are reports that said the government used to grant the environmental permit for Payara. Those are things, sir, you want a country to take you seriously. You are willing and you're open for transparency and good governance and oversight. Those are the simple things that we should have done.
Mr. Speaker, they should release what new studies they would have done for this Wales gas to shore project. Because the entire country is awaiting this new information. Sir, all we heard, sir, from the minister, that there are ongoing studies. But why would you commit a country to $900 million, just the pipeline? I'm not going to all the rest, just the pipeline. Why would you commit a country to $900 million and you haven't even completed the study? Sir, when we were in government, they made hay. We did too many studies, feasibility. But any project that we propose on very firm foundations. Not this pipe dream that is being called the Wales to Shore project. Sir, it will end up another mess. Sir, and I challenge this assembly. To name one project, one successful project which they have piloted. Name one successful project in this entire world which has been done in this particular manner. This, sir, is the whitest of white elephants ever. Mr. Speaker, there are certain things I'd like to put on the record, because I didn't come here actually to speak on the gas to shore in particular, but there are certain things we have to put on the record. Sir, it is important to have this on the record on behalf of the AP and UAFC. Certain issues must be stated. The 4 studies that the government has used to justify, sir, the 4 studies they've used to justify this project were not complete. They were preliminary studies to guide us on the best path forward. Sir, what they haven't told the world and the country, that energy narrative report in which they've actually used, the energy narrative prepared 2 reports. Sir, they only provided you with the first one. Why? Why haven't they released the original study by energy narrative? And let me explain how that study came about and how in 2016, late 2016, early 2017, the government of Guyana, the then government of Guyana, decided that we want to consider a gas to shore project. And we decided we're not going to any of the international financiers, we finance it ourselves. Because, sir, we wanted to hear the feasibility of this project from the horse's mouth, not from the stable masters. So, sir, we, the government of Guyana, through GGMC, financed an initial project which was funded by us, and Energy Narrative, sir, one of the leading consultants, was selected. We went to the procurement board. There was about 5 firms shortlisted. We got them off of international. We asked the World Bank, the IDB, and CDB, who are your leading consultants in this particular sector? They provided us, we shortlisted them, and Energy Narrative was selected. Sir, that's one of the reports they used. Sir, we did that to offer ourselves about the possibility. We did the initial report about the possibility. Sir, we also did a power generation report, which they used as well. They used that as well, energy power matrix report with by the IDB. They used that as well to justify this Wales gas to shore project, sir. They haven't told the country there were two such reports. They only picked the one that they want, sir, and said, oh, that's the one we're going to use, and they only picked a few pages. Because in that energy matrix report, transitioning from heavy fuel energy to renewable energies, none of these issues were in there. Sir, we had a revised energy policy, sir. We did this holistic approach, sir. We did things like gas for sure. So I don't know if they've ever shown the Prime Minister it. There's a revised energy policy, Mr. PM, which sat down and set out the entire part. I don't know if you've ever seen these here. Mr. Speaker, the main reasons why these reports
were undertaken was to provide us a reference point so that we could decide how to move the project forward. They were never, ever meant to be project implementation documents. That's exactly what they're using there. We, and that's as far back in 2017, knew that we have to do other studies, geotechnical, other technical surveys, grid stability studies, sir. Everybody, not one of the members that got here spoke about a grid stability study. And I hope, sir, the Prime Minister and GPL, I saw the Honorable Man in there spoke about GPL, would not allow this project to connect to the grid without a grid stability study, sir. They've tried it. We've tried it, sir. We give land to bring in 3 megawatts, sir. Brought the system down. Sir, the same thing will happen exactly if they don't do it. Will happen with the 52 million, 45.6 megawatts in land of Canaan it is. Sir, we have a major issue, and they are actually trying to tell the nation that putting this pie in the sky idea of the whales, putting 200 megawatts in our system will solve the problem. That, sir, will not. Sir, it will bring GPL down. That is why, sir, there was the PUUP. They recognized it. When they went to the IDB for the Myla Falls, and I'll come to that, when they went to the IDB for the Myla Falls project, the IDB said exactly what I'm telling you. So you can't spend so much money, over $1 billion, on a project and put it in the hands of GPL. It's a fragile infrastructure. Not a single word has been said about that, sir. Sir, Mr. Speaker, most importantly, sir, when the AP and UAFC considered this project, we were concerned about the economic viability of the project. Sir, not only the ability to produce we had 188 megawatts, is correct, and I'll go to that why. So the size of the pipeline, the useful life of the pipeline, sir, is stated as 15 years. Would you pay $900 million, sir, just for this, the most expensive? Gas sale agreement. The gas sale agreement, sir, which Exxon has publicly admitted that they will have to sign. There's not a single mention by the honorable member or all of the speakers on that particular matter. And what is a gas sale agreement? Exxon, sir, it's exactly that, sir. Exxon require us to pay them for the gas. And they require us to pay for the pipeline. And of course, we have to pay for the energy, the power plant. So when you add all those up together, the numbers that the honorable member mentioned, 4 cents per megawatt, is unachievable. Unachievable. Sir, the AP and UAFC government recognized, sir, that we don't have the technical capacity to enter into negotiation with the Exxon. Sir, so we approached the World Bank, and they approved sending 3 experts to come and assist us, sir, so we could look at it, speak to Exxon to find out if it's really feasible or not. And that was the stage where it was at, sir. We hadn't even entered into any formal discussions as yet. However, sir, we are now being fostered with this project, and they're now coming here to make it a realization, haven't thought about it, lost the case, and they're now going to bring an amendment to deprive private landowners their right to beneficially occupy their lands. But, Mr. Speaker, before I go into the rest, and particularly the amendment and my proposed amendment, I need to address some issues here that arisen, and I thank my colleagues for allowing me to speak at this late stage. The Honorable Member Barrett, is a youngster set out, and I do think that he has potential. He has potential, son. But you are being misled. And I told you before, personally, you should check what they tell you to say in this parliament. Because the last time you spoke, and I corrected you, you made reference that the Exxon was permitted to flare 16 million cubic feet of gas or whatever it is in the PSA. That was never true. I told you that. You've never retracted it. To get some credibility, you should, when you get up here, you can address that. Sir, but he made mention of the Natural Resources Fund, sir, has $436 million, and he's proud to say, after 7 lives, and he's proud to say, sir, that the government hasn't touched a single penny. Correct. They haven't touched a single penny because they don't want to enact the measures in it, sir, to put in place the committee to oversight of how the money is going to spend. But here is what they've done, sir, and I want the people of the Guyana to know. Here is what they've done. They haven't touched a cent of the Natural Resources Fund, sir. But on the 27th of May of this year, they issued $200 billion worth of bonds to finance the deficit. So they haven't told us on what are the rates, because obviously the people of Guyana have to repay these bonds. The Minister of Finance got up, hasn't indicated to this House up to now what is the interest rate, what is the cost of borrowing, and how this government, how the people of Guyana will have to repay it. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member Barr spoke, and all of them, sir, and I've heard this number being bantered around, that GPL is producing electricity at 20 to 30 cents per megawatt. What none of the members there have done, sir, is disaggregate it. And they're saying that with the advent of a Milefall of Wales gas ashore project, that the number will drop. Sir, of that 20 cents megawatt they're calling, sir, it's more than that, but I just tell you, the administrative cost of GPL only, GPL, just to keep GPL running, is 4.73 cents per megawatt. So if we get gas free, get electricity free, just to keep GPL, the maintenance, the administrative cost is 4.73 cents per megawatt. Sir, so whatever number they come up with, fictitious or not, they have to add on 4.73 cents per megawatt onto that. Sir, and I challenge any of you to get up and question anything that I say. Sir, on top of that, we have a 30% line loss, which means, sir, for every megawatt, sir, we can only recoup the cost of 0.7 of a megawatt. Sir, which means, sir, on top of the 4.73 cents per megawatt we pay, GPL, through the commercial and technical line loss, they lose 3.3 US cents per megawatt. That, sir, is the base, 8 US cents. Sir, so whatever we get, whatever price anyone sells us up, we have to add that 8 cents onto it. They don't tell the people that. They do this fancy thing that, when we bring Wales gas to Shores project, they could be 4 cents. Hogwash, sir, utter hogwash. 8 cents is the base, and we have to add on the cost of this project, which will be astronomical, sir, and no financial model done when it was on the APNU projected anything less than 6 cents. Its lowest was 6 cents, sir. Sir, let me speak also about the pipeline. Sir, in 2019, sir, a delegation from Ghana came, and included in that delegation from Ghana, sir, were the members from the Petroleum and Commission, the Minister of Energy. I can't remember his exact destination, but he was in charge of that. And they said to the government, they said to the ministry, under no circumstances, learn from us, under no circumstances should you allow the operator to own the pipeline. And they went through, sir, the litanies of woes Ghana. They went through the litanies of woes of Ghana, including sovereignty, including the difficulty when they tried to renegotiate, obviously, They had a different operator, not the same one, but the dangers are the same. You never allow the operator to own the pipeline. That's what they're doing, sir. So when you put your hand in tiger mouth, you got patty head. That's exactly what they do. So the AP and UAFC government were actively looking for solutions, alternative solutions to the ownership and management of the pipeline. They have not done that. What they've done, sir, is said, take it, take all. Take all, sir. Sir, it is a very serious risk. Ghana has a litany of woes. And one of the major issues, they said, sir, because it's called myopic thinking. Sir, the Honorable Minister, when he moved the bill, he spoke about Lisa 1, Lisa 2, Payara, and Yellowtail. What happens in the case, sir, if another operator discovers a field that is not economically viable for oil, but is gas rich? You cannot, if you don't have control of the pipeline, you cannot add it into the existing mix. You cannot add it into the existing mix, sir, and I challenge them, sir, to find anywhere where an operator allows you to add in the natural gas from another company, a competitor, into a pipeline that they own and operate. The next issue, sir, which I like to address, they all mention it, 250 megawatts of power, and they call it out. Who? Sir, who pays for it? Sir, the Myla Falls that the honorable member that they want to say, sir, GPL could not afford. GPL could not afford to pay for 165 million megawatts, sir. And what they came to the parliament, and they always try to say to others, we in the opposition stopped the Myla Falls. What they came to the parliament for, sir, were two bills. And the people of Guyana have to know this. They came to the parliament to get a bill for the offset, environmental offset, for the area in which Myla Falls will be, and a bill to raise the debt ceiling. And why they wanted the debt ceiling? Because the operator, China Railroad First Group, said to them that you need a government guarantee, sir. And not only a government guarantee, sir, not only a government guarantee, they want to garnish, that's the word, on our reserves. So therefore, it would be a foreign company that would have first lien. That's the project you're talking about. First lien on the monies of the people of Guyana. That is what they came to the parliament to get. Sir, and then they speak about the Myla Falls, sir. And I can say this, and once again, I would like anyone to come and chant me. There was never, ever a project approved by the IDB. They want, and they get up and speak about the IDB was on board. Sir, when they were about to go, and sorry, Madam Speaker, my apologies. When they were about to go to the board of IDB board said, no, this project does not meet muster. If you carry it, they call them one side. If they carry it, if you carry it to the board, it will fail. So what the IDB said, here's what it is. Financially, it's not viable. Technically, it's not viable. We'll give you a mandate letter which says, so if you can work it out in the next year, if you get it viable and those things like that, we agree to look at the project. And additionally, we will give you some technical support so you can go to China to renegotiate the project. So they send them the country manager from Jamaica. I'm sure the honorable member actually sing. I don't know if you were on the team, sir. Yes, I don't call name. They don't call name, but the country manager IDB from Jamaica, the former country manager, and they went to China to renegotiate to get a better deal. And even, sir, the Chinese, who are not risk averse, they take a lot of risks, said to them no. Absolutely no. So you know what they wanted then? So the only way they could have, when we came in 2015, make the Myla project, and I challenge you to think, it's right here, to make a Myla project viable, they would have to buy down the interest rate. Take money from us, pay it up front to buy down the interest rates. And you can say 122 million, if you wanted to know. 122 million. Sir, Mr. Speaker, a member made reference to land grabbing. And they said, oh, you mean member, and they're laughing. But let me tell this August Assembly. Sir, there was a committee set up, sir, with GEA, GPL, Exxon Mobil was in it, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ministry of Business, MOPI, and Guyana Lands and Surveys. Madam Speaker, they selected the site. And one of the criteria was the land must be unencumbered, free state land, etc. And they selected the site of Woodlands. But I heard them whispering, they're laughing about members on this side trying to buy land. But let me tell this, August, I mean, and it's right here. It's right here, sir. Sir, a member, an emissary from a member over there who's a sitting minister came to the ministry and said, I have ancestral lands in Unity and Mosquito Hall. And I'm offering it to you so you can build the access bridge. We have to cross over the Mahaica Bridge. Sir, and then he called the figure. It's here, sir. He called the figure. All we wanted was access. So emissary of a sitting minister, this is not no hearsay, right? Not a hearsay, was going to benefit it. He had ancestral lands in Unity and Mosquito Hall. Sir, time. That's the truth, sir. And that is why we're here, sir. Mr. Speaker, let me just use the last amount of minutes of time that I have just to address the particular issue that we have in front of us, which is this clause, sir. This clause, sir, seeks to control the licensing measures, sir, of private lands that are legally occupied. Legally occupied. They went to court, and of course, not. And the court set out it's a legal thing. Sir, there are persons there. So the minister can now intercede, and here's the dangers in it. The licensee, I'm not calling whoever it is, comes to a property owner and says, I would like to cut your land in half. Make it not economically viable. The man planting the bargee, bora, all the few things. And you cut his land in half, so therefore he can't, there's a 30-meter reserve, so he can't get from one side to the other. And sir, the man says, fair enough, you can do that. You have to pay me X amount of dollars. The licensee refuses. He said that's too much money. He can now run to his minister friend, who will now intercede in a private commercial transaction and issue a license with or without the consent of the private landowner or beneficial occupier of the land. And nowhere in this amendment mentions compensation. Not only, sir, our earlier section mentions compensation for if you disturb the surface or cultivation. Nowhere in this amendment mentions compensation for the loss of economic value, the value of your land, future development of land, sir. Nowhere in this. So what we have to take, and what the people of Guyana have to take, is the word of a minister. Well, that isn't good enough. That is not good enough, sir. If you really and truly want to do this, sir, I have an amendment in there which sets out conditions. You must have conditions, and you must adequately compensate the landowner who you're depriving it. Sir, there's an equal danger to this, sir. Equal danger to this, sir. They talk about fiber optics and pipe works and so forth. Sir, if a landowner, sir, who is not friendly, who is unfriendly to the government, and there are plenty of them, sir, decides to take his money and invest and go and build something. Mahaica, that's a good place. Unity, Mosquito Hall, Axie, but that one. Sir, Madam Speaker.
Honorable member, you have 2 minutes left.
Madam Speaker, that's if someone, sir, unfriendly to the government, they can be denied a license, sir. In this amendment, there is no reason. There's no reasons on which for compulsory acquisition and those things like that. There's stated reasons on the reasons why you should. There is no, sir, Madam Chair, there's no cost, no avenue for recourse. You can't appeal it. There's nothing there in this amendment that says, so you mean that you've denied me your license. How can I appeal it? There's nothing there, sir. This amendment just provides the minister cordon blanche. One man, one individual, cordon blanche to say, so who gets it, who don't. If you deprive a man or a landowner of his issue, if the man is holding out because they pay them 2 pence or nothing, because I'm sure all the persons that have land legally to Nissel will get nothing. Absolutely nothing, sir. That is why we have moved the amendment to say, well, fair enough, the Tyrrhenian numbers, you can actually pass the amendment, but at least acknowledge that people have to be compensated. Sir, Madam Chair, I will say this here in closing. The Wales Gas to Shore project is a Ponzi scheme in the making. The $900 million that Exxon will be expended is a burden on the Guyanese public. No one has spoken about the cost of the generators, which have to be put in. No one has spoken about how they're going to get the power across the Demerara River, sir. The last attempt that they did, sir, is still, Madam Chair, causing problems. That is the submarine cable over by the Demerara, over in front by Versailles and Kingston. Madam Chair, in closing, Madam Chair, I'd like to say that this amendment, as innocuous as it seems, has serious implications going forward. And this is just the first project. This is just the first project. Sir, ma'am, this has implications for any other issue. And by this amendment, the PPP can make or break private citizens who have invested their money legitimately and do hope, and Madam Chair, and do hope to make a living. So Guyana is for all Guyanese, for all persons, sir, or ma'am. So we do hope, sir, you do hope, ma'am, that our amendment, at least our amendment, or a part of our amendment will be supported by this House. With those few words, Madam Chair, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Muhabir Nandla.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I want to begin by imploring Your Honor, as well as the substantive Speaker, to ensure that when debates are done in this House, Your Honor, that relevance remain the pole star by which we are guided. Your Honor, there is a bill that is before this House, and hardly any debate or discussion has been had in relation to this bill. One listening to the debate gets the clear impression that we are debating the gas to shore project. That is not what is under review here. What is under review is a bill purporting to amend the Substantive Act, the Petroleum Exploration and Production Act of 1986, in the name of the Honorable Vikram Bharat. But we have been regaled with everything under the sun in relation to the oil and gas sector, and forestry and mining. And what is worse, it comes from a grouping of persons who, when they were in the government, signed the most lopsided petroleum production agreement ever witnessed on planet Earth, and then to add salt to injury, hid it from the population and everyone else for 2 long years. And these are the people who come here with a straight face to lecture to us about transparency, about full and frank disclosures, about accountability. Hid 18 million US from us. The Minister of Finance of the time clearly said in the press that he knows of no such money. No such money was ever received. And then we found a letter that he signed authorizing the receipt of that money into an account at the central bank. And these people come here with a straight face to speak to us about accountability. They signed a contract, kept it secret, and did nothing to prepare the country for petroleum production, knowing full well what they had signed, knowing full well what they were committing the country to. Then they knew, only they knew, the terms and conditions of the contract. For 2 years, they knew that we had to amend the legislative architecture of our country to prepare Guyana to meet the expectations and the obligations that would have arisen out of that agreement that they kept secret, and yet they did nothing about it. And today we are trying, under tremendous pressure, while the oil is pumping, the production is going on, we have to now rush things through, and now that becomes an offense. That becomes an offense. The same thing they did. 5 months in government, 5 months they delayed in government, they squatted in government, while they attempt to rig an elections, cause every time frame to expire for the passage of budget, for the resumption of parliament, all time frames expired. We were then faced with the impossible task of presenting a budget out of time. And when we did so, out of emergency, out of necessity, because all the regulatory network was trampled upon by them, they take us to the court to challenge the legality of the very budget. So if the people of Guyana are ever in doubt about the type of opposition that exists in this country and where they stand, today is another illustrative example that should remove those doubts from their minds. Mr. Speaker, this project can be classified as their project, this very gas to shore project. And if you listen to them condemn the very project that they wanted to promulgate, you believe indeed, as one honorable member said last week, they are living in a different world. They are seriously living in a different world. We heard about studies. Vice President, the honorable member, Bharat Jagdeo, and a team in April of this year spent an entire day in this building with the entire press corps of this country and all stakeholder organizations to answer any question about this gas to oil project, to make full and frank those disclosures of all the important facets of the project as can be disclosed. It is a work in progress. Mr. Patterson already determined ownership of pipeline. We are in the process of doing that. What we know the funding, we know the location, and we know the feasibility studies. Mr. Ramjitan sat right there just now. I said, where the feasibility study? 5 were done under their government between 2016 and 2020. A Japanese company did. IDB did about 4. They were all released here only 3 months ago. They don't read anything. You have no dignity. You have no pride. The people of Guyana are listening to you. Come here and do proper presentations. Look at what they have said about this bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill, we have been working on it for nearly 6 months. 6 months. This is not anything that was rushed. Look, the distinguished Deputy Parliamentary Counsel, Ms. Joanne Bond, she's right behind me. We worked, the Chief Parliamentary Counsel is there, Mr. Fongafat. We sat in the boardroom of the Attorney General office for days, for hours. We had consultations with lawyers across the divide, trying to come up with a mechanism that would protect private property in this country. The very thing that they are accusing us of not doing. They have not read it. I know, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if you read the bill in its current form, the way it is expressed, admittedly, it is difficult. It is difficult to read because you have to put it against the principal legislation and go through it word by word. We tried to make it as simple as possible. But because of the subject matter, we could not have done other than what we have done. And the whole purpose of this bill is to take away from the licensee the absolute power to ensure that private property is respected, to ensure that compulsory acquisition, once done, is done in accordance with the law, to ensure that the sanctity which our Constitution attaches to private property is revered, to ensure that once the issue of compensation arises, it will be done in accordance with law, to ensure that as far as possible the pipeline runs along state lands so that to have the least interference possible with private property. And then concomitant to that, we ensured that we publish the order that outlines the route that the pipeline will take, so that private individuals can now check it, and if their land is going to be affected, they are going to fall under the protective mechanisms of this act. That is the whole purpose of this legislation, and you have not even understand that. You have not read it. You have not read it. And I will deal with every issue that Mr. Patterson raised a lot once it relates to this legislation. I can't expend my energies in all the excesses. I came here to speak on this bill, and that is what I'll speak on. So let us start with Mr. Patterson come here, and he wants to convince us and persuade us that he has private people's interest at heart. And I have here order number 11 of 2016, where he sought surreptitiously to compulsorily acquire the Bihari properties and Clarissa Reel's property on Carmichael Street, next door to the AG office. Signed by Honorable David Patterson, MP, without even the knowledge of those people. And he comes here to tell us and lecture us about the sanctity of private property. We caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. We caught him with his hand in the cookie jar. It was an outrage in this country. The High Commission of Canada called me, the Honorable Clarissa Reel. Because you know what the Attorney General then said? The then Attorney General, as his characteristic trait, said, oh, it's Nandalal who did it. That was his excuse when we caught him in his pants down. And I said to him, okay, well, if I did it, it's a paper trail. Produce the documents that you have in the chambers that will establish that it was commenced under the PPP. Produce that document. He was never able to produce a single sheet of paper. And look, the staff is there. Johnny Fongafat and Ms. Joanna Bond. They drafted the paperwork on his instructions, and Patterson signed it to surreptitiously confiscate people's lands. And you come here on some high moral horse to lecture us? Somebody spoke about a Trojan horse last week. This is a disgraceful horse without leg you're riding this week. A legless horse. And let me, for the record, Mr. Speaker, it's not the first time that the PPP is doing projects of this nature that involves the confiscation and acquisition of private property. First of all, let me put on the record of this House that it is under the People's Progressive Party constitutional reform project of 1999 to 2001 that we remove that anachronistic mechanism that the PNC had installed in the 1980 Constitution that allowed them to confiscate people's property and using a 1939 valuation, then put in the Constitution that you can't even go to court to question the quantum of the compensation. That is what you saddled the people of this country with, and that is why you were able to seize all those private properties during the 70s and 80s. Saijan Plaza, Central Prawn Brokery, the Jaina Ryan Singh property, the Tulsi Prasad property, the James property, Auto Supply property, and I could go on to tell you how many property, the Hope Estate property. That is how you are able to confiscate and steal private property in this country. We rectify that legally, constitutionally, and institutionally, and we remove that danger. We remove that danger from the people of this country. We did that. So when we wanted to acquire Water Street for the vendors, we went to the valuation office, the same thing that he's proposing, the honorable member is proposing in his amendments. We have that in the law, and I'm going to get to that. But when we were acquiring the Water Street for the vendors, President Jagdeo used the Compulsory Acquisition Act, but we ensured that we paid market value at that time, $380 million. We built the Hope Canal not so long ago. We had to traverse and dig out and take possession and ownership of private property miles down into the Baghdam, from the Conservancy to the seawall. We did that, and we negotiated with every single private owner, and not a single criticism came out of the process. When we had to move the Mahaika-Maikoni bridges across the creeks, we had to move them and encroach on private property. Again, we complied with the legal procedure and not a word of controversy. When we had to build the Berbice Bridge on this side of the river, when it landed at the Edward Village, it landed on people's private property. Moses Nagamutu was given the job of going there to negotiate with those people. He was with the PPP at that time, and we ensured that every single private property owner was properly compensated. So don't come here and contaminate the public record and the record of this assembly with these ghostly and ghastly allegations against our government. The whole purpose of this exercise was to ensure, and is to ensure, that private property is protected. If you read the original legislation, the power lie with the licensee. The licensee, no doubt here, is ExxonMobil. Do you think ExxonMobil is comfortable with these amendments? You don't think that they produce drafts to us that they would like because it's their power under the legislation? You think we just sign on to what they asked us to do? No, my friends, we don't operate like you. You went to Houston and you signed as though you know anything about petroleum. The people have got 100 years of experience in the petroleum industry. And you, a lawyer who only practiced non-contentious divorce, went and signed the agreement by himself. We know what we don't know. And when we don't know, we seek expert advice. I see there's a letter in today's paper, someone criticizing me for not doing enough about local content, about laws in the petroleum sector. It is a highly technical field, and I am not ashamed to stand here and say that we don't know enough in the sector to pretend to titillate with those laws. What we have done through the World Bank funded project, we have put out a contract for internationally qualified people, people with the experience in the requisite field, to come here, work with the Ministry of Natural Resources, work with the Ministry of Legal Affairs to chart a way forward to prepare our legislative architecture for the oil and gas industry. That is how we do things. First, you have to recognize when you don't know. You don't be a pretender to knowledge and do destruction. And that is what was happening under your government. That is no longer the case. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few introductory remarks, I will now come to the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, in 2006, we never had any indication at the time that we would be such a giant offshore producer of oil and a producer in the petroleum industry. Let's be honest. The PNC was in government. There was some evidence of oil onshore. And at that time in 2006, we passed the Principal Act. This act, when you read it from one end to the other, it is predicated upon onshore production. We have to get a completely new act to deal with offshore production. This amendment that we are doing here is confined to the particular issue at hand. This is not by any stretch of the imagination anything of our legislative agenda in the sector. Let me make that very clear. But expediency, and we need to move forward with this now whilst we are working on that other larger project. And that is why we have to use this act as the basis. Now, Mr. Speaker, any country where there is development, oil, you have to lay pipelines. Even with the advent of internet, you have to lay cables across lands, vast expanses of lands. So what we are doing here is nothing new. We have been doing this for GT&T for a number of years. So when we were looking to craft these amendments, we sought guidance under the Telephone Telegraph Act. We sought guidance under the Telecommunications Act, because electrical wires and cables for the purpose of the telecommunication industry had to pass through private property. And it's the same concepts and precepts that are captured and represented here, which includes protection according to private property in accordance with our Constitution. We consulted wide and large, Mr. Speaker, and let me give you the areas that we looked at, the various jurisdictions that we looked at, and the various jurisdictions that have pipeline legislation. Because I hear Mr. Patterson gave us the impression there that this is some fly-by-night emergency thing arising out of some corrupt motive. That fellow mind is so impure. Everything he sees corruption in. And he doesn't even wear the bangle anymore. Mr. Speaker, we looked at the United States. Several states have laws regulating pipelines. Trinidad and Tobago, they have an entire pipeline act. He mentioned Ghana, West African. We looked at it. In Ghana, they have the West African Gas Pipeline Act. In Kenya, there is a Petroleum Exploration Act. Canada, there is a Pipeline Act. India, Pipeline and Minerals Pipeline Act. Australia, the Petroleum Pipeline Act. South Africa, the Petroleum Pipeline Act. Nigeria, Oil and Pipeline Act. And Norway, the Natural Gas Act and Natural Gas Regulation. Mr. Speaker, the few lines that you see here draw the benefits from all these legislation. And if you look at the territories that I have called, they are all Commonwealth territories. They are all territories that have a constitutional protection accorded to private property. That is why those jurisdictions were chosen. You think it's your government at work here? This is professionalism. This is competence. This is research. Mr. Ford knows what I'm speaking about. So, Mr. Speaker, honorable member, of course, Mr. Ford and I are all honorable members of the inner bar, unlike Mr. Ramjitan. Mr. Speaker, so the bill that is before us today seeks to amend Section 52 of the Petroleum Exploration Act. Section 52 of the Act contains provisions that restricts the rights of the licensee. And I don't think they even look at the section. I don't think they look at the section at all. So let's go to Section 52 quickly. Section 52 and the entire section, the entire portion of the legislation is titled that way. It's Part 7, Roman numeral 7, and it deals with restrictions on rights of licensee and surface rights. It deals with the restriction on the rights of the licensee. And what we have done here, we have added more restrictions. We have not removed it, Mr. Ramjitan. We have added more. And we have said that wherever the pipeline falls on private property, we are not touching that. And I will deal with how that will be handled. Mr. Patterson read Section 52 alone, the honorable member. He didn't go to Section 52, doesn't exist by itself. Section 52 means that there are 52 more provisions in the Act, and possibly more after that. So to situate Section 52, you have to read the Act in its entirety. So you can't look at Section 52 and look at this amendment and try to bore holes into it. How can you do that? That is very, very myopic. And that is what the honorable member has done. That is why his amendments are odious, redundant, and useless. And I say so with the greatest of respect. Odious. Odious. So that is what this section deals with. It restricts. And we say that once the pipeline is running through private property, other sections of the law will deal with how that is treated. Once it is running through government lands, and every effort will be taken to ensure that it runs through government lands, then you don't need, we are removing the need for consent because it's government land. The minister is part of the process now. That's why we brought in the minister. The reason also why we brought in the minister is that the licensee alone must not go in and determine which is private land or not. That is the government oversight. The minister, we will face the electorate, and we are going to go there to ensure that private property is protected. That is why the minister is inserted there. That is why we have insulated the licensee from the negotiations and the consent of the owner or occupier. We don't want the licensee to get involved. We don't want the bullyism. Somebody spoke about bullyism. We want the minister to do the negotiations. And I will show you the principles that the negotiations will have to follow by the minister. So this bill addresses the very evils that they say it does not address. That is the whole purpose of the bill. So the minister comes in to the process, and the minister takes over wherever there is negotiation between private owner and the government. And the lands are obviously categorized in the Principal Act as land with buildings and lands without buildings, land that earmarked for agriculture and so on. That's the original description in the bill. We didn't change that. We didn't change that. And where there is the private property is involved, the minister has to secure the consent of the owner. And that consent, that instrument that will contain that consent can be conditional or unconditional, meaning the owner can decide, or the persons whose rights are affected can decide whether he will give up his land voluntarily. That is a right that every citizen has, or he will not do so. In that event, the consent becomes conditional, predicated upon the conditions stated in that instrument. And that is where lawyers are going to be consulted. They are free to go and see whoever they wish to protect their interests. That is why all those insertions are there. And that is also done, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the laying of a cable. Part of the license, a part of the agreement that you signed. Go back and check the agreement. Your government signed it. You gave them the right to a cable from the rigging operation out there to their chosen point in Guyana. Well, this bill is to accommodate a passage for that cable. And we are doing that on a regular basis. A private operator in the telecommunications agency just brought a cable all the way from Barbados. He had to pay the beach people in Barbados. And when he landed here, he had to make some payments here to persons who are affected. And all of that were done, and not a single utterance of controversy or criticism. That is how we manage this country, in accordance with law, in accordance with order, and in accordance with due respect for the constitutional rights of our people. And that is what, Mr. Speaker, is the essence of this bill. For that cable to run, and the government, importantly, will get a feed of that cable, so they can, in good time, also monitor the activities going on at the site offshore. That is in the thing, and that cable will provide that connectivity. And I made the point here that the provisions that we inserted here are similar to the Telecommunications Act. So, Mr. Speaker, before I close, let me deal with the provisions that seem to be causing Mr. Patterson some concern. First of all, after 52, there are a series of provisions that deal with private property. Let me start at 56, for example. This is in the Principal Act. This is still the laws. This is not affected by the amendments. Where in the course of prospecting or production operations in any parcel of land, in any prospecting area or production area, any damage is caused or done to the surface of the parcel of land or to any cultivation or building thereon as a result of those operations, the licensee shall be liable to pay fair and reasonable compensation to the holder of any right, title, or interest in or over that parcel of land in accordance with his rights, titles, and interests. Is that what you're looking for, Mr. Patterson? Where is he? It is here. We don't need your amendment. Part 2. The compensation payable under subsection 1 shall be such sums as may be agreed to between the licensee and the persons entitled to receive the compensation. And if no agreement can be arrived at between them, such sum as may be determined by the High Court on application made to it by the licensee or the persons entitled to receive the compensation. Where is Patterson, the honorable member?
I don't know where he is, but your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to give my colleague another 10 minutes to conclude.
So,
honorable members, the motion is the honorable member be given 10 more minutes to conclude.
Comrade Speaker,
Sir, when the Honorable Chief Whip on the government side and myself met, we had no agreement of such. We agreed that it will be 30 minutes for each speaker as per standing order. And if there was any agreement for an extension, then we would have reached that agreement, but unfortunately we did not. Probably we can meet after this speaker and deal with that.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Mr. Mahipal. Honorable Member, Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Speaker, the point of Mr. Mahipal's intervention is that this matter was never discussed between us. The standing orders are very clear.
Thank you,
A
Honorable
speaker may
Minister.
get time more. There was no discussion.
Honorable Member, you may proceed to conclude.
Thank you very much. Mrs. I only insist because they have made statements, the honorable members on that side, that can cause great disquiet in our population. People have very strong connections to their property, and what they have conveyed here is that this government is laying the platform to confiscate people's property unlawfully. And I, as Attorney General, have a duty to deprecate and debunk that in this House. So, Mr. Speaker, you hear right here in this article, in this section, if there is a failure to arrive at an agreement, the law in its wisdom places a power in the High Court, the guardian of our Constitution, to protect that proprietary interest that will be the subject of any contemplated legislation. So Mr. Patterson, the honorable member, was completely wrong when he says that the legislation does not provide a mechanism for reconciliation of disputes. I go on to the second important provision. The minister may acquire land. The minister, this is section 8 of the Principal Act. The minister may acquire land for the purpose of carrying on or facilitating the carrying on of prospecting or production operations. 2, the provisions of the Acquisition of Lands for Public Purposes Act shall mutatis mutandis apply to the acquisition of any land under subsection 1 as if carrying on or facilitating the carrying on of the prospecting or production operations for the purpose for which the land is being acquired were a public work. So wherever land is and is going to be affected, then that principle that is captured in our Acquisition of Land for Public Purpose Act will be activated. And that act has the protective mechanisms of securing valuation, market value, coming to this House to get monies to be approved for the payment of the compensation. The principle, the Americans call it the principle of eminent domain. Eminent domain. The domain, the state must be given eminence in certain projects of a public nature that is designated for the public good. Our laws embrace that, and we recognize that. And Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and assure the people of this country that this bill protects private interest. It protects the government, and it renders the government and the licensee accountable and renders their transactions and dealings in relation to the laying of the pipeline transparent and supervisable by the courts of our country. I thank you very much, and I support this bill fully. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Attorney General. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources to conclude the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start by thanking my colleagues who would have made the case for us to pass today the amendment to the Petroleum Act, which will pave the way for one of the most transformational projects our country will ever see, and also for the laying of the fiber optic cable, which will enhance greater scrutiny, transparency, and accountability of our oil wealth. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said by members on the opposite side of the House. Many things have been said about the non-oil sectors on the opposite side of the House. We have heard about forestry, we have heard about mining, we have heard about the Borbies Bridge, the Skeldon Estate, the Demerara Bridge. Mr. Speaker, maybe it's because this amendment is not contentious and there wasn't much to speak about with regards to the proposed amendments. So the members decided to venture into other areas. And if we look at the other areas, Mr. Speaker, the Borbies Bridge was mentioned on several occasions. Mr. Speaker, for those of us, and I say us, Borbicians, the Borbies Bridge was a blessing and is a blessing to all Borbies and to Guyana. Those who live in Borbies knows. Those of us who sit in Georgetown and condemn the Borbies Bridge will never know the value of that bridge to Borbicians. Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the Skeldon Estate, but Minister Indar has confirmed that the Skeldon Estate was providing at least 10 megawatts of power to Borbicians. However, with the closure of the estate, Borbicians have been experiencing significant blackouts because of the closure of the estates under the AP and new AFC government. Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the Hope Canal. The Hope Canal is a savior. It is a savior for the people in Region 4, for the people in the Maikoni-Mahica Creek. And we have seen that only recently, that the Hope Canal is a savior and savior to the investments and the crops in the Demerara, Maikoni River area. Mr. Speaker, we have heard about the Demerara Bridge, but we haven't heard about the near $200 million that was spent by the AP and new AFC government to conduct studies. And in less than a year, Mr. Speaker, we have moved this project to a stage where we'll be opening the bids in October. And it becoming a reality. We have heard so much about projects. We haven't heard a single word about the Durban Park. What about the Durban Park? My friend Holder, the honorable member, likes to speak about white elephant. I don't know what kind of elephant you refer to that as. Mr. Speaker, if I may set the record straight with regards to the Ministry of Natural Resources and a few comments that were made by the Honorable Sears. Mr. Sears said that there was a strategic plan from 2017 to 2021. Mr. Speaker, I'm responsible for the Ministry of Natural Resources, and I know of any such plan. The last strategic plan for the Ministry of Natural Resources was done in 2013 under the PPP Civic Administration, the 5-year strategic plan. So then we have not. Now we are in the stage of producing another strategic plan, another 5-year strategic plan. So I'm sure that the honorable member information is not correct. Further, he went on to say that we would have disbanded the regional coordinator program. This is not true, Mr. Speaker. The Youth and Natural Resource Program, this is not true, Mr. Speaker. The Compliance Department, this is not true, Mr. Speaker. All of these programs and departments are functioning at the Ministry of Natural Resources to aid into our interagency coordination and cooperation in managing our resources. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing sinister in this amendment, as was highlighted by the Honorable Attorney General just a few minutes ago. There is nothing sinister. As a matter of fact, the amendment is aimed towards protecting the rights of our people. The Honorable David Patterson asked the question whether we prefer the licensee to evaluate and to take possession of land as against the government of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, if I may remind the honorable member that the PPP civic government is an elected government, elected by the people of Guyana to represent their rights, And if we may ask the direct question, because in this case, the licensee is ExxonMobil. There is no, that is the truth, that is the fact. ExxonMobil is the licensee in this case. So do we as Guyanese prefer ExxonMobil to acquire private land, or do we want the government to play that role in ensuring that private citizens, their rights are protected and they're compensated fully and rightfully? And Mr. Speaker, the answer to that is the government of Guyana. I'm sure the people of Guyana want the government to look after their interests and not a company, a foreign company, or the licensee. Mr. Speaker, if I may comment briefly on the location, because a lot has been mentioned about the location of the gas to shore project. And we know that there were many locations that were proposed in the past, and based on studies that were conducted, there were locations like Diuk Mahika, Ogle on the East Coast, Vredinoop on the West Bank, Wales on the West Bank. Mr. Speaker, we had to consider a number of options before the Wales area was considered as the best location to site the power plant and the laying of the pipeline. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, Wales is a depressed community as a result of the closure of the Wales Sugar Estate. Minister Indar mentioned 1,700 persons lost their jobs because of the closure of their estates. But Mr. Speaker, these are 1,700 persons who are directly affected. What about their families? What about the vendors at the market or at the pay office? What about the shop holders in the area? There are thousands of persons who would have been affected and lost their income because of the closure of the Wales estate. So it was the best location based on the socioeconomic factors that exist. Mr. Speaker, we also have to look at land availability, the availability of land, the availability to the river, port facility. These are all questions or all areas that we have to look at. If we look at Ogle, there would have been no port facility close by. But because of Wales area, we have the Demerara River there, which will be an excellent port facility in the deepest river in our country. Mr. Speaker, we have to look at the acquisition of private land. How many private properties will this pipeline have to go through? And when you compare Ogle with Wales, you would see that there's a big difference in terms of the acquisition of private land. Wales going into Ogle is heavily populated by private residents, and many of them would have to be displaced should we run the pipeline through the Ogle area, as against Wales. And as a government, Mr. Speaker, and the task force and the multi-agency body that was set up to look at this project, we would have examined several routes going from offshore into the Wales developmental area. And we have tried our best. We have been back and forth to ensure that we select a route which is in the order that we will not affect or we will not dislocate or remove people. So the route chosen is the best route that will not affect private landholders as much as possible and will not displace people from their private residence. And if you look at the route, I think it was distributed to everyone, you would see that from the Crane area going right down, almost all of the land are public lands. Almost all of the land are public lands. And if we do have to acquire a few private land, Mr. Speaker, most of them are farmlands. Most of them are farmlands, and we don't have to move people from their dwelling houses or from the residence where they've been living for a number of years. So we took that into consideration, that we don't want to displace people, or we will try to minimize it as much as possible. The Honorable Member Patterson spoke about the transmission system and how we will get it over to Garden Eden. This is one of the reasons why we cited at Wales, because Wales is almost on the opposite side of Garden Eden, Mr. Speaker. Had we cited in Mahaica, then the cost of distribution or the cost of bringing the power to the population would have been more than the cost of the power generation itself. More than the cost of the power generation itself, Mr. Speaker. So we had to look at all these factors to ensure that we select the right area, and hence Wales was selected as the best area, given the fact that Region 3 is the fastest growing region in the country. Region 3 population is the fastest growing population in the country presently, and it is very close to Region 4. So, Mr. Speaker, these were all the factors among many more that we would have considered to ensure that we select the best possible location for the Gas to Shore project. Mr. Speaker, if I may comment on a few other points that were raised. We have heard a lot about studies. We have heard a lot about the environment. But I did mention in my opening remarks that presently we are conducting the geotechnical, geophysical, the environmental studies, the LiDAR surveys. All of these are work in progress. And as the Honorable Attorney General mentioned, this project, the Gas to Shore project, is a work in progress. It is a work in progress. We have now started. And that is why we are here at the National Assembly, to seek the permission of the National Assembly to amend the Constitution so as to facilitate the laying of the fiber optic cable as well as the pipeline going in, and so as not to disrupt the lives of private citizens, and if so, to compensate them based on market value. Mr. Speaker, we have already, and I mentioned earlier too, because I want to believe that the Honorable Member Annette Ferguson would have raised the issue of gas availability. I want to assure the member and the National Assembly that we have been in talks with ExxonMobil almost on a weekly basis, almost sometimes twice weekly, and we have already been guaranteed 50 million cubic feet of gas per day. We have already been guaranteed that by the operator ExxonMobil. So to come to the National Assembly and to read an article that was published on, by I'm not sure who's the person, it is unfair to shut down a big project as this, a life-changer project, a project that will transform our country, with a mere article published in a newspaper by someone, I'm sure, who don't have the technical knowledge or skill to speak or is qualified to speak on how much gas is available at the Liza 2, Liza 1, and the Payara development, and how much will be given to the government of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, much has been said about the viability of the project, but we know that power generation is the most expensive cost for any business in this country. You ask any household, Mr. Speaker, their biggest issue is their light bill. At the ending of the month when they collect their light bill, that is their biggest headache. And we intend to change that with the Gas to Shore project. That is the purpose of us being here today, to seek this amendment so that we can lay the foundation for this project, which will bring significant reduction in the cost of living of our people. So, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we fully support the amendment. As the Attorney General mentioned, this is just a simple amendment that we are making now to facilitate the Gas to Shore project and the laying of the fiber optic cable. And the laying of the fiber optic cable, Mr. Speaker, we have been guaranteed that it will not display or affect any private residence or individual. As a matter of fact, the fiber optic cable is harmless. We have many fiber optic cable running throughout our streets and villages and communities. We have telephone wire running throughout the villages and communities. It is completely harmless. So we ask that the amendment to the Petroleum Act be passed as it is so that we can move this project forward, Mr. Speaker, in the benefit of all Guyanese. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, I now put the question that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a second time.
Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 14 of 2021.
Thank you. The House will now resolve itself into committee to consider the clauses of the bill. I now propose the question that Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The clause now stands part of the bill. I now propose the question that Clause 2 stands part of the bill. The Honourable Member, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to propose an amendment which is circulated, which is sir, just insertion of 4 subclauses. Particularly, sir, the subclauses are put in there because even though we acknowledge that Section 56 of the Principal Act makes provision for compensation for damage done, and I'm quoting from the Act, to the surface of the land or cultivation, there ought to be provisions for the compensation for depriving the landowner of his inherent right to determine how his land is used and what losses he may suffer. Sir, for example, the reduced sale price, which may not fall within the damage to the land surface or cultivation, sir. So this amendment, sir, is not only to do with the damage that may be done, the physical damage, sir. You can deprive a private landowner, sir, without recourse. You can deprive. Pardon? Yes. So, sir, I've moved that these amendments be included, that the bill be amended to include these 4 sub-provisions that I propose.
Honourable Member, but I think you may need to give us some more guidance. What are you proposing that
Sir,
Section
we
2
insert,
itself?
sir, pardon?
Go ahead.
Sir, so we insert, sir, after the amendment proposed by the bill, these 4, Section 4A, subsection 2A. 1. Nothing in this section, sir. So should I read them out, or is there already?
Just one. So this is to come after the
Section 52, sir. That's where we amended.
D?
Section 50, a new subsection 2A.
2A after 2D.
After 2A, sir.
After 2A.
Yes, sorry. 2A.
Capital A.
2 capital A, 1.
And then you'll have 2 common A1 after.
Right.
Okay. So the proposed amendment is an insertion after the first line of Clause 2 saying Section 52 of the Principal Act is amended as follows. Subsection 2, capital A. That's where you want it.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the amendment proposed by the Honorable Member, Mr. Patterson be included in clause 2. I know as clause 2, capital A. In addition to. Honorable member, please, go ahead.
Yes, sir, the amendment is, sir, we are inserting 2A now. That's what the honorable minister put. Sir, under that, sir, I'm asking for a 2A, 1, 2, 3,
So what happens with the existing 2 common A?
Sir, that remains as is.
And that remains.
That remains, sir. I'm not asking to delete or sir, I'm asking to insert.
So I propose a question that as the honorable member is proposing that a subsection 2, capital A, subsections 1, 2, 3, and 4 be part of the bill. I propose a question. I now put the question that the amendment forms part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The noes have it. The amendment is defeated. I now propose the question that clause 2, as proposed, stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, I now propose the question that the bill be reported to the House. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the House resume. Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, the Honorable Vikram Bharat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 14 of 2021, was considered in committee clause by clause and was passed without amendments. I move that the bill now be read a third time and passed as printed.
I put the question that the bill be read a third time and passed as printed. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. The ayes have it. Let the bill be read a third time.
Petroleum Exploration and Production Amendment Bill 2021, Bill number 14 of 2021.
Thank you, honorable members. This is a good time to take the suspension.
Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere, make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time of night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river, that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Big mistake. Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, daytime or night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on it. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it, we have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people, struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble, just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know, we gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, Cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one rice, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one karaj. Not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake. Not one rice grain. Not one karaj. Not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, cause we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up. We ain't giving up no river. We ain't giving up. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains. We ain't giving up no tree. We ain't giving up no river. That belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karaj, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one chorus, not a blade of grass.
Thank you, honorable members. Please be seated. The Honorable Minister Teixeira.
Mr. Speaker, my apologies. We were waiting outside with Mr. Maipo to see when you'd be ready to start. So my apologies, I wasn't here on the dot. We were in here for a while. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for agreeing to change the order so that we could deal with the motion before us on the adoption and implementation of the recommendations of the report of the Commission of Inquiry on the death in an explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney. Mr. Speaker, this is a relatively simple motion, and I hope that we won't go through the Commission of Inquiry in detail as we did in 2016 in the same House. This is a motion that's meant to correct a wrong, to fix something that the House couldn't fix in 2016. And it is a simple one. It's 41 years and almost 2 months since the assassination of Dr. Walter Rodney. It is time in Guyana for justice. It is time for us as a people to right a wrong and to be able to bring conclusion to this issue. We heard the Honourable Member, Attorney General Anil Nandalal, in June on the anniversary of Dr. Rodney's assassination, report to the House in a statement of the issues that the government will be addressing with regards to the issues in discussion with the family. And just for the House to remember what we're talking about, we committed that to lay the report of the Commission inquiry into Dr. Rodney's death in the National Assembly and have same approved and made public thereof. We agreed to secure the Commission of Inquiry records and make copies available to the Rodney family to be digitized and stored in a library in the United States of America. We agreed, and when I say we, it's clearly understood, it's the government of Guyana, declare the death of Dr. Walter Rodney an assassination and not a death by misadventure, which is what appears on his death certificate, and change the death certificate of Dr. Walter Rodney from unemployed to professor, and the cause of death from misadventure to assassination. Declare the gravesite of Dr. Walter Rodney and the memorial, and bring them under the custody and care of the National Trust. The memorial I'm referring to is the one on Hatfield Street. Re-establish and fund the Dr. Walter Rodney Chair at the University of Guyana, and include the writings of Dr. Walter Rodney in the school system at every level where possible, including the 2 books he wrote for children called Lakshmi and Kafi. And that we would present this to the House, which is what we have been doing, and we are doing here today. Mr. Speaker, some of us in this room are young and are not 41 years yet. There's some of us who lived through that era, and it is time for our country to come to terms with some of the darkest periods of our history. We talk about young people, and they're young members of this House, and it is time to come to terms with what that era was like and what it meant. There's been one issue in the interim in 2021 that Donald Rodney, Walter Rodney's brother, who was charged in 1980 with the explosion, his name has been cleared. And sometimes we think that is just a legal process, but there's a human behind it, in that Mr. Rodney, Donald Rodney, could not get admitted to the bar unless his name was cleared in terms of a major crime, a serious crime. And so that level of justice and justice being done, that's another baby step we have made as a people through the courts, through a legal process. Mr. Speaker, this document is all that we have right now of the Commission of Inquiry, Volume 1. The records of the Commission Inquiry, the transcripts, are still being searched for, and many of the other records, photographs, and so on that were displayed to the Commission Inquiry. For those of you who may not remember, the Commission of Inquiry was set up in 2014 under President Donald Ramotar on February the 8th, 2014. And the Commission started its work, and the Commission, in its introduction, in its summary, expressed their concern that they were not allowed to conclude the report as had been planned. And the persons who led that were eminent jurists, Sir Richard Cheltenham, Chairman, Mr. C. Jairam, Commissioner, and Ms. Jacqueline Samuels Brown, Commissioner. And they worked through, and they produced a report, which in the House, in the last Parliament, we had to bring a motion to try to get the government to produce the report. And on May the 12th, 2016, the Attorney General, Mr. Basil Williams, presented that to the Speaker of the House. The debate, I had to bring a second motion to have the report debated. And these are the Hansard records of the August 4th debate on the Walter Rodney motion, which I brought. And I think for members of Parliament and members of public, these are all records that should be looked at to get an idea of the debate. In that motion, I called for the report to be adopted, and that the recommendations, to take measures to implement the recommendations therein in order to ensure that the democratic architecture of the state is preserved and strengthened. During the debate, there were 14 people who spoke, most of whom on the opposition side, then government, are not here anymore. They're not with us, but a few are. Mr. Harman, Ms. Annette Ferguson, Mr. Trotman, for example. But in the debate, the government then changed the word adopt to acknowledge, in other words, to acknowledge the report and not adopt it, and amended the last paragraph, which was calling on the recommendations to be implemented, to read that the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to examine the findings and recommendations therein in order to ascertain Were there any, and if so, which are acceptable and implementable? So the motion was passed as amended. And that was 2016, August. And after that, nothing was done, nothing was announced by the then government of what measures, if any, it would take in regards to the Commission of Inquiry. The Commission of Inquiry made some very astute findings based on looking at interviewing a number of people that came before them. And one of the chagrin of the Commission of Inquiry was that it had key people that it was unable to interview and to have hearings with because the Commission of Inquiry's work was abruptly stopped. And if you look at the report, on the back pages are the series of correspondence between the Commission of Inquiry and the then President, Mr. David Granger. The significant findings, and I want to just for the record say this, at paragraph 7.37, page 142, sorry, 7.36 and then 7.37. The Commission says, given all the relevant facts, events, and circumstances set out in the report, we unhesitatingly conclude that Gregory Smith was not acting alone, but had the active and full support, participation, and encouragement of, and/or was aided and abetted by the Guyana Police Force, the Guyana Defence Force, agencies of the state, and the political directorate in the killing of Dr. Walter Rodney. 737 says, Dr. Walter Rodney was a man of large and significant stature, both in Guyana and beyond at the time of his death. He could not have been killed in what, he could only have been killed in what we find to be a state-organized assassination with the knowledge of Prime Minister Burnham in the Guyana of that era. It was a controlled society, and Burnham had a large and detailed knowledge of whatever was being done by the state agencies. 7.40 says, page 143, we have relied too on the testimony of Robert Allen Gates and on the relevant circumstances and events described in the report for that finding. Resulting from the premature termination, the Commission, none of those alive and herein identified, was given the opportunity to testify and to resist this finding. And in the report at 7.38, they named the persons who they were unable to interview and to have them present and answer questions. They are named particular leaders and persons who were in the Guyana Defence Force, in the Guyana Police Force, etc. The issue, though, before us, and what this motion tries to go back to of 2016 and to have it rectified, is that the Chapter 8 on critical findings and summary regarding Gregory Smith, and also Chapter 9, which deals with recommendations. I know on that night, on August 4, 2016, the night was charged, the Parliament building. You could feel the electrical zapping going across the room from one end to another. And I would hope tonight would be different, because if one looks at the recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry, and if we believe that we want to build a democratic society, and we want to build a democratic architecture of our nation, then none of these recommendations should cause us angst. And I'll just give you a few. On page 152 to 155 of the Commission of Inquiry Report, Volume 1, the first recommendation, every effort should be made to have a well-trained and highly professional police force, with a thorough appreciation of its duty to serve impartially, regardless of ethnicity or party affiliation, and loyal to the best interests of the country and to constabulary. I don't think anybody here could ever say that they are not in favor of a well-trained and highly professional police force. 9.3, One of the recommendations called for a heavy investment in training at every level and on the ongoing basis with attention to appropriate values in addition to proper policing techniques. Again, I do not think this is a controversial issue. Both governments have said, the government before has said that this is what they're going to do. I can't say that they were successful, but this government has begun the process to build a professional police force with heavy investment in training at every level. So these two recommendations, as far as we're concerned in government, are already in train. 9.4, the Army too must be professional. Nothing is worse than an army in a country striving to be an ideal functioning democracy, being partial to any political party, whether in government or otherwise. An army, by definition, has a near monopoly of the legitimate instruments of violence, must be trained to act responsibly at all times. Again, I don't think any of us would dispute the need to ensure that our army is professional, is given the resources to be professional in the training, and acts in a professional way, loyal to only the Constitution of our country. 9.5, the coroner. Every inquest hereafter should commence within 6 months of a death in unnatural circumstances or in any circumstances warranting an inquest, because we'll all remember the long period that one had to wait for the inquest. And further, that the coroner should be encouraged to exercise his or her own discretion and judgment in such instances. Again, I don't think anybody would be opposed to this recommendation to do with the role of the coroner, and secondly, the time frame. 9.6, the police should be aware of the need to act with reasonable dispatch in these matters and should be preparing their investigative files so as to meet the time frame indicated with oversight from the office of the DPP. Do we have a problem with this recommendation? This is one that we all talk about, the timely intervention by the police force in investigating and bringing matters to conclusion. 9.7, the commission was conceded by the police in the course of the inquiry that a thorough investigation was not done into Rodney's death. In fact, the evidence is that the police did not act with professionalism, thoroughness, or speed. The recommendation is that the department and the police force tasked with responsibility to investigate serious crimes like murder should at all times strive to do so with thoroughness and urgency without compromising the investigations, and those in authority should make it their duty to so ensure. Failure to pursue their investigations professionally, as in the Rodney case, may be regarded as an adverse reflection on the society's regard for the right to life, which is one of the hallmarks of a civilized society. Again, would we have a problem with this as a House, as MPs, as members of government and opposition, that the police act with responsibility in investigating serious crimes and with thoroughness and urgencies? Do we have a problem with that? I don't think so. 9.8, to do with record keeping. The COI admits that some important records, inclusive of files with evidence relating to Walter Rodney case and in the custody of the police and the army, were not made available to the Commission as requested. The explanation provided was that they could not be found. That is an adverse commentary on the thoroughness, efficiency, and security of their record-keeping systems. And this is clearly something we have to work on, that we have to ensure that the records regarding cases, court cases, all our data collection is safely guarded, and we develop proper archival systems and retrieval systems to be able to find our records. And so you had an example today of the Honorable Robeson Ben saying that he would need time to be able to access certain data, which means that the issue of record keeping and data collection and data retrieval is still a challenge that we're grappling. 9.9. Again, this relates to record keeping of both the Army and the police, and calls for thorough and prompt review of systems to be undertaken. And I know that this has begun by the government and that we will continue to ensure that we develop a secure, computerized system in achieving this objective. 9.10. Now, this is the one that gets into the political fray, which may be the one that people may be uncomfortable with. But it is clearly a rule of thumb and not one that should be seen as complex and controversial in my mind. No party in government should be permitted to tamper easily or at all with the electoral system, such as to secure an unfair advantage. The electoral system should be entrenched in the Constitution and should only be amended by a 2/3 majority. It then goes on to talk about the chairman being a person of the highest integrity and non-political, and his or her appointment should meet with the approval of the opposition groups and sectoral interests. Well, we went through that, didn't we? In 2017, when a chairman was appointed unilaterally, and it took us all the way to the Caribbean Court of Justice, and only then were we had to obey, and that was that the appointment of the then GCOM chairman was flawed and a violation of the Constitution. But 2010, the Constitution makes it clear how the GCOM is to be set up in terms of the chairman and the members, and the involvement of both the opposition and government. It also calls for, in the same paragraph, serious changes should not be undertaken except after a thorough and meaningful public education program and after consultations with the opposition parties and pursuant to 2/3 majority in the Parliament. Again, this has to do with the fact and will relate to constitutional reform and any amendments we have to make that are specific in relation to elections that are in the Constitution, if we so desire as a people. 9/11, looking at what happened in 2020 election, 9/11, which was, remember, this report is produced in 2016 February, states, consistent with the spirit of CARICOM integration, in each and every general election, observers from across the CARICOM region, the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom should continue to be invited to monitor the elections. And in that exercise, every facility should be afforded. Looking back on 2020, what was written in 2016 was certainly wise and certainly one that showed that they had some foresight into what the risks we were facing as a country, even at that time, 30-odd years after Rodney's death, and what we thought was the end of the Burnham era. 9.12, and this is the final recommendation. The ethnic divide in the Guyanese society constitutes a fragile fault line. General elections produce an environment that puts that fault line under stress. Many of the recommendations made herein assume the existence and maintenance of a sense of ethnic harmony, but it has to be worked at. Every government has a continuing responsibility to work in close consultation with national associations and diverse interest groups to design and implement a program intended to strengthen ethnic harmony and a sense of national unity. And we believe on this side of the House that that has commenced with the One Guyana that we are promoting and the One Guyana Commission that we will be bringing to the House. If one has had a chance to look at the Commission of Inquiry, then the documents show the list of people who went before it and the number of times the sessions were held. This is an important record. As I said, it is not a complete record, but it is an important record that relates to not just the assassination of Rodney, but for a whole era in our country of what was experienced by the people of this nation in a period where democracy was undermined, where political leaders such as Dr. Walter Rodney were dealt with, and in this case, assassinated, that we as a people have to be able to close this chapter. We have to be able to say that after 41 years and almost 2 months, because this was debated on August 4, 2016, but it was June the 13th that he was assassinated. that we are able to adopt this report. That's all this motion's asking for. I notice the chief whip on the other side has 9 speakers, 10, I believe. And I'm not quite sure. I would love it if they were to support this motion, that is, adopt the report, and as it goes on to say, that the government, the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to implement the recommendations therein. So you have the freedom, you're not in government anymore. There's no reason why you shouldn't support these recommendations now. We understand why you couldn't do it in 2016. It was a little bit of a difficult pill for you to swallow. But it went down like craw in your throat. As remember a certain leader of our country saying that plantain chips were like a craw in your throat. We understand why this report was a craw in your throat. But I hope, and I'm not sure I'm using the right word, craw, yes? But the issue, like crawfish, right? Yeah. So this, 1, adopt. 2, call on the government. You're not in the government, so you're free to pompose as you want or pompozette as you want. And to take measures to implement the recommendations therein in order to preserve and strengthen democratic architecture of the state. And who amongst us doesn't want to strengthen the democratic architecture of a state, of our state? Who doesn't? Who doesn't? And then the other, be it resolved, says to take measures to cause the complete report emanating from the Commission to be made public and publicly available electronically. And that would mean a variety of things. It could go out on the Parliament website, it could go up on Ministry's website, it could go up in other websites. It's available electronically for the education of our people and the education of the world. So the era that we went through was one that I hope that the younger generation don't have to go through again. That some of us, our youth, including, I believe, the speaker, our youth was consumed in that period with fighting democracy and trying to stay alive. And so I don't wish that on any generation of youth, whether opposition or government. But we have to learn lessons from the past. And we can't pretend that the commission inquiry, which was called for long ago, that came before this House. In fact, Mr. Speaker, this is the 3rd motion I'm bringing on Walter Rodney. One was in 2005, which the WPA then amended and changed the context of it. The second one was in 2016 to do with the recommendation of the COI, which the then government amended. And you sanitized it, you took everything out of it, you degutted it. And now we're back again. Because I am persistent, and our government is persistent, and our president is persistent, that we must, as a people, do what is right. We must do what is right, even if it is 41 years later. We must do what is right. We have come through a period that was one of the elections which showed the resilience of our people, that showed that Guyana was not alone, that we had friends in UN and Commonwealth and OES, we were not alone as a people, and that democracy prevailed. And even for you on the opposition side, you may be very unhappy that we won, but we did win. You may be very unhappy that you no longer are in government. We understand your problem. However, what you should be proud about, regardless that you're not in government now, is that the democratic institutions of this country withstood the pressure to hijack an election for the will and to undermine the will and violate the will and choice of the people of this country. And those of you who will get up today and talk about Rodney fundamentally believed in democracy and the right of the people to choose at a free and fair elections. Regrettably, I know that some people are having problems with elections. As soon as you say elections, they start to get agitated. But I mean, I'm sure that the election issue does come out in the trade unions too. I'm sure elections come out in the political parties too, because we do know what happens in some of the unions of this country who have not been able to change their leadership for a long time by a democratic process, including political parties. And we do commiserate with the PNC and the difficulties they're having surrounding democracy and elections at the Congress. You have our sympathy. You have our sympathy. And if you would like us to do any recounting, if you would like us to recount the votes, we will do so for you. As an independent, free, you don't have to pay us, we'll do it for you. To recount the votes at your Congress. To make sure that no hanky-panky goes on. Because I do remember at the last Congress, 2 of your Congresses before, you had to count in 2011, you had to count the votes in 2011 3 times to choose your presidential candidate. 3 times. We remember when you had a next election at Congress, which was to elect your leader, common leader, you had to have a recount 3 times. So you should be actually very supportive of recount. Actually, you should have welcomed the recount of the votes in March 2020, because you're the experts on recount. You've had it over and over again. Mr. Speaker, forgive me for diverting a bit, but you know I'm a politician, and that in 1978, when I talked about Rodney with elections, 1978, there was a referendum, which was to amend the Constitution, and actually to introduce a new Constitution of 1980. And again, like in 2020, the forces for democracy had grown and expanded. And this followed, the 1978 referendum followed the redeployment, the Constitution, the 1978, the government redeployed 4,000 workers and sent thousands of people scurrying across the borders illegally. When people were made redundant, thousands of workers woke up and didn't have a job, or found instead of being a permanent secretary, you were now sent off to Kimbia or to somewhere else and had no job at all and no salary. But you had a referendum in 1978. And that referendum, and there's evidence to show of the empty polling stations, because there was a boycott of the referendum, because one, people hadn't seen anything with the Constitution, hadn't seen the draft, don't know what it's about. No one had been shared it. You were being asked in the referendum to approve a Constitution you hadn't even seen. There was no consultation, no inclusion, and so a boycott was called by the political parties of the time, and even groups like the trade unions, a number of the trade unions, and not those that are causing trouble today, unfortunately, and so on. And the photographic evidence of those elections show empty poll stations, and yet the Guyana Elections Commission, which in those days were 3 people, announced that the Constitution had been changed, had the support of 80% of the voters of the country. These elections were a slap in the face to everybody. In that, and then 1980, the Constitution was introduced. We had the 1980 elections, and then again rigged elections. So Rodney in the 1978 period was leading and joined with the PPP and Cherry Jagan to be able to stop a constitution going forward that no one had been part of, no one had seen, no one was consulted in the midst of what was the banning of goods, the loss of jobs, the increase of cost of living, the activities of what were called the death squads, who were people who were taken out of prison, and they ran on trucks throughout the streets at night. These were prisoners who became the security forces and who had what you call knuckle breakers, that they could break people's jaw with and beat people with, and where men were arrested at 4 o'clock in the morning with their bukta on and disappeared for 2 weeks, and the lawyers of those days were running to court with habeas corpus. Maybe the lawyers on that side need to go into the annals of the courts to see the number of habeas corpuses that were brought for men in particular who could not be found, who were arrested by the death squad in those days. But Mr. Speaker, I'm asking the opposition that, look, all of us have to deal with our histories. I'm sure, Mr. Maipol, that there are things in your life you regret as well. I'm sure. I'm sure there are things in your life you regret, as all of us, no? All of us. However, we must have the magnanimity of a people to recognize this was wrong. This was wrong. The assassination of a leader like Walter Rodney or anybody because of their political beliefs was wrong. And that therefore, we as a generation in 2021, on August the 9th, in the National Assembly, hereby adopt the Commission of Inquiry, hereby call for the implementation of the 12 simple recommendations I read to you, which I cannot and will not believe that you on the other side would not support. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. I have a speaking order here. The Honorable Deputy Leader has had a little family emergency. I would now like to call on Ms. Tabitha Sarabo Halley to make her presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I had a prepared speech. I will get to it eventually. Mr. Speaker, I was not around during Burnham's time. Neither were most of us in this House and a large segment of this population. But I did live through the 23 years of the PPPC. Where we had the phantom squads, where we had over 400 young black youths that went missing, where we had the deaths of Ronald Waddle and Courtney Crummy Wing. So the perception of most Guyanese is that the PPP use rogue elements in the police force and the army to carry out their vendetta against the population. So forgive me if the somber tone of the honorable member gave to share does not faze me or anyone else on this side of the House. Mr. Speaker, I really want to get to my speech, but this level of cognitive dissonance that goes on in this House is quite appalling. I am left to wonder whether or not we're really living in two different worlds. I'll get back to it. I am particularly gratified that I have been chosen for this task. Since I grew up surrounded by the political family of Walter Rodney, as a Guyanese of African descent, as a mother myself, as a person not distant from the age Walter was, it is not difficult for me, some 41 years later, to understand and empathize with the trauma of his family, particularly his children and the Guyanese society as a whole. I'm deliberately not making reference to more recent horrific events in order to not deflect from the gravity of the pain that many in our society endured with the death of Walter Rodney in 1980. To seek to make political mileage of those many horrific events now is unworthy of this House. It is certainly not my culture to so do. In Guyana, it would be true to say now as then that the wheels of justice move very slowly. The Henry Boys come to mind. The vigilance of different quarters at different times in the pursuit into an inquiry into Walter Rodney's death crossed several administrations. To be precise, I hope the Honorable Minister is recognizing that her motion on Walter Rodney is being laughed at by her own ministers and members of Parliament. To be precise, from 1980 to 1992 was 12 years. From 1992 to 2015 was 23 years. And from 2015 to when the inquiry was laid and presented in National Assembly was 1 year. The count speaks for itself, Mr. Speaker. And I think it's important for all Guyanese to be made familiar with the recommendations of the Commission. So I will read them, because I don't believe they were given the importance given what is happening today in our society. Every effort should be made to have a well-trained and highly professional police force with a thorough appreciation of its duty to serve impartiality, regardless of ethnicity or party affiliation, and loyal to the best interests of the country and to the constabulary, and not what we see now with the Police Service Commission having to take the president to court. This will in turn call for a heavy investment in training at every level and an ongoing basis with attention to appropriate values in addition to proper policing techniques, which we started to do during our tenure 2015 to 2020. The Army too must be professional. Nothing is worse than an army in a country striving to be an ideal functioning democracy, being partial to any political party, whether in government or otherwise. The police should be aware of the need to act with reasonable dispatch in these matters and should be preparing the investigative files so as to meet the time frame indicated with oversight from the office of the DPP. Not us going to court and having to figure out that the file is missing, the file has disappeared. The recommendation is that a thorough and prompt review of the systems be undertaken so as to ensure that an improved, efficient, and reliable system of record keeping is provided to both the Army and the police. Such a system will call for properly trained personnel to manage and maintain it. You see, these recommendations that are here is the end of a long fight for justice for the Rodney family. If I do not acknowledge the pain and suffering of many families who have also lost their loved ones under brutal circumstances, it would be remiss of me. As a start, I urge you, therefore, and you can expect our support to such a call for a COI into the deaths of Minister Satyendeo Saw, Pulmati Prasad, Rashpat Rai Saw, and Curtis Robertson, who were all killed at the same time in the home of then Minister on April 22nd, 2006. Ronald Waddle, who was brutally murdered on January 2006. Courtney Crummy Wing. It is your watch now. If indeed this administration is not, as accused, being self-serving in this attempt, you would implement the recommendations as a matter of urgency. To this we look forward. You see, Mr. Speaker, as you assemble in this august House to debate issues and make amendments to bills and bring about motions, the majority of our people are for the first time in 5 years unsure about their future. Business people, not the cronies of the PPP, not the companies that made a conscious decision between 2015 and 2020 to do as little business as possible with the hope that it would affect the economy and make the AP and UFC government look bad. But the real and honest private sector are saying amongst themselves that they were able to thrive and earn under the coalition and are having a difficult time now. The price for food in the market has skyrocketed. Gas prices have gone up, and people feel less safe. This is where we are after 1 year of an installed administration in office. What the evidence shows, Mr. Speaker, is that good governance is not a part of the DNA of most, if not all, on the other side. In fact, the evidence shows quite clearly that this whole mantra of democracy that they have attempted to use again today to obfuscate the truth is only a farce, and their true identity came quickly once they got back into the seat of power. A government's ability to manage the inevitable conflict arising from competing demands by various groups in the society, while ensuring respect for and the promotion of liberty, personal liberty and human rights of its citizens. A government's ability to maintain the integrity of democratic institutions. A government's ability to uphold the democratic principles of freedom of association and expression and accountability of the governors to the governed. A government's ability to establish a political order based on the rule of just laws, and a government's ability to enact policies geared towards equitable distribution of power and resources shows its effectiveness. It determines its commitment to democracy and good governance, and clearly the PPP has failed on all fronts. Democracy, like all other ideologies, Mr. Speaker, require, and in fact demand, that those placed in a position to represent the will of the people carry a certain decorum, a certain view of the world. It demands more than just form, but substance to achieve legitimacy and be seen as the best ideology for any nation. It requires a healthy balance between individual needs and collective responsibility. One cursory look at the demeanor of the lot over on the other side and their approach to governance over the last year, and you're only left with one perspective. The betterment of self takes on due precedence over the betterment of the collective. Yes, I can write. A clear example of this is what happened in the United States. The Trump presidency has shown us quite clearly what can happen in a country that prides itself on maintaining the traditions of democracy and democratic values, if an individual refuses to adhere to those traditions and values. The idea of democracy in it of itself is not the remedy, but the people who choose to abide by the idea are the remedy. The Trump administration has highlighted just how fragile democracy is as it is only as strong as its weakest link. The evidence is clear. This PPP regime, no matter how good they are at propaganda, they cannot hoodwink the people out of recognizing that their salaries cannot buy what it was able to buy a year ago. There seems to be, Mr. Speaker, evidence of what I said before, cognitive dissonance, permeating from the opposite side of this House. They do everything wrong, but then as they speak, they pretend as though all is well with the world and believe that if they continue to repeat the untruth, the rest of the population will also begin to suffer from cognitive dissonance. It is laughable that someone holding the highest office in the land, albeit illegally, would dare speak about professionalization of the police when their own actions have brought the entire police force into disrepute. It has to be cognitive dissonance when one stands to speak about one Guyana, but implements policies and actions that have further divided our society. In the public sector alone, over this last year, we have seen the dismantling of the public service by allowing the firing of over 1,500 public servants, the closing of the Bertram Collins College of the Public Service, the removal of the work from home and rotation order, bringing public service back into the office at full capacity, causing a rapid increase in positive COVID-19 cases among public service. The recommitment to salary after 3 months probation for new public servants, with some public servants going 5 to 6 months without their salaries. The constant delay in the payment of salaries and benefits from public servants. The deprofessionalization of the public service, and now 2 budgets and no salary increase for public servants. The blatant statement that they will not engage with the unions who have been certified to speak on behalf of the various categories of public servants. Some on the other side seem particularly peeved about their illegitimate status. So peeved and hurt are they that the work and consultation necessary to confirm the appointments of key positions hang in the balance. Some may be inclined to say that this position borders on immaturity and childishness, but I will reserve my position on this matter. Others may disagree with the term illegitimate, and those who do have every right to. But my question to you then is, does their legitimacy in your eyes give them the right to commit the acts that they have committed since August 2nd, 2020? The onslaught of firing of persons of one ethnic group, the obvious nonchalant attitude towards the Henry Boys and Harry Singh's families to ensure that justice is served, the clear violations of the Constitution, the clear violations of human rights, the inability to properly handle the COVID-19 pandemic, the dismantling of the Guyana Forestry Commission, the State Asset Recovery Agency, and the Office of Climate Change, the skyrocket increase in our deficit overnight, almost 4 times the size of our current Natural Resources Fund, the numerous complaints that Guyanese are mortally afraid of making decisions in their own best interest for fear that their lives and their families' lives will be crushed by those who hold power, the protests that have started due to the very draconian measures put in place by this illegitimate administration testifies of the authoritarian nature of the PPP and shows that they truly do not care about anyone. If we are truly in favor of a united Guyana, a Guyana where equality and equity is paramount, where opportunities are available to all, and all feel as though they are included in what is happening, then we cannot and must not allow what is currently happening to continue. A country on the verge of greatness is being torn apart before our eyes. The will of the people has now become the will of some. The legitimate representatives are showing quite clearly who they are, what they intend to do, how they intend to govern, and where their interests lie. Common political courtesies no longer exist. The need to have some level of standards and values at the highest level no longer exists. If there was ever any doubt in my mind as to how far we have come, it was made very clear to me after I was hit in my head by the so-called honorable member, a known abuser, someone who has been convicted of acts of violence against others. But what was the response of his colleagues? They chose for political and personal reasons to circle the wagon. Women who unashamedly speak about ending violence against women chose to throw snide remarks at me, knowing fully well that this so-called honorable member has a history of violent acts. All one can do is shake one's head when the leader of the House, the Honorable Prime Minister, insinuates that it didn't happen. Mr. McCoy, honorable member, I know that I will get justice even if it's not in this House, under this Speaker, nor under this illegal administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ms. Halley. I now call on the Honorable Member Ms. Annette Ferguson to make her contribution.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
I request a suspension of the standing order 10-1 to go beyond.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister.
8 p.m.
Prime Minister is moving that the standing order be suspended for us to go beyond 8 o'clock. Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. Honorable Member, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I'm privileged to speak to this motion on the adaptation and implementation of the recommendations of the report of the Commission of Inquiry on the death in an explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney, moved and tabled in this National Assembly by the Honorable Member Ms. Gail Teixeira. Comrade Speaker, let me establish from the outset that I am a proud member of the People's National Congress Reform. And like many of my colleagues who will be contributing to the debate, we have seen such a move by this PPPC regime to name, shame, and blame the PNCR, which has been in existence for 63 plus years, and we will protect and preserve the good name of this mass-based political organization. It must be established that the intent of this COI was never, and I repeat, Comrade Speaker, it was never to pursue the truth, rather to castigate and blame the People's National Congress Reform. The big question to ask, why such a motion at this time, when our nation is grappling with major issues such as the mismanagement of the COVID-19 pandemic by this incompetent, inept, and visionless regime? Public servants have lost their jobs. Cost of living has skyrocketed. Public servants have not enjoyed an increase in wages and salaries since 2019. Forced vaccination on our citizens. Non-performance of the economy, victimization and discrimination against Guyanese, whose lands were taken away, and many who are still waiting to be serviced with the 25,000 COVID cash grant. Crime out of control, just to name a few. Comrade Speaker, Motions of such nature to the issues that I've just alluded to earlier should have been crafted and brought to this National Assembly for healthy and consensus debating to address the many woeful and abysmal failures of this administration. While we need to pursue truth surrounding the death of Walter Rodney, the state of Guyanese minds are not interested in hearing such a motion at this time, but rather, Mr. Speaker, they prefer to hear of programs and policies which will aid in the development of their lives and economic well-being. I challenge members across the opposite side of the House to take a walk down the busy streets of central Georgetown. Go to South Georgetown, go to Enmore, go to Linden, go to Lusignan, and ascertain from your own brothers and sisters what are the immediate needs. It's all about bread and butter. Mr. Speaker, let it be known, this is the 31st sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament. There are absolutely nothing significant this regime can boast about, though they promised a robust legislative agenda. Mr. Speaker, we need to remind ourselves the purpose or reason for the PPPC regime establishing the COI on the death of the late Walter Rodney was as a result of them losing support from their base. Since the coalition was gaining tractions from a wide cross-section of Guyanese leading up to the 2011 election, who needed a change in the political landscape. What is troubling, Mr. Speaker? The PPPC professes to be saints, quote and unquote, and the PNC demons, quote and unquote. While I believe the debts beyond circumstances must be solved, there is need for a COI into many other debts. Since justice must be served, and I'm repeating what the honorable member, the mover of the motion, Gail Teixeira, alluded to earlier, justice must be served. Such must be done for the families of Sat Diosa, who was a serving minister, not of the coalition government, but of the People's Progressive Party government, who met his demise, who was assassinated in the year 2006. Mr. Ronald Waddell, Dwayne Comewing, and the many young Afro-Guyanese males whose lives were taken under mysterious circumstances under the People's Progressive Party civic government. The attitude and action of this regime is to keep section of our nation's population living in the past. And we have just heard the honorable member, Gail Teixeira, in her presentation, 1974, 1963, 19 this and 19 that. The attitude and action of this regime is to keep section of our nation's population living in the past, rather than building a cohesive society, not realizing when one points their index finger, Kwame, 4 is pointing back to you. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, they have just celebrated 1 miserable year in office, where they brought more division than social cohesion. Though the term oneness, and we just heard the honorable member saying that they're bringing some commission of some oneness to be debated in this National Assembly, but I'm waiting to see what the contents would look like, is used loosely and widely. If their interest was to see this nation and its people coming together, this motion should not be here today before us debating. Let me briefly examine the housing sector and their performance in the last year. In their manifesto for the 2020 elections, they promised 50,000 house lots with the intent of achieving a magic number of 10,000 per annum. In the first year, Mr. Speaker, they claimed 6,000 were distributed. But I don't know, like many other Guyanese, where the shortfall of 4,000 will come from, since the first year of their governance has already retired. Say it outside. Challenge me outside. I want you to say it outside. Go outside. Go outside. Because I can learn it from Barrett and Hamilton. The distributions in all areas to date were acquired by the coalition government. Mr. Speaker, let me have it recorded in the answer of this National Assembly. Ordinance Fort Lands. The APNU was able to acquire 27 acres of land from the Guyana Lands and Survey at a total cost of $27 million. Lethem, 110 acres at a cost of $110 million Guyana dollars. Kwakwani, another 25 acres costing $25 million Guyana dollars. Amina's Ward, where they went several weeks ago to give out 400, claiming, mind you, Mr. Speaker, they claim, Amina's Ward, 220 acres, we were able to acquire at a cost of $220 million Guyana dollars. Wiz Rock, another 27 acres of $27 million Guyana dollars. These house lots were acquired by the coalition government through the Guyana Lands and Survey. They have denied ordinary Guyanese who acquired an allocation under the coalition. They're now forcing to accept or to take back the lands from these people. There is no housing policy. There was never one, and never will there be one. They are back to their old ways of doing things. Bush lot instead of house lots. The water sector, quickly, Mr. Speaker. The PPPC regime has failed miserably in this sector. No longer are citizens enjoying potable and adequate water. No longer are citizens enjoying 24 hours water service. Just a few hours ago, persons were complaining of the huge increase in their water bills, and y'all promised people y'all gonna bring down the water tariff.
Honorable member, I didn't promise anybody anything.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the correction, and I withdraw that. Honorable members. Oh boy. Good. Mr. Speaker, I will touch briefly on the public works sector. We have moved right back to the days of patched work. After 1 year, the PPPC regime cannot show this nation a plan for public works. Contrast to what the coalition did for 2017 to 2025. Mr. Speaker, when adjustments to ministers' salary, this is something was big in 2015, 2016, how we pay ourselves 20% and 50%. But today, Mr. Speaker, they are enjoying the 20% increase in salaries and the 50% increase in salaries as ministers of the government. They're very silent on that. How can these honorable members be trusted? I now turn my attention to a few clauses contained in the motion before us and wish to contextualize the following as per my observations. The current motion, when compared to the amended motion debated in the National Assembly on the 4th of August 2016, I have recognized there were critical deviations from the former. The words acknowledging the report and take measure to examine the findings have been replaced in this motion with, and I quote, adopting the report and its findings, unquote. The motion also ignores the need to ascertain whether any of the recommendations are acceptable and implementable. The motion also stated that in Volume 1 of the report of the Commission of Inquiry, the Commission had presented its findings, including, and I quote, critical findings and summary on Gregory Smith, unquote, and 11 significant recommendations. That is not so. The report did not make 11 significant recommendations, Mr. Speaker, but rather the report speaks of significant findings and made some recommendations. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the People's National Congress Reform, I must, a proud one, I must register my party's position in examining the merits and demerits of adopting this report. We wish to remind this Assembly of the PNCR's position on the Commission of Inquiry. We believed that when we do believe now in respect to this motion, and that the PPPC, with a sagging popularity, used the Commission's processes to elicit evidence of the socio-political economic situation in Guyana from 1978 through to 1980 for a collateral purpose to gain a political advantage from the proceedings. The PNC had reservations and continues to have those very reservations about the terms of reference, more so in terms number 4, and I quote, to examine and report on the actions and activities of the state, such as the Guyana Police Force, the Guyana Defense Force, the Guyana National Service, the Guyana People's Militia, and those who were in command and superintendents of these agencies, to determine whether they were tasked with the surveillance of and the carrying out of actions, and whether they did execute those tasks and carried out those actions against the political opposition for the period 1st of January 1978 to the 31st of December 1980. And you know, Mr. Speaker, when you examine the actual report, it would show that the PNC then called on the then President, Mr. Ramintar, to at least revise the terms of reference, some of the elements contained in the terms of reference, and this was denied. The People's National Congress Reform, as a consequence, declined to cooperate with the Commission of Inquiry under those terms of reference. We, however, did nominate a legal team and participated in its proceedings to represent the interests of the PNCR. And we know that our former Attorney General, Mr. Basil Williams, he appeared on behalf of the People's National Congress Reform. But, Mr. Speaker, there were several key personnel identified, and I don't know whether all Guyanese are aware as to the amount of monies, that is the taxpayers' dollars, that were actually used to pay these commissioners, and I will list them very quickly. Sir Richard Chetlinam, US $289,767, an equivalent of 59+ million Guyana dollars. Mr. Sinat Jairam was paid $251,651 US, an equivalent of 50 million Guyana dollars. Mrs. Jacqueline Samuels Brown, 50 million Guyana dollars, which is an equivalent of $245,145 US. Comrade Speaker, these monies included their airfares, departure taxes, per diems, 2,000 US in the case of Cheltenham, and briefcase, imagine, and briefcase fees. You know, this is what taxpayers' money was actually used to do, to fund a soap opera as a commission of inquiry. So, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time, I will examine briefly a few of the recommendations by the commissioners in their findings contained in the report and provide a brief response on behalf of my political party. 9.2, every effort should be made to have a well-trained and highly professional police force with a thorough appreciation of its duty to serve impartially, regardless of ethnicity or party affiliation, and loyal to the best interest of the country and to the constabulary. Mr. Speaker, the response by my political party is as follows. We hasten to endorse this recommendation as it is very relevant today. The evidence is before the eyes. The current debacle involving, and I alluded to it earlier in my presentation on the first bill I spoke to, the petroleum bill, involving the Police Service Commission, is just one case in point that readily comes to mind. Open any one of the dailies or surf the social networks, and it becomes more than evident that the Guyana police force is in the throes of a leadership tug-of-war, all because of shameless political interference and frequent executive intrusion. Mr. Speaker, recommendation 9.10, no party in government should be permitted to tamper easily or at all with the electoral system, etc., etc. Our response to this, Mr. Speaker, this seems to be a misplaced recommendation. We can find no terms of reference to which it speaks to. We could not determine from which one of the Commission's findings of fact was this particular recommendation derived. Again, it is illustrative of our argument that the commissioners were at times shooting in the dark. Remember, I tell you about the soap opera? That's what we had, Mr. Speaker. We therefore demand that this recommendation, as well as the other two remaining ones, be stricken and not be debated any longer. Mr. Speaker, 9.8, some important records inclusive of files with evidence relating to the Walter Rodney case and in the custody of the police and the army were not made available to the Commission as requested. The explanation provided was that they could not be found. That is an adverse commentary on the thoroughness, efficiency, and security of their record-keeping system. The response of my political party to this is also another statement of the facts at the time of hearing. Mr. Speaker, I now turn my attention to, I think, one of the whereas clause in the motion, which speaks to government making the complete report available to the public by print and electronic. We have argued earlier that publicizing, because I think I'm referring to the debates of 2016, we have argued earlier that publicizing of the complete report, likely to include details of a security nature, would have injurious implications for future conduct of operations by the coercive arms of the state. This cannot be overemphasized, and we will not countenance any such action by the government. Mr. Speaker, the COI's report in Rodney's death lacks any credibility. And you know, I know, Mr. Speaker, the leader of my party and former president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. He would have pulled together a few articles, and he would have themed it The Pursuit of Truth and the Walter Rodney Commission of Inquiry. It has very important information, and I trust I can make it available so that my other honorable members on the other side of the aisle, they can read for themselves what this little booklet speaks to. Its erroneous findings are based primarily on the evidence of a convict named Alan Gates. Remember too, Mr. Speaker, several key eyewitnesses were to take the stand. Thank you very much. Several key eyewitnesses were to take the stand. And I guess you remember this name, Mr. Skip Roberts? Yeah, Mr. Skip Roberts. Even the then leader of the WPA, Dr. Rupert Roopnarine. Yes, Dr. Rupert Roopnarine was not given the opportunity to take to the stand and provide his evidence. However, the report established that Rodney was in possession of an explosive device. But the commission never went on to determine why Rodney had an explosive device in his possession and what was his intent. By his own words, and this is what Sir Richard said, and I'm quoting, the commissioner's chairman stated that the report would be incomplete without the evidence of key witnesses whom he did not call. Hence, the findings and recommendations are through an incomplete process of analysis, cannot be entertained, and are flatly rejected. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me check the report, state that the PNCR had nothing to do with Walter Rodney's death. The late great Forbes Burnham, how did it crucify and demonize those on the other side, had nothing to do with Walter Rodney's death. And I know for a fact, Mr. Speaker, just like my honorable colleague before me said, the Rodney's family may not get justice here on earth, but there is a God. There is a God, and he knows what transpired on that fatal day of June 13th, 1980. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the end of my presentation, and I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member, Ms. Annette Ferguson. And I now call on the Honorable Member and Acting Chief Whip for the Opposition, Mr. Ganis Mahipur, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Sir, I stand before you, born on the 4th of July, 1989. So I am in no position to speak from memory with reference to the death of the late Dr. Walter Rodney. And sir, I refuse to believe the words of the older folks on that side of the Honorable House. For there are many instances where we were misguided, and I wish not to be misguided again by articulation with flamboyant descriptive words and total misinformation. Every effort from this side of the House was put to review the records and recordings in a dispassionate manner so as to ascertain the formidable truth in this unfortunate death of a son of the soil. The truth and nothing but the truth is what the PNC has always called for.
and not narrow political efforts to gain cheap political points, like what my friends on the other side are seeking to achieve, all because their ship is sinking. The country is against them right now, and as they sink, they are seeking to clutch at a straw. It must be noted, sir, that every time this particular political party, the People's Progressive Party, finds itself in political trouble due to visionless leadership, they turn to distraction politics. Forcing vaccines down our throats will not work. Provide us with the authentic information surrounding the Sputnik V vaccine. Heavy cost of living in this country is sending all of us slowly to our graves. People are still awaiting their COVID cash grant. Families have begun to complain of unusual financial practices in the Because We Care cash grant or cash distribution, among so many issues. Simply put, the installed government is bad for Guyana, and they are seeking a way out, but this will not work. At the 28th sitting of the National Assembly, on the 12th of the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Anil Nandalal, honorable in keeping with the standing orders, read a prepared statement and indicated that the installed regime's intention is to table a motion in this honorable House so that we in unison can formally honor the life, legacy, and contribution of Dr. Walter Anthony Rodney to Guyana. Currently, we are making our contributions on the motion. In the statement read by Honorable Anil Nandalal, he said that a motion was tabled under the APNU-AFC government in 2016 by the Honorable Gail Teixeira, then opposition member of parliament of the People's Progressive Party, calling upon the government to implement the recommendations of this said report. And he further said that the motion was voted down by the government. It is on that premise, Honorable Nandalal went on to say that this government commits to moving another motion in this House, which is this current motion, seeking the approval of this House and a resolution that recommendations contained therein be approved. Comrade Speaker, it is these kinds of misguided statements that have caused us as young members of Parliament to have no trust in senior members like Honorable Anil Nandalal. Let me point you to the Hansard of the 41st sitting of the 11th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana on pages 183 to 185. There, sir, you will see that at 3:34 a.m., the 2016 motion was passed and not voted down, as mentioned by Comrade Nandalal. The motion in 2016, moved by Honorable Gail Teixeira, had a resolved clause that stated, be it further resolved that the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to implement the recommendations therein in order to ensure that the democratic architecture of the state is preserved and strengthened. That clause was amended to read, be it further resolved that the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to examine the findings and recommendations therein in order to ascertain whether any, and if so, which are acceptable and implementable. The amendment was put and carried. The motion in 2016 as amended was put and carried. Sir, Honorable Nandalal or Honorable Teixeira cannot come to this house and say that the motion in 2016 was voted down. That is very misleading. Nowhere in the Hansard indicates that the political opposition at the time registered their non-agreement to the amendment. Be it resolved clause, which was put and carried. And sir, you and I know that Standing Order 37-4 permits a debate on any...
Honorable Minister.
The honourable member is stating facts about my colleague, Attorney General, is incorrect. The motion of 2016 was brought by me,
Honorable,
and that it was,
Honorable Member,
it
Honorable
was
Minister.
defeated. And
Honorable Member, you'll have an opportunity to correct that. I don't recognize that standing order.
okay, he is
That
misrepresenting what happened.
Comrade Speaker.
Honorable Member, you may continue.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I repeat, at the 28th sitting of the National Assembly on the 12th Parliament, at the 12th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the Honorable Attorney General stood and read a prepared statement, and he said that the motion was voted down. If I am incorrect, sir, I am prepared to never speak in this house again. But I know what I heard, and I went back and played the recording to ascertain that I heard correctly. So I know what I speak of. Sir, you and I know that Standing Order 37-4 permits a debate on any amendment to motions. And in this house, there is nobody else that gives the impression that they know the standing orders better than anyone else other than Honorable Gail Teixeira. It is in that light, sir, I call on the Honorable Anil Nandalal to apologize to all of us in this house and to set the record straight. Sir, Comrade Gail Teixeira said that we must do what is right. And we agree we must do what is right. In 2005, the People's Progressive Party had the opportunity to do what is right. Comrade Speaker, at the 68th sitting of the 8th Parliament of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the Honorable Gail Teixeira, at the time Minister of Home Affairs and Acting Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, moved a motion titled Enquiry into the Death of Dr. Walter Rodney. The motion reads as follows. Whereas on the 13th of June 1980, Dr. Walter Rodney, a distinguished Guyanese scholar, was assassinated by an explosion which occurred in his car at John and Hatfield Street, Georgetown. And whereas Dr. Rodney was at the time of his death an eminent political leader engaged in a struggle against authoritarian rule, democracy, and social justice. And whereas there have been calls for a full investigation into the assassination of Dr. Rodney, which has received broad support. Be it resolved that this National Assembly, in paying tribute to this illustrious son of Guyana on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of his untimely and tragic death, support an inquiry being conducted into the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. That was the motion in 2005, moved by a sitting member of government, the Honorable Teixeira, in her capacity as Minister of Home Affairs and Acting Minister of Culture, Youth and Sports, 2005, sir. In the presentations made at the sitting of the National Assembly, all the members of Parliament supported the call for the inquiry. All the members of Parliament supported the call for the inquiry. In fact, sir, An amended motion was moved after the presentation by then Honorable Member, the late Sheila Holder, and it states, and I want the public and everyone to compare the Honorable Teixeira's motion in 2005 and this amended motion that came in 2005 by the Honorable Sheila Holder. Whereas on the 13th of June 1980, Dr. Walter Rodney, a distinguished Guyanese scholar and champion of multiracial working people, was killed by an explosion which occurred in his car at John and Hatfield Street, Georgetown. And whereas there have been calls for a full and impartial investigation into the death of Dr. Walter Rodney, which have received local, regional, and international support, be it resolved that this National Assembly, in paying tribute to the memory of this illustrious son of Guyana, and on the occasion of the 25th anniversary of his untimely and tragic death, supports an international inquiry being conducted without delay into the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. So the amended motion, sir, was one that did not just call for an inquiry, it called for an international inquiry without delay. This is 2005. The PPP was in government. Without delay. And probably there's a reason why it came in 2005, because we will recall that was an era of destruction and deaths. So again, it comes back to my earlier point, seeking cheap political points whenever their ship is sinking. And that is what we had in 2014, and that is what we're having here today again, sir. Comrade Speaker, in 2005, 17 members of parliament voted for an international inquiry without delay. 17 MPs in 2005 voted for an international inquiry without delay, and 22 declined to vote. Hold on, I'm coming there. The 17 MPs who voted for an international inquiry in 2005 without delay are Mrs. Sheila Holder from the Guyana Action Party / Working People's Alliance, Miss Genevieve Allen from the PNC, Miss Judith David from the PNC, Mr. Nazim Ali from the PNC, Mrs. Rajkumari Bancroft from the PNC, Mr. Ricky Khan from the PNC, Mr. James McAllister from the PNC, Dr. George Norton from the PNC, Mr. Jerome Khan from the PNC, Miss Sandra Adams from the PNC, Mr. Basil Williams from the PNC, Mr. Vincent Alexander from the PNC, Mr. Derek Bernard from the PNC, Miss Deborah Baker from the PNC, Mr. Ivor Allen from the PNC, Mrs. Clarissa Reel from the PNC, and Mr. Winston Shripal Murray from the PNC. So the PNC was always in favor of the real truth, the hard truth, the formidable truth. The PNC wants the truth surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. Mr. Speaker, the 22 that declined to vote on that motion, the 22 that declined to vote in 2005 on an international inquiry without delay are all from the People's Progressive Party. And among us here today in this honorable house are 4 of the members, namely Honorable Zulfikar Mustafa, he declined to vote. Honorable Pauline Sukai declined to vote. Honorable Berry Ramsaran declined to vote. And Honorable Gail Teixeira declined to vote for an international inquiry without delay so that we could have gotten to the bottom and the real truth surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. Important to mention also is that Mr. Donald Ramotar, who was the president at the time when the Commission of Inquiry commenced in 2014, was a member of the House in 2005, and he also declined to vote for an international inquiry without delay so as to ascertain the cause of death of Dr. Walter Rodney. Comrade Speaker, you were present in that house at the time as a sitting minister of the then government, as an elected member from the TUF, so you know exactly what I am talking about, sir. Notwithstanding Honorable Members Mustafa, Sukai, Ramsaran and Teixeira, and former President Ramotar declining to vote for an international inquiry being conducted without delay into the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney in 2005, the motion was passed and became a resolution of the House in 2005. Comrade Speaker, from 2005 to 2014, there is no record of the People's Progressive Party government initiating a commission of inquiry in keeping with the resolution of the National Assembly in 2005. But suddenly in 2014, with a hung parliament in which the combined opposition had a one-seat majority, where the growing cries of the people being fed up of the People's Progressive Party mismanagement, and in that very year, 2014, a no-confidence motion was filed against the PPP, a commission of inquiry suddenly became the talk of the time. Distraction politics, sir. Distraction politics. And our people are educated and sensible, and they know what is distraction politics. And it is distraction politics that we have before us here, yet again, in a country where punishment has skyrocketed. Oh yes, COVID is definitely out of control. Cost of living sky high. So many problems we have in this country right now. Division, social cohesion was thrown out of the window. We have so many separation occurring in our society. And what do we have from the PPP? Distraction politics. The very Ramotar, former President Ramotar, who did not vote for an international inquiry in 2005, quickly put together one in 2014. The commission was expected to complete its work 10 weeks after commencement. 10 weeks, remember, we were heading into an election. So 10 weeks after the start, they're expected to complete. The commission began its work on the 28th of April of 2014. Sir, I believe at this point in time, I should say to the family and friends of Dr. Walter Rodney, that based on my research, the People's National Congress was always and will always support a full and impartial investigation surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. But this commission of inquiry that was had in 2014 and lasted until 2016 and cost the taxpayers somewhere around $550 million was far from impartial. And I believe strongly that the PPP's only intent was this COI. The only intent with this COI is to seek out cheap political mileage in their effort to name, blame, and shame the PNC. But I encourage Guyanese to research and read extensively, and you will see a theory was introduced where it could very well be that the PPP killed Dr. Rodney. Let us look at the Commission of Inquiry's report more in depth.
Honorable member, could you repeat the words you just said about you will see the PPP kill Dr. Rodney? I just want to say that we're in the parliament. Conjecture, speculation, imputation are not things I will allow.
Sir, I assure you it is...
In our handbook, it says expunction of words and phrases. And I'm expounding that. Continue. Continue.
Thank you, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, I assure you that I read the verbatim report and the theory was
Continue
introduced.
with your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. That was part of my presentation. Comrade Speaker.
That expunction is valid, and if you persist, we will have to invoke the standing orders.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. You know I'm always guided by your learned judgment.
Thank you very much. I am honored that you take these lessons seriously.
Thank you, sir. I do. I believe you are a very impartial speaker, and I encourage you to continue. Sir, as I continue with my presentation, let us look at this Commission of Inquiry report more in depth. Comrade Speaker, this report is premised on hearsay and gossip, instead of pursuing means through which the truth could have been found out. From the start, when you read the verbatim report of the proceedings, you would realize that the Commission was paying a lot of attention on hearsay evidence. And the most glaring example of the flaw is in the Commission's report is the fact that they decided to accept the evidence of a convict, Robert Allen Gates. The Commission brought a convict who at the time was a constable in the Guyana Police Force. He reports verbatim on a conversation between the President of Guyana, the Chief of Staff of Guyana Defense Force, and 2 assistant commissioners of the police. But he was not present during that conversation. He was not present during that conversation. Can you believe the Commission accepted that, sir? How does he know what was said in that apparent conversation? Is that not hearsay? And why should the Commission believe that he knew what was going on? But not only that is worrying, sir. The Commission brought one of the persons who was allegedly present at that meeting, according to Gates, into this country for 10 days, kept him at a hotel, and then sent him back to the United States without asking him a single question. And this is the Commission of Inquiry report you want us to adopt and accept? Why should the Commission accept the word of a convict and refuse to bring onto the stand the Deputy Commissioner of Police, who, based on what Robert Allen Gates testified, was at the meeting with former President Burnham and was also the chief investigator into the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Rodney. Mr. Robert Allen Gates had to be escorted from the jailhouse every time he was required to give evidence, and he remained in the prison officer's custody throughout his testimony. Yet the commissioners wanted all right-thinking and law-abiding Guyanese, including Allen Gates' victims, to accept that Allen Gates was an important witness, as they reported in their findings, page 148, para 8.13 to 8.18. But the commission indicated that Robert Allen Gates, a former policeman and an instructor in security matters, at the time of his testimony, was serving a period of imprisonment for several offenses of obtaining money by false pretense. And at the heart of the offenses for which he was convicted is dishonesty. They argued that there is no rule of evidence or of human experience that because a man is in prison or has been convicted, his testimony must be rejected. What is more is that the commissioners nevertheless asked themselves, as they felt obligated to, whether they should accept Gates' evidence, not always corroborated in every material particular, and what weight they should attach to it. And having so advised themselves, the commissioners felt confident in accepting Gates' testimony. Had it not been for the seriousness which this debate deserves, it would have become more laughable when the commissioners posited that the reason for accepting the felon's uncorroborated evidence. And the reason was, sir, I quote, he was unruffled in the course of testifying. He looked the commissioner straight in the eyes. He was unshakable in cross-examination, and his evidence is supported by events which occurred subsequent to Rodney's death. That series of circumstances was not accidental, and we found that Alan Gates was a witness of the truth, a man convicted of dishonesty. Importantly, no evidence was produced by anyone contradicting his testimony. Of course, his evidence would have been supported by events which occurred subsequent to Rodney's death. They were all over the place, plastered in every print, as indeed it would have been on the social network of today. The dishonest man is a confidence trickster whose tools of trade include being unshakable and looking at their victims straight in the eyes. We have no other course than to reject any findings of this commission that were based on this felon's evidence. We also reject the finding that Prime Minister Burnham and other state actors were involved in the killing of Dr. Rodney. Had Dr. Rodney been killed by an identifiable act perpetuated by the state, it would have represented a serious stain on Guyana's reputation. No factual record exists, however, to support such a proposition, and we submit that no such finding can be made. No evidence was presented that linked the Burnham government to Dr. Rodney's killing. Let me tell you some more about this expensive commission. The COI report was initially supposed to be handed over to President David Granger at midday on February 8, 2016, but was not submitted at the time because the chairman of the commission, Sir Richard Sheltenham, informed the Attorney General Basil Williams that he had sudden run out of ink. A commission that cost us so much money on the day when they had to print the report, at the same time when the President Granger, was expected to receive the report, the Attorney General got a phone call, we ran out of ink. How convenient. While printing the document. The telephone call informing the AG of this grave difficulty was made minutes before the ceremony to facilitate the handing over of the report. The report was subsequently dropped off to the Attorney General's office. When I stumbled upon this in my reading, it prompted me to question the impartiality of Sir Richard Sheltenham. Comrade Speaker, the reports indicates that it had to come to a premature end
How could it be a premature end when the inquiry, which should have taken 10 weeks to be completed, took almost 60 weeks to be concluded? And this 60 week does not include 16 weeks of mutually agreed adjournment from March 27, 2015 to 27th of July, 2015. Sir, the Honorable Annette Ferguson took the time to break down the money, but I want to repeat for emphasis, because I do believe, like what Comrade Teixeira said, young people must know. Sir, let me break down the money of which the state spent on this inquiry. And this is just a part of that close to $550 million. The 3 commissioners to the Rodney Commission of Inquiry had been paid $162,818,366. Top of the list was Sir Richard Sheltingham, and he received $59,981,622. Mr. C-Not Jairam was paid $50,744,983. Mrs. Jacqueline Samuels Brown, $50,744,983. Those included their airfares, departure taxes, per diem, the brief fees, which included in an initial payout in February 2014, $17,393,514 to Sheltingham, $12,303,650 to Mr. Jairam, and $9,898,613 to Mr. Brown.
Honorable member, your time is up.
Could I move a motion that he be extended by 10 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
The question is that the honorable member be given 10 minutes to conclude his presentation. Honorable member, please continue.
Julius has it. These 3 amounts included their per diems, airfares, and departure taxes for the 4-day trip. Head of the COI Secretariat, Yu Denbo, was being paid $400,000 a month. It was established and well reported that prior to and during the election campaign for national and regional elections held on May 11, 2015, senior government functionaries used the commission and its processes for partisan electioneering. These included President Donald Ramotar and his head of the Presidential Secretariat, Dr. Roger Luncheon, as well as others, all of whom inappropriately used the commission and its processes to discredit their...
Honorable member, I'll have to ask you to withdraw that. We're imputing here on people who can't represent themselves.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. I am guided. It was an established fact as well that it was only in June 2015 that the public learned through the media that Mr. Sean Michael Samaru was a consultant on the payroll of the commission. Mr. Samaru attended the hearing and special reports of the Rodney Commission of Inquiry, appeared in the Guyana Chronicle, and were for the most part biased, inflammatory, and full of political rhetoric that focused primarily on attacking the PNC and its leader, the most Honorable David Granger. The following extracts are proof that he wrote in the Guyana Chronicle while as a consultant on the commission. March 28, 2015, Hanneman discredits Wagner's testimony, Guyana Chronicle. March 26, 2015, Wagner to unveil secret list of big names, says assassination suspect Gregory Smith revealed a list of names connected to Dr. Walter Rodney's assassination. Guyana Chronicle. January 28, 2015, Robert Allen Gates makes stunning claims at Rodney's commission. McLean Lewis Roberts, vital to dark Rodney plot. And sir, there are a series of other articles I can point you to. But one wonders, how is it that you can serve on a commission that is supposed to be impartial, that is supposed to be neutral, and yet this individual finds time to write in the Guyana Chronicle concerning the commission, where he wrote a series of inflammatory stories. So
But honorable member, I'll have to now caution you there. There is nothing saying that any person who was working on that inquiry couldn't continue their professional career serving other clients. Nothing whatsoever. I allowed you some latitude, but after now, I wouldn't. I wouldn't deduct from your time.
Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, as an individual that was looking in from the outside, it baffled me as to how someone who is associated with an apparent impartial commission could have written stories of that nature in the print media. And that was what baffled me as an individual, Comrade Speaker. Comrade Speaker, the PNCR also took that position that it was difficult for us to understand such logics. But I have no time, sir, to bother with the squeaking in the House currently. And I do believe, sir, that you should focus on some fumigation. You know, sir, when the big mice is away, all the others will squeak a lot. So maybe we have mice in the house that requires some degree of fumigation, and I trust that you will consider that.
If it's based on fact and not what baffles you, I will consider it. But if you produce the facts, I will consider it.
Sir, in the circumstances of this consultant's conduct, it is my opinion that it is tainted, his work, and being left on the commission as it creates a cloud, in my view, over the work, efforts, and report. All of this, sir, convince us that we should not adopt the findings of this report. It is our considered view that the findings were not significant at all. They might have justified the huge outlay from the state's coffers, but failed to answer the terms of reference. Thus, the COI's claim of having on record enough evidence to make significant findings of fact must be called into question. Comrade Speaker, had the Donald Ramatar's administration consulted with all stakeholders so as to hold an impartial international commission of inquiry, which is exactly what Dr. Walter Rodney's family and friends are looking for and want the most, certainly we would have had the truth by now. But it seems as though this regime cares nothing about the real truth surrounding the unfortunate and untimely death of this illustrious son of the soil. They strive on distraction politics, and they're using it here again, sir, as a way of telling the Guyanese people, whatever punishment you're going through, we will simply not care. What we will do is to show you that the PNC is bad. But the people of Guyana will not buy that. The people of Guyana will not subject themselves to that, because currently, the 5 years we spent in office, the people of Guyana and the working class who are in the public service saw salary increase every single year of that 5-year period. Cost of living was not as high as it is right now. And there's so many other things I can point to that they enjoyed under the coalition. I have no doubt at the next election they will return the coalition to office, and I will happily sit in this house and welcome my friends on that side to sit on this side. Thank you very much, Comrade Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Mr. Mahipal. Honorable Member, Ms. Amanza Walton Desir. You can now make your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister, I don't think thief is a word we allow in the House. Yes, Amanzi. Honorable Member.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to rise to make my contribution to the debate on the motion under consideration in this honorable House. Dr. Walter Rodney transitioned from this life 6 months after I was born, and so I never had the honor of meeting him or hearing him speak in person. But what I did have, Mr. Speaker, is a father who loved to read, and so I grew up surrounded by books. And I recall in the back of several of the books that he had was this picture of this Afro-Guyanese man with a large afro and very thick glasses. That image, Mr. Speaker, always stuck in the back of my mind, to the extent that when in my early teens I was told that I would need glasses and that there would be thick ones to boot, I was filled with trepidation. But then I remembered this man on the back of this book with these thick glasses, this afro and this beard, and I said, yes, I'm in good company. Mr. Speaker, the article Walter Rodney, Son of Mankind, published in the West Indian Digest in 1981, described Walter Rodney in the following way. From time to time, an individual embodies and personifies the collective expression of a class, a race, or a people struggling to be free. Walter Rodney embodied this quest, but with the kind of humility and honesty which endeared him to all who came into contact with him. Mr. Speaker, turning to the motion before us today, as I reviewed this motion, sir, my attention was particularly drawn to the second resolve clause, which reads, be it also resolved that the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to implement the recommendations therein in order to preserve and strengthen the democratic architecture of the state. Mr. Speaker, in viewing the recommendations, in reviewing the recommendations I was particularly drawn to recommendation 9.2, where it said that every effort should be made to have a well-trained and highly professional police force with a thorough appreciation of its duty to serve impartially, regardless of ethnicity or party affiliation, and loyal to the best interests of the country and the constabulary. And paragraph 9.3, Mr. Speaker, which says, this in turn will call for a heavy investment in training at every level and on an ongoing basis, with attention to appropriate values in addition to proper policing techniques. Mr. Speaker, when I read these recommendations, my suspicions were confirmed. The PPPC's regime bringing this motion in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, is simply one of hypocrisy and rank political opportunism, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, already this PPPC regime has, by the conduct of the highest...
Honorable Member, I'll have to ask you to withdraw hypocrisy. That one is in my list of unparliamentary expressions.
I shall say, Mr. Speaker, that it reeks of two-facedness and rank.
Honorable member, I first ask you withdraw the hypocrisy, and
Certainly, Mr. Speaker.
the handbook also gives the speaker the power to expunge words and phrases which he considers unparliamentary, and you'll have to withdraw the second expression also.
Mr. Speaker, I reiterate that the PPC regime bringing this motion to this Honorable House today is simply one of double standards and rank political opportunism. Mr. Speaker, this PPPC regime has indicated already by the conduct of the highest office in the land, they have signaled that they intend to undermine the professionalism of the Guyana Police Force. The members of the Police Service Commission have gone on record publicly indicating that no less a person than he who occupies the highest office of this land.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, the honorable member.
Honorable members, I'm on the floor. Honorable Attorney General, what's the point of order?
The point of order, sir, relates to a member cannot mention in debate matters that are the subject of legal proceedings.
Just refresh my hearing, because the matter which is being addressed. I don't think she was referring to that. She's talking about some expressions. Go ahead, Honorable Member, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was in fact referring to reports in the public domain which indicated that members of the Police Service Commission have said that no less a person than he who occupies the highest office of this land made personal and direct contact with them in order to influence the promotion list of the Guyana Police Force to favor, as he described, his men. So much for their intention, sir, to ensure a professional police force. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that upon their installation into office, the PPPC regime scuttled the security sector reform program. It is a shame, Mr. Speaker, that the Honorable Member Teixeira, the honorable member who seems to be a recurring decimal in this travesty that is the PPPC, that she would bemoan and decry the lack of record keeping, sir, when they in fact inherited the police records management information system, a system which has the capacity to work in conjunction with other systems throughout the justice system. That is to do case management with the police, with the DPP, with the courts and the prisons. This system contains, in fact, an electronic case file module capable of capturing, storing, querying, and retrieving information relating to various subjects for the police to analyze and for evidence-based policies in the security sector. This is what they inherited, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they inherited the command center, the smart city, the center which monitors criminals, criminal activities, and vehicles suspected in crime. They inherited the new multi-million-dollar CCTV command center, and which was being used to enhance the capacities and capabilities of security agencies. Mr. Speaker, they have since corrupted that entity to the extent that select footage.
Corrupt is another word you can't use. Please withdraw it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, they have compromised that system to the extent that certain footage is now incapable of retrieval. Mr. Speaker, they have inherited the alignment of police divisions and administrative regions. And so, Mr. Speaker, for the PPPC to come here today to pretend that if they wish to adopt recommendations to better the police force when their actions have shown beyond the shadow of a doubt that they're only interested in compromising the professionalism of that force, says to us all that this is simply a farce and they are using it for political opportunism. Mr. Speaker, in studying the life of Dr. Walter Rodney, I understand that he held certain fundamental beliefs. As the Honorable Member Teixeira said, some of us are young, but the Honorable Member must know that we're big, and we got sense, and we can read, and reading we understand, and understand we understand that he took, Mr. Speaker, an uncompromising stand on the side of the working class. He was a working class man. And so, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC has come here today to pay lip service to the legacy of Dr. Rodney. But if they are serious about honoring the legacy of Dr. Rodney, then let them honor the fact that he stood resolutely on the side of the working class. And let them, without delay, implement salary increases for the hard-working public servants, and take urgent action to bring relief to Guyanese who are struggling to make ends meet on a daily basis, whilst they and their cronies live high off the hog on taxpayers' expense. What we have seen today, Mr. Speaker, is a measure passed by the president, installed though he may be. What we saw signed into effect today is another massive relief for the business class. Massive tax cuts for the business class, with no measures to make sure that the benefits of those tax cuts get passed to the working class. If the PPPC is serious about honoring the legacy of Dr. Rodney, they will take the working class seriously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if they are truly serious about the working class and about the welfare of Guyanese citizens, they will roll back the draconian measures they have implemented with respect to the COVID-19 pandemic. Draconian measures, sir, which have been implemented with total disregard for the human rights of Guyanese, with total disregard for the need for an exemption regime, because the reality, sir, is that there are people who, for medical reasons, simply cannot take the vaccine. Mr. Speaker, they will roll back measures which see Guyanese citizens being denied access to public service, and measures, sir, which resulted in the asininity which reportedly occurred today, where a surgeon was denied access to the Lethem Hospital to perform life-saving surgery. This is why I said it was reported. Mr. Speaker, if they are serious, let them instead embark upon an intensive public education campaign throughout the villages and towns, addressing the concerns and dispelling the myths. Let them reach across the political divide with a view to engendering an all-hands-on-deck approach to battle this deadly pandemic. Let them seek, sir, to build public trust as against the high-handed dictatorial manner that they are operating in. Sir, they will roll back those poorly thought out measures that they have sought to implement. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC must know that Dr. Rodney stood against economic victimization, where government would use its control over the state machinery, especially employment, to instill fear and to intimidate people. Mr. Speaker, they come here today to pay lip service to Dr. Rodney's legacy, when economic victimization is what they practice. Mr. Speaker, fear stalks this land of ours. People are afraid to speak up for their rights for fear of victimization. People are afraid to stand up for their rights. We walk the villages and towns, Mr. Speaker, and their own supporters confess that they are afraid, that they are forced to go along with unsavory policies simply to ensure the survival of their businesses and their families. If the PPPC is serious, Mr. Speaker, they will address these matters. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that the PPPC is seeking to introduce Dr. Rodney's books into schools. But since, Mr. Speaker, since benevolence and good faith are not characteristics of the PPPC, I suspect that they may use this as a pretext to introduce material into our schools, which serve to indoctrinate our people into the ways of thinking of the PPPC. And this, Mr. Speaker, is a prospect that every Guyanese should be mortally afraid of, because as we know, this regime is arguably the most racist and anti-democratic regime in this part of the Commonwealth. Mr. Speaker, the truth is that the PPPC does not care about Dr. Rodney and his legacy. They are, as I said, political opportunists of the crassest kind. The opportunism was on full display, Mr. Speaker, as far back as 2005, when they abstained from a motion that they brought simply because they did not want the word death substituted for assassination. They didn't care that the use of that word prejudged the matter. All that mattered to them was their political agenda. So, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC does not get to come here today to pretend that they care for Dr. Rodney, that they care for the things he cared about, or that they care for his family. They don't get to do that. Mr. Speaker, they have demonstrated no care for their own. Mr. Speaker, Sasso, his family is still seeking justice. Mr. Speaker, the brother Sasso in April of this year lamented in a letter to the press that 15 years on, we, the family of the late Saturday are none the wiser about the motives behind this heinous episode. For the avoidance of doubt, we would like to see an independent inquiry into the intellectual authorship behind the criminal events of April 22nd, 2006. Mr. Speaker, the Saw family lost 3 siblings, and 15 years later, the PPPC is yet to launch an investigation. Mr. Speaker, they clearly do not care about the slaughter of their own minister, but they expect this nation to believe that they care about a man they consider a political adversary. But Mr. Speaker, like I said earlier, we big and we got sense. And so, Mr. Speaker, the PPPC must tend to their own farmyards. They should not concern themselves with what is going on with the PNCR. The PNCR will continue to be a force for them to be reckoned with. They should worry about the war that is brewing in their own camp, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, paragraph 912 of the recommendation notes, sir, that the ethnic divide in the Guyanese society constitutes a fragile fault line. General elections produced an environment that puts that fault line under stress. Many of the recommendations made herein assume the existence and maintenance of a sense of ethnic harmony. Mr. Speaker, I repeat for emphasis, many of the recommendations herein assume the existence and maintenance of a sense of ethnic harmony. But that has to be worked at. Every government has a continuing responsibility to work in close consultation with national associations and diverse interest groups to design and implement a program intended to strengthen ethnic harmony and a sense of national unity. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC has demonstrated their commitment to strengthening ethnic harmony and a sense of national unity by disbanding a ministry dedicated to social cohesion. They have displayed their commitment to ethnic harmony by firing over 1,500 Afro-Guyanese, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has gotten as ridiculous as them firing scholarship students who have service contracts with the government simply because they are people of African descent. But Mr. Speaker, it is important that the PPPC be aware that on the 2nd of August 2021, capping years of deliberations, the UN General Assembly on Monday established a new platform to improve the lives of Afro-descendants who have for centuries suffered the ills of racism and racial discrimination and the legacy of enslavement around the globe. Mr. Speaker, it is important that they know that the 193-member body unanimously
adopted a resolution establishing the UN Permanent Forum of People of African Descent with a 10-member advisory body that will work closely with the Geneva-based Human Rights Council. It is important that they understand this, Mr. Speaker, because the world is losing its appetite for racism and for racist governments. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC posture in this matter reminds me of the biblical lamentation. These people honor me with their lips, but their heart is far from me. Mr. Speaker, we know that the PPPC is engaging in lip service. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt, because their conduct demonstrates beyond a shadow of a doubt, that their hearts are not truly with Dr. Rodney nor his family. Mr. Speaker, as the Chronicle editorial of December 1, 2019 said, the Rodney family has a right to press their case. They have suffered a great loss, but for the PPPC to use it for partisan political gain is beyond the pale. They honor him with their lips, sir, but their hearts are far from him. Their hearts are far from his family, and their hearts are far from everything that he stood for. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, Mr. Hugh Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to be part of today's motion to adopt and for the implementation of the report and recommendations of the Commission of Inquiry on the death of Walter Rodney. This is an important exercise, Mr. Speaker. As we go back to 2016, the report of the COI was handed over to David Granger's administration. Not only was this important fact-finding document made public, but the recommendations emanating from the COI are as relevant today as they were in 1980 when Professor Rodney's life was snuffed out. Mr. Speaker, the recommendations in this report, once implemented, are an important part of building a stable, progressive, and inclusive Guyanese society. A society where citizens can have trust in their institutions. Institutions in Guyana must exist to serve all Guyanese regardless of race, religion, or social status. The democratic principles which Professor Rodney stood for and fought for were absent for decades. One such principle in its most visible form, to have free and fair elections, is a valued principle that Guyanese of all walks of life had to struggle to achieve. Recalling, Mr. Speaker, the events of the last regional and general elections that commenced on March 5th, 2020 and concluded on August 2nd, 2020. Those events reveal that our democracy and electoral system is still fragile. As the positive gains made between 1992 and 2015 under the People's Progressive Civic Administration were rolled back and trampled upon by the APNU FC administration after taking office May of 2015. Walter Rodney. Mr. Speaker, permit me a few moments to speak about Professor Walter Rodney. This great Guyanese in a short 38 years of life has made an unforgettable and inerasable contribution to Guyana, and by extension the developing world, with his written work and his political activism. Professor Rodney, at 24 years of age, had attained his Doctor of Philosophy in history. During his academic years, he was not only devoted to excelling in his field of study, but also got involved in activism. Troubled by the situation and condition of the working class in Guyana and throughout the Caribbean, he was vocal on the quality of life and standard of living that people from the colonies faced. During his life, Professor Rodney produced more than 8 books, including his seminal work on how Europe underdeveloped Africa. The themes of all of his work focused on uplifting, improving the lives of the peoples of African origin and the working class in general. Mr. Speaker, after completing his PhD program, Professor Rodney taught at the University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, where he was very involved in African liberation struggles. In 1968, he returned to the Caribbean, taking up a teaching appointment at the University of the West Indies, Mona campus, Jamaica. The COI notes that particularly in Jamaica, Professor Rodney combined scholarship with activism and became a voice for the underrepresented and disenfranchised. In fact, his ideas were so inspiring to the oppressed and underrepresented that he was seen as too dangerous to the Jamaican establishment and was expelled from Jamaica in 1968. He was so renowned and loved that his expulsion from Jamaica caused widespread riots in that country, which was deemed the Rodney Riots. Mr. Speaker, Professor Rodney returned again in 1974 to take up an appointment as Professor of History at the University of Guyana, Turkine campus. Professor Rodney was returning to Ghana with a great deal of fame. He was famed as a person who was challenging the oppressors, the ruling class, that is. He was famed as a man who was giving voice to the disenfranchised, particularly in the Caribbean and Southern Africa. Essentially, he was famed as a revolutionary. The People's National Congress and the Burnham regime were right to be worried about Professor Rodney, since he had proven that wherever he went, he intended to disrupt the oppression he witnessed. Wanting to frustrate him, the University of Guyana Council rescinded his appointment. The council executed orders of the People's National Congress. Yet, this did not deter Professor Rodney. With what must have been personal hardships for he and his family, with what personal hardships he and his family faced, he joined those in WPA and became politically active, using his great oratory and storytelling skills to impart knowledge and to uplift the consciousness of the ordinary Guyanese of all races. Mr. Speaker, Professor Rodney charged citizens to recognize their value through effective participation in the political process and encouraged them to agitate at the individual level for political change and effective representation. Professor Rodney's message and work are relevant today as they were in the 1970s. As with all of the people's Progressive Party civic governments, Rodney also believed that it was important to focus on the working class ideals and values. He recognized that the oppression of one working class group is an oppression on all working class people. The professor, like Dr. Chedi Jagan, championed the bringing together of the peoples of Guyana through his message and education of the ordinary Guyanese. The People's National Congress regime was about class, ethnic division, and oppression. It is Professor Rodney's activism, his message of freeing oneself from the People's National Congress dictatorship, resonated particularly strongly with traditional PNC supporters that Professor Rodney was seen as too dangerous to Burnham and the People's National Congress regime. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason that Professor Rodney paid the ultimate price for his political activism. On June 13, 1980, Professor Walter Rodney was assassinated, a state-sanctioned act. The People's National Congress, in its death, did everything they could to degrade and to make mock of this great Guyanese. From the diabolic utterances of Burnham that showed pleasure at the assassination of Professor Rodney, speaking about his inglorious end, and it being a lesson to the misguided others, to the distribution of a jeering nursery rhyme, to calling his assassination a misadventure, and describing him as unemployed. Albeit almost 34 years later, February 8, 2014, The then President Donald Ramatara appointed a commission of inquiry into the death of this great Guyanese. The report is available online, and I would encourage every Guyanese to read it. While it deals with events that surrounded the death of Professor Rodney, it also speaks to Guyana and its contemporary history. The fact is that the issues that were present at the time, at that time, and to which Professor Rodney and others were dealing with specifically in Guyana, oppression by the People's National Congress regime, division of major ethnic groups, and a People's National Congress dictatorship. These issues are still the threads that run deeply and influence the fabric of Guyanese society. By immersing oneself in this commission of inquiry, we understand our history and we understand the harm that has been done to us as a people by the People's National Congress regime. This commission of inquiry is an important document that can begin a larger overall healing in Guyana. It is important that those that currently subscribe to the People's National Congress ideology take note of this heinous assassination. Mr. Speaker, we in the People's Progressive Party Civic have over the many years kept Professor Rodney's teachings and his memory alive. I am particularly pleased to have been part of the 20th sitting of the National Assembly, where we corrected several personal injustices to Professor Rodney. These are correcting his death certificate to read professor, hence, Mr. Speaker, why I've been referring to him as professor during this presentation. The setting aside of this cause of death as being a misadventure, making the Rodney gravesite a memorial and national monument, putting his children's literature in the primary and secondary school syllabus. These are all outstanding efforts of Professor Rodney. Going on, reestablishing the Walter Rodney Chair at the University of Guyana and making available all of his academic work. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing that we can do to bring back Professor Rodney to his family and Guyanese at large. I would hope that the above shows the Rodney family the respect and reverence our citizens place on this great Guyanese. So, Mr. Speaker, the report made a number of important recommendations that need to be adopted and implemented for a more stable and secure Guyana for all. These can be grouped into the following. And Comrade Gale, Honorable Comrade Gale, my colleague on this side, went through some of them, and I will just repeat for emphasis, seeing that there's only 3 of us on this side. Professionalism of the Guyana Police Force and the Guyana Defense Force, thoroughness, professionalism, and speed in investigations of crimes and conclusions of these investigations, effective and proper storage of investigative records, robust electoral systems. Mr. Speaker, these recommendations are valid today as they were during the period Professor Rodney lived. As Guyanese, we all at some point or the other lamented about each and every one of the recommendations highlighted. These issues still affect directly the lives of all of us. A theme that runs through the 4 groups of items that are the disruption and interference by the People's National Congress regime of the Guyana Police Force and the Guyana Defense Force, disruption and interference of investigations, as well as whole-scale corruption. Mr. Speaker, in fact, David Granger in his writings on national defense documented the interference of the People's National Congress in the Guyana Defense Force when he states that, and I quote, "Political participation was positively promoted and many officers and soldiers were encouraged to become members of the PNC," end of quote. He goes on to mention that the Army High Command appeared in their uniform at the PNC's 2nd Biennial Conference and pledged publicly that, and I quote, "Our loyalty and dedication to the comrade leader of the People's National Congress and Prime Minister Forbes Burnham, committing to the Defense Force, following the road mapped out by the party and government." And this could be found in his writings in History of Guyana Defense Force 1965 to 2005. Mr. Speaker, this is the direct hand of the People's National Congress, and as an institution of the state, the corruption of the leadership of the security forces. The Guyana Defense Force and the Guyana Police Force were not there promoting security of the Guyanese people. Instead, these institutions were acting at the behest of a dictatorial regime that promoted oppression of those that demonstrated political dissent. This is the kind of indoctrination that was instilled into many, if not all, of the levels of these institutions, and the change of government does not necessarily remove it. There are still many individuals in these institutions that may struggle to separate their personal political views from their professional work and commitment to the government of the day. Hence, extensive investment is needed to professionalize these institutions so as to change the attitude and behavior of public functionaries. Mr. Speaker, we saw party paramountcy at work during the periods leading up to the March 5th, 2020 regional and general elections, and it is fully demonstrated in the world during the 5-month election saga. The fact is that we might have had a democracy restored in 1992, but the post-election events of 2020, we faced waiting 5 months for the official results. Show that democracy, democratic principles, the belief in free and fair elections have not been institutionalized within some of our institutions. And GCOM, I highlight, as one such institution. Mr. Speaker, what all of the citizens of Guyana saw during that period was an open and barefaced attempt at electoral skullduggery and robbery. Mr. Speaker, it began with David Granger deciding to interpret the Constitution on his own and selected and appointed his own candidate as chairman of the Elections Commission. The High Court of Guyana and then the Caribbean Court of Justice ruled against such an act by the then president. In hindsight, this was the establishment of the foundation for the rigging of the regional and general elections. Subsequently, there was a hiring practice that was questionable. Then our constitution was violated. Our electoral laws were violated. All of these violations were done by the people who, from their actions and behaviors, seem to have pledged loyalty to the PNC-dominated AFC, APNO AFC, rather than the laws of Guyana, and to act professionally. The fact is, the most perfect constitutional laws would not matter if office holders do not act professionally and for the good of their country. The events of the March 5th, 2020 to August 2nd, 2020 serve to remind us that our democratic processes are fragile and can be lost if those who are office holders seek to satisfy the wishes of a political party rather than to act without fear or favor in the execution of their mandates. Mr. Speaker, while the report was presented in 2016, it seemed to have had a premonition of what transpired in 2020. And hence the words, and I quote, "No party in government should be permitted to tamper easily or at all with the electoral system, such as to secure an unfair advantage. The electoral system should be entrenched in the Constitution and should only be amendable by a 2/3 majority. Besides, the chairman of the Elections Commission should be a person of the highest integrity and non-political, and his or her appointment, which should meet with the approval of the opposition groups and sectoral interests." End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Professor Rodney paid the ultimate price in the fight for a better society for all Guyanese. The implementation of these recommendations is another important step in honoring Professor Rodney and others who fought for a free and prosperous Guyana for all. Mr. Speaker, I strongly endorse this motion on this side of the House. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Our next speaker will be the Honorable Jermaine Figueroa. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will not attempt to eulogize Dr. Rodney like the Honorable Minister. However, I will premise my presentation on the motion and the recommendations of what this debate is supposed to be all about here tonight. And it gives me great pleasure, Mr. Speaker, to join my colleagues on this side of the House as we continue to represent our position concerning this motion and the recommendations. But, Mr. Speaker, I believe it would be remiss of me not to mention that Dr. Walter Rodney was indeed an indelible impact in the world. Mr. Speaker, he has certainly contributed significantly to the country's political architecture. He was one of the region's personality who has had a permanent influence on Caribbean and world history. Dr. Rodney, Mr. Speaker, was one of the region's foremost revolutionary thinkers whose teachings and examples has had and still is a rallying force for social and political change across the world. Change, Mr. Speaker, change that Guyana needs now even more than ever. This brilliant son of the soil of Africa and the Caribbean, whose name is called in the same breath as Marcus Garvey, C.L.R. James, Stokely Carmichael, Eric Williams, Fidel Castro, and Che Guevara, to name a few, is still alive through his revolutionary political thoughts, ideas, and academic writings. Mr. Speaker, as a firm believer in Almighty God, though I am not very religious, I have a very clear understanding of political exorcism as is manifest in this motion here today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister with responsibility of governance, who is a sponsor of this motion, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Governance, governance we as Guyanese citizens wish existed in this country, and moreover, good governance, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, let me say that this level of political adventurism by the PPP at a time when Guyana is at its apex of failing to manage the deadly COVID-19 pandemic, which is accompanied by this dreadful rise in cost of living that is affecting thousands of Guyanese, is the height of the PPP's Stalinist standard of governance. Stalinist standard of governance, Mr. Speaker. Sir, Dr. Walter Rodney, a revolutionary, a voice for the poor, the downtrodden, the underprivileged, and the working class, most of which has been captured in many of his writings. He would have admonished the authors, Mr. Speaker, the authors given their anti-poor posture on thousands of Guyanese made jobless on the assumption that they supported the APNU AFC government, Mr. Speaker. Rodney, Mr. Speaker, would have never celebrated those actions by the PPP to displace thousands of Guyanese workers, Mr. Speaker. The discrimination against a large number of perceived APNU AFC supporters from receiving COVID-19 grants and giving 90% of the pink slips to one group is not a practice Walter Rodney would have cheered for, Madam Minister of Governance, Thus, it is hypocritical to use Rodney's name when the government knowingly harm a large segment of the population, a large segment of the society, with its politics and its policies. The sponsors of this motion, Mr. Speaker, have once again opened the political theater. But I dare say, Mr. Speaker, Rodney would want none of it. Mr. Speaker, we are asked to debate this motion here tonight when cost of living has skyrocketed. Every item in the market and the shops have increased. And this is accompanied, Mr. Speaker, by intermittent increases in gas prices. Is this the best the PPP can give in a time of hardship? We are asked to debate Walter Rodney at a time when our people's constitutional rights have been taken away by this installed government through a cunning approach to indirectly implement mandatory vaccination. Mr. Speaker, as of today, citizens have to show their private medical records to security guards at public and private buildings. Would Rodney have supported such measures in the name of good governance, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, the government is threatening public servants, private sector employees, transportation service providers, and ordinary citizens of their livelihood about restriction of access to government services, if not vaccinated, is not reflective in the ideals of this iconic man. He would have said of this motion, not in my name, not in my name, Mr. Speaker. This installed government has trivialized and made a mockery of Rodney's ideas for the working people, for the working poor, Mr. Speaker. Tonight, Mr. Speaker, at this hour, this Parliament's urgent work before going into 2 months recess during the country's worst health crisis and the burden of this high cost of living on the population is to call a motion to have a debate on a scholar that died before I was born for ulterior motives. Ulterior motives, Mr. Speaker, nothing more. Sir, we need to use this Parliament, we need to use this House, Mr. Speaker, as an instrument to better people's lives, not to debate the dead over and over. Those who continuously want to do such should join the dead. Mr. Speaker, this Parliament should have been engaged in debates to reduce cost of living. Mr. Speaker, we should have been debating an order to reduce VAT. Mr. Speaker, this government boasts about reducing many tax measures. But I dare to say, Mr. Speaker, this is the only country in the world who would have reduced so much taxes, and the people are suffering because of the extreme pressure of high cost of living by this very regime, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Minister of Finance wasn't invited into the engine room with the Honorable Barra Jagdeo to come up with schemes, to come up with strategies, Mr. Speaker, and to come up right here in this House and gazette legislation to reduce taxes on fuel, to ease the pains of the traveling public, to ease the strains, Mr. Speaker, of transportation service providers. Wasn't the Honorable Minister of Finance invited into the engine room? Mr. Speaker, this installed government should increase the disposable income of all public servants by giving the promised salary increases after 2 budgets. Don't wait until year-end, Mr. Speaker. Don't wait until year-end. Do it now. Things tight now. In these streets, people are really struggling. So give the public servants, give the working poor that Walter Rodney, Dr. Walter Rodney, so passionately represented. So if you really care about Dr. Walter Rodney and honoring his legacy, I dare heavy investment of taxpayers' resources. This we see, Mr. Speaker, is something that the nation must pay close attention to because we believe this will likely create opportunities for reckless spending in schemes such as the regional joint team and others investment of similar nature with no specific details of their roles, functions, and standard operating procedures. And it is of great concern to us here, Mr. Speaker. Recommendation 9.4, which suggests that the Army too must be professional. Nothing is worse than an army in a country striving to be an ideal functioning democracy. This in itself, Mr. Speaker, gives the impression as if the army is not professionalized, as if we don't have trained and qualified officers serving in the Guyana police force. And it makes a comparison, Mr. Speaker, and if one is to compare the army then with respect to this very motion in the 1970s, it pales in comparison
to the present day Guyana Defense Force. The previous speaker before me, the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs. For too many of us, Mr. Speaker, have heard the rumors and the stories. We want to know the truth and the real truth, Mr. Speaker. Like Mr. Ford, we also want to know why is it that the PBP, Mr. Speaker, has not invested in their own former minister, Sadio Sir. The families of Sadio Sir want to put an end to their questions about his death. Invest in an investigation into your own comrade, whose family is begging, whose family is calling for closure. You owe that to a man who would have served you in government. Mr. Speaker, recommendation 9.7. It was conceded by the police in the course of the inquiry that a thorough investigation was not done into Rodney's death. In fact, the evidence is that the police did not act with professionalism, thoroughness, or speed. The recommendation is that the department in the Guyana Police Force, tasked with responsibility, investigate serious crimes like murders, should at all times serve to do so with thoroughness and urgency. Mr. Speaker, we support this recommendation because we believe justice delayed is justice denied. And Mr. Speaker, this House is being misused. It's being misused for political grandstanding. While there is a sustained assault on a group of Guyanese by the PPP, using the courts to dispose them of their means of economic empowerment. Sir, I put it to you, and I put it to this House, that Dr. Walter Rodney would have never supported this. The PPP is seeking political mileage using the good name of this iconic figure when it is unwavering in its abuse of power. Mr. Speaker, why is it that the PPP thinks that they can rewrite history where over 50% of the population never met Dr. Walter Rodney or knew him? It is, however, the aim of this motion and the sponsor of this motion to base a narrative of the PPP on Rodney using its access to airtime, Mr. Speaker. Sir, we are here invoking the dead of over 40 years, but none of the oil contracts are being renegotiated as promised by the PPP regime. So the living continues to plunder our wealth. And as a parliament, we are here engaging in exorcism, led by the longest serving member in this House, Mr. Speaker. This very act, by its very nature, Mr. Speaker, is self-defeating, as it just pontificates on what is not of utmost importance to the realities affecting our people and by extension, our country. Sir, while our people are not benefiting from our oil riches, the environment and the natural habitat of our birds and fishes are severely being affected due to flaring of our oil at the behest of this installed government. Mr. Speaker, while we continue to debate on the recommendations of a 40-year plus debt, citizens in Europe are buying sugar produced in Guyana cheaper than the people living right here in Georgetown. Mr. Speaker, Guyanese are paying more locally for produced sugar than rich European countries. What is this installed government's position on this? We see it here today, here tonight, pontificating on a great scholar's life, all in an attempt, as the Honorable Ganesh Mahipur would have indicated to this House, to distract the population from the current failings of this installed regime. But the people are not stupid, Mr. Speaker. The people are not fools. The people will not be hoodwinked. The people will not be bamboozled by this political ploy they have seen through the emperor's clothes. Mr. Speaker, while some of the recommendations from the Rodney report may be pertinent, but I dare say to whom? The sponsor of this motion lectures us about the recommendation as though we are blind as to how the police force is previously hemorrhaging with demotivation from blatant political and executive overreach of this installed regime. If an officer earns a master's degree, he is despised. Look at the number of highly trained officers that have been forced out by the principals of the Linden Bridge murder. A primary schoolboy star, Mr. Speaker, while the senior ministers on governance tells Guyana we need to adopt these recommendations on policing, from the report, you have a junior officer in the Guyana police force writing to instruct commanders senior than him to proceed on leave. Mr. Speaker, the police are now used to stop and obstruct opposition MPs from attending Parliament. Is this the new approach the report recommended? Or is it part of the new curriculum methodology in governance to deal with political adversaries? The recommendation spoke to the use of the army, and we see how this installed regime has used members of the disciplined forces as traffic police at West Coast Berbice and wardens for party-goers in Region 4. But when needed against the Venezuelan gangs who attack mining camps in Guyana's interior regions with impunity, they are absent. Guyanese now have to pay ransom to Venezuelan gangs to use rivers right here in Guyana. Mr. Speaker, some of the recommendations posited in this report by the Commission brings into question their impartiality and in some respect their professionalism in following the terms of reference for their mandate, Mr. Speaker. Some of those recommendations and statements seem to be misplaced. Sir, we would have found no terms of reference that spoke to the issues concerning the Elections Commission that the speaker before me made mention of. It was also difficult to determine from which one of the Commission's findings of fact was the recommendations on the Elections Commission derived. Mr. Speaker, the Commission's The commission, in their own part, in their own expressed opinions, Mr. Speaker, paid tribute to their own expressed views and not those that should have given direction to how they undertake their work. Again, it illustrates that the commissioners were, Mr. Speaker, on an expedition. Mr. Speaker, all this installed government wants to do is to use the pretext of these recommendations to dismantle the Elections Commission and to refashion the Guyana Police Force and the Army to serve their dirty ends, as is evident before our eyes as this debate rages. One just has to look at the explicit efforts to criminalize the staff of the Guyana Elections Commission, the sidelining of professional police officers, while allowing a primary school star to ruin the morals in the Guyana Police Force. This charade of invoking Dr. Walter Rodney's name by successive PPP administrations is purely, Mr. Speaker, is purely to malign the PNC. Why is it, Mr. Speaker, that the Minister of Governance don't bring a motion on the death of Patrick Ford, Ronald Waddle, Courtney Commering, to name a few? Mr. Speaker, as Brother Walter Rodney posited, that the only great men among the unfree and the oppressed are those who struggle to destroy the oppressors. We on this side of the House here tonight, Mr. Speaker, struggle to destroy that oppressor. Walter Rodney spoke about this, which is in this case the PPP. We on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, will continue to struggle, will continue to fight for every Guyanese that this PPP installed regime endeavors to oppress. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member Dr. Nicolette Henry, you have the floor.
Thank you. I thought you were going to ask me to take off my mask for me. You're not being helpful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your leave, I rise to make my contribution to this motion titled Adoption and Implementation of the Recommendations of the Report of the Commission of Inquiry on the Death in an Explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney. I begin my presentation this evening by highlighting the fact that motions related to the death in an explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney is nothing new, strange, nor unfamiliar to us in this House. The challenge with these motions and actions, however, Mr. Speaker, is that they do not seek to bring closure and finality to this important issue. All we get is more and more conspiracy theories. After listening to the speakers supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, I am of the considered view that the People's Progressive Party administration seems to be more interested in seeking to gain some political advantage by provoking resentment against the PNC rather than pursuing the truth about Dr. Walter Rodney's death. Mr. Speaker, you know genuineness when you see it. You know it when you hear it. The PPP had both time and opportunity to do better than this farce that they called a commission of inquiry. Many of the speakers on this side of the House who spoke before me dealt adequately with the issue of time and opportunity. Over the past 20 plus years, the PPP had made several sensational but superficial and insincere gesticulations. These included, of course, awarding Dr. Rodney a posthumous Order of Excellence, establishing the Walter Rodney Chair of History at the University of Guyana, designating the National Archives as the Walter Rodney Archives, and more recently amended his death certificate to read professor instead of unemployed. These are all cheap political gimmicks that does not get us any closer to the truth. Mr. Speaker, as I read this motion, the be it resolved clause that the National Assembly calls on the government to take measures to implement the recommendations therein in order to preserve and strengthen the democratic architecture of the state is out of order, particularly since the Commission did not pursue other leads rather than only trying on the basis of hearsay evidence to arrive at certain conclusions as is stated in Volume 1 of the report. Mr. Speaker, the PPPC administration, in drafting the terms of reference in this peculiar manner, opened the floodgates to hearsay evidence. Human memory after 20 plus years can be contaminated by political propaganda, prejudice, and partiality. Human memory is capable of playing tricks with the recollection of past events. It will be difficult, as we have seen in many instances, how many of us, even in this House, struggle to separate fact from fiction and suspicion. Mr. Speaker, the more I read on the death of Dr. Walter Rodney, the more I'm sensing an act on the part of those bringing this motion that they are playing politics with a serious matter. I say this on the basis of certain historical facts. One case in point, Mr. Speaker. On the 23rd of December, 1993, Shaka Rodney, Walter Rodney's son and eldest child, mounted a silent fast and vigil outside the gates of the Attorney General's chamber, vowing to continue indefinitely until he received a response to his demand for the immediate arrest of Gregory Smith and the opening of an independent investigation into the killing of his father. That did not happen. On the 4th of January, 1994, at its first cabinet meeting of the year, the government established the special committee to review the files with a view of making recommendations for further actions. To date, I'm not aware that there are any recommendations that were forthcoming. Mind you, this is the same government that is moving this motion. Another case in point has to do with the PPP government deliberately ignoring the fact that earlier PNC administrations initiated forensic investigations in 1980 and concluded an inquest in 1988. The PPPC refused to acknowledge the recommendations of the International Commission of Jurists on this matter in 1995. The PPP, the original authors of a motion in the National Assembly that called for the establishment of an international commission of inquiry to investigate Dr. Rodney's death, abstained from voting on its own motion in 2005 which both the PNCR and WPA supported. Mr. Speaker, I am putting it to you that the Commission of Inquiry was nothing but a farce to rewrite history. In normal circumstances, a commission such as this should have avoided the adversarial atmosphere of a mock trial. It should have adopted the posture of a fact-finding investigation in order to determine exactly how Dr. Rodney met his demise. It would have been a better use of taxpayers' money and certainly of time to find out what sort of device was manufactured, how Dr. Rodney came to be in possession of it, when and why he sought and acquired it, the purpose for which it was intended to use, and how it came to be detonated. I am suggesting that the Commission, I'm not suggesting in any way, Mr. Speaker, that the Commission should have started from square one, as Dr. Rodney's political activities from 1974 to 1980 have been more than liberally documented and circulated. His death on the 13th of June 1980 was saturated by national and international media coverage. The Commission, therefore, armed with all this documentation, had no need to listen to more hearsay from persons who were not present and had no clue about what appeared to have been a secretive encounter, after which very few persons seem to have knowledge. I have heard from many commentators, and I agree in principle, that the Commission should not have gone beyond analyzing concrete data to arrive at conclusions about how the incident occurred. It must occur to us in this House as peculiar that the Commission was given only 4 months to fulfill its mandate. And after 3 months had elapsed, the Commission had only listened to 4 witnesses. The Commission then had to make alterations in the timings, including extensions to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. That, however, is not what the PPPC wanted from this Commission of Inquiry. Mr. Speaker, before I conclude my contribution, allow me to reference the contributions of those that served before me in this honorable House. I refer to the contributions made in a similar motion in August 2016 by Dr. Rupert Roopnarine, who quoted the highly respected Mr. Winston Murray in his stellar contribution to the debate on the motion of the 25th of June, 2005. I think these comments are relevant today in the context of this 2016 Commission of Inquiry, as they were 16 years ago. We stand ready in the PNCR to support the call for an international inquiry. We believe that the chips must fall where they may, but we will not be a party to a motion that seeks to prejudice the outcome of that inquiry. End of quote. Today, Mr. Speaker, I regret that this motion, which appears to invite this National Assembly to adopt some of the dubious and questionable findings on hearsay, cannot find favor with us on this side of the House. I share the view of the Guyana Human Rights Association that raised objections to the TOR of the Commission of Inquiry and stated that the COI had great potential for reviving rather than healing ethnic divisions in Guyana. Before I take my seat, Mr. Speaker, allow me to mention the point of preservation of democracy and doing what is right made by the mover of this motion this evening. To my mind, democracy is not a cherry-picking exercise.
Democracy is not determined by how many times we bring a motion. It is demonstrated by our actions and our commitment to the people that we serve. How much are we preserving democracy? And how much are we doing what is right when we have many other distinguished Guyanese who died under dubious circumstances in this country and their families are begging for justice, including a former sitting minister of the PPP government? This motion, Mr. Speaker, is a classic example of the social construct, democratic deficit. And as a responsible representative of the people of this country, I cannot stand in good faith and support this motion in its current form. I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this motion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member, Mrs. Dawn Hastings Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I rise to make my contribution on the adoption and implementation of the recommendations of the report of the Commission of Inquiry on the death in an explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney. Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate that we have to come to this honorable house after 40 years to talk about a motion that is here before us, to want to find the truth about exactly what happened to Dr. Walter Rodney 40 years after. I am wondering if we will have to come another 40 years after to discuss the Commission of Inquiry into the late Dr. Saturday Assaw, into the late Henry Boyd and Harris Singh, and many others who died under circumstances that we haven't been able to get justice for. And the families are waiting for justice up to this present time. Mr. Speaker, we must be reminded that in 2014, when the PPPC was under pressure to hold local government elections, it was under the authority of the then president, Mr. Donald Ramatar, that this Commission of Inquiry was established. Mr. Speaker, if you can please speak to my colleague on the other side. He must speak when he's spoken to. Mr. Speaker, on the little reading that I did, that the terms of reference then when the commission was established was there, Mr. Speaker, to inquire into and report on the circumstances surrounding the death in an explosion of the late Dr. Walter Rodney that occurred on the 13th of June, 1980. It was to examine the facts and circumstances immediately prior, at the time of, and subsequent to the death of Dr. Walter Rodney in order to determine as far as possible who and what was responsible for his death. And we know that the PNC party has always been the victim a finger that is being pointed to as an organization that was responsible for the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. However, to this date, we are still debating the Commission of Inquiry, and I don't know if at the end of this debate that we will be able to convince the population of this country exactly how Dr. Walter Rodney met his death, his untimely death. Mr. Speaker, we have heard from the speakers who spoke before me, who presented very eloquently on this matter, and hence, Mr. Speaker, I have nothing much further to say on this Commission of Inquiry, but to let the nation know that the PPPC administration, when they're always being faced with some sort of pressure on a matter that is aiming to dismantle their party, that they will bring such things to cause distraction among the citizens. And my former colleague spoke about exactly what is happening presently in our country. It's a very sad situation. We have embarked on a serious track of depriving, if I want to say, discriminating our citizens in the way we act as a government of the day. The way we govern this country, we're speaking about exactly how the resources, whether it be financial, Mr. Speaker, I know that honorable member has a purpose to distract. That is his main purpose in this house. However, I will not be distracted, and I will continue to say, Mr. Speaker, that what is happening today and the activities that are being undertaken by this government reminds us exactly of what Dr. Walter Rodney was fighting against. He was fighting to empower the citizens of this country, and especially the working class. And if we are going to empower the working class of this society, then we will be doing good for our children, our grandchildren, our future generation. And so today, as I remember the late Dr. Walter Rodney and his position that he took towards empowering the working people of this country, my wish, Mr. Speaker, is that each one of us here in this house, every politician or technocrat sitting in this honorable and this august house should follow the step of the late Dr. Walter Rodney in seeking to empower the citizens of this beautiful land of ours. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now call on the Honorable Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Mr. Mohammed Nandlal, to make his contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this motion was not intended at all to be controversial. It was not intended at all to attract the level of debate that it has attracted. This motion was simply to complete a process in this House which the current government started at the 28th sitting of the National Assembly of the 12th Parliament of Guyana, held on the 10th day of June 2021, at the seat of this assembly, where I made a statement on behalf of the government of Guyana to commemorate the first death anniversary of Dr. Walter Anthony Rodney, who was assassinated in a bomb blast on June 13, 1980 at Georgetown, Guyana. In that statement, Mr. Speaker, I asserted that the wife of Dr. Rodney, Dr. Patricia Rodney, and their children, Shaka Rodney, Kanini Rodney Phillips, and Asha T. Rodney Esquire, requested the assistance of His Excellency President Dr. Mohammed Irfan Ali and the government of Guyana to formally honor the life and legacy and contribution of Dr. Rodney to Guyana and to finally set the public record straight in relation to certain matters surrounding his tragic death. The President and government of Guyana acceded to this request, and in that statement I recited a litany of actions and endeavors which will be undertaken by the government in satisfaction of that request of the Rodney family. I am pleased to report, Mr. Speaker, that the government has accomplished much in the actions and endeavors promised. It remains a work in progress. Today, Mr. Speaker, the privilege is mine to speak in support of this motion before this Honorable House as one of the actions and endeavors promised by the government to formally honor the life and legacy and contribution of Dr. Rodney. And that is how and why we are here. I have listened to all manner of speculations and gesticulations and surmise and fabrications as to why we are here. That there is a COVID pandemic, that there is economic crisis in the country, that we want to distract, all manner of fabrication and concoction. Members of this House, don't you recall that on the 12th, the 10th of June 2021, we came here and we read a statement. And among the statement, in that statement, was a list of actions that we promised. And among the list of actions was the tabling of a motion in this House. The intent is not to do over a COI. The world knows who killed Walter Rodney. We don't need anyone here at this hour in the night to recite how Rodney died. We know how Rodney died. We didn't even need the Commission of Inquiry. Since the 13th of June 1980, the public opinion was formed in an unshakable way that the PNC was responsible for Walter Rodney's death. We're not here to debate that. As a child, I was 7 years old. I was standing on Monrepo's public road. And Mr. Speaker, it is a matter of record. Dr. Rupert Rupnarayan, Dr. Clive Thomas, the entire Moses Bagwan, all of them are alive. I couldn't remember David Hines, Bonita Bourne Harris, Karen D'Souza, they led a march of Guyanese from Buxton, and they were chanting on Rodney's funeral day on June of that year, 1980. And you know what was the chant? Who killed Rodney? Burnham killed Rodney. Who killed Rodney? Burnham killed Rodney. So what are we doing here at this late hour? Trying to resurrect some investigation and cast doubt into who killed Rodney? You want to kill Rodney another time in this house? The family of Dr. Rodney are looking at this debate. There's a whole community in Atlanta and all around the world who are looking at this debate. And they expected a debate of sobriety, of solemnity, of veneration and respect, because they honestly thought that as a country we have moved beyond. And here it is. like primitive people, bringing out all our basal and nasty instincts here, desecrating once again the life, legacy, and memory of Rodney when we promised that we will cherish it and honor it 41 years after he died. I am absolutely disappointed in this House and by the conduct that I've seen in this House and the number of irrelevance. Mr. Speaker, I had the privilege and honor, and it will always remain an honor and privilege of mine to have been afforded an opportunity, a blessing, to work closely in the establishment of the Walter Rodney Commission of 2014. It was done with the best of intentions. The Rodney family made it clear to us that they do not wish the WPA, the very party that he birthed and led, and the PNC, to be part of either the selection of the commissioners or the terms of reference. They requested that we, Mr. Speaker, Dr. Roger Luncheon invited Mr. Joseph Hamilton, Mr. Joseph Harmon, to the office of the President. I was present at that meeting and informed him of what the Rodney family's wishes were. We informed the WPA, Dr. Rupnarain, of what the family wished. Mr. Speaker, and I don't understand what is wrong with you. You don't read, you don't research. The PNC, who was in the opposition then, participated in this commission of inquiry. You participated in the commission of inquiry. Mr. Joseph Harmon was a lawyer on record for the PNC. Mr. Basil Williams was a lawyer on record for the PNC. They participated from the beginning to the end. They cross-examined every single witness that they wished to cross-examine. And tonight you come here and you desecrate the Commission of Inquiry. You disgrace the legacy of Rodney. And clearly you have disgraced yourself, but that's not of importance to you. That clearly is of no moment to you. You speak about Sashsaw. You speak about Crummy Wing. You speak about I don't know who else. What do they have to do with this? Principle applied. You were in government. Don't you know that there are persons who are charged with Sashsaw's murder? Winston Felix, your member, was the commissioner of police. Why don't you go and ask him about the investigation into Sashsaw murder? He was the commissioner of police. Call him on the phone now and ask him if he did not do a proper investigation, and if persons were not charged, and if the police force at the time were not satisfied that a proper investigation was done. What you coming here to do? Insult people's family and make fun and play politics with people's mourning and feelings? You had 5 years in government. What did you do about Crummy Wing? You campaigned on Crummy Wing's death in 2015. What did you do when you got into government about if you were dissatisfied about Crummy Wing's death investigation? Your president held commission of inquiries into text messages, WhatsApp messages he inquired into. He didn't inquire into Crummy Wing, something that you feel so strongly about. You think people are stupid? You all think people are foolish in this country? You had 5 years to do something about this.
Honorable AG, I'll have to ask you to withdraw stupid and foolish.
I withdraw. You had 5 years to do something about Mr. Sashsaw that you so care for. What did you do? What did you? Did you even bring a motion in this house? Did you do any investigation since you care so much about them and their families? You could have held a commission of inquiry. As I said, you held one into how a dog died. Why you couldn't hold one into all these people that now you embrace and you're mourning for? That is true. And Mr. Honorable Member Mahi Paul, first of all, you are not qualified, and I say this with the greatest of respect to you. You are not qualified to challenge the integrity of those who constituted this commission of inquiry. You're simply not. And it is highly irresponsible for you to stand here and speak out of an area that you have no training on the work of 3 experts in that area. Distinguished. Mr. Mahi Paul, permit me to inform you, and learned Senior Counsel Mr. Ford will confirm, that in a commission of inquiry, the rules of evidence are a little relaxed. Because a commission of inquiry strictly, and that is why you hold a commission of inquiry as opposed to a trial in a court of law. The rules are relaxed and you are entitled to rely on hearsay evidence. You are entitled as a matter of law. Those are distinctions between a commission of inquiry and a proper court trial. And you think Mr. Basil Williams, highly competent senior counsel, you think he doesn't know that? You think he didn't object if it was hearsay and inadmissible? Are you saying that Mr. Williams is incompetent? No. Are you saying that Mr. Mahi Paul? Are you saying that Mr. Harman, leader of
The honorable members, please, Honorable Attorney General, don't go down that path.
Is the honorable member saying that Mr. Harman, who was also an honorable member Harman, who was also a lawyer on the commission, was he so incompetent? The PNC could have easily repudiated that commission if they wanted. They could have boycotted, but they stayed to the very end. There's a letter of transmittal here. They paid the money that you talk about. Some of them were paid by your government. First of all, you have the number clearly wrong. It was an expensive commission. It was about 100 and something million, nowhere close to the figure that you call. And some of the money your very government paid. And there's a letter of transmittal here from the commissioners to His Excellency, President David A. Granger, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. This report was not rejected. It was not repudiated. It was accepted. Accepted by you. And now, I don't understand what has happened that you now want to reject and destroy this report. This report is already part of the public record of the world. You think anybody will bother with your utterances, as distinguished as you think you may be? To desecrate what is already part of the permanent record and stored at libraries all over the world? And let me say something. Dr. Rodney has had such an impact in this world. When we were trying to recruit persons to sit on this commission of inquiry, the insistence by the family was simple. The persons must be professional, they must have international recognition, and preferably they must come from outside of Guyana. The first place that we sought to recruit persons from was out of the continent of Africa. And we had a number of persons, former chief justices, judges of the courts in Africa, who wanted to be part of this commission. So revered was Dr. Rodney, university professors across the continent of Africa expressed their interest. But because of time, we could not have secured an appointment. Why Africa? Because that is where Rodney did a lot of his academic work, and he participated in the struggle, the African liberation struggle of that period, and he inspired an entire generation of people. Up to now, there are Dr. Rodney's students who spoke to me not very long ago and sent me an article that they wrote in tribute to him. The man was an icon. At the time, just before he died, he was retained by the newly sworn in president of Zimbabwe, to write the modern history of Zimbabwe, then used to be Rhodesia. That was the stature of this gentleman. You know why Sir Cheltenham was selected? First of all, he's a distinguished QC. Hails from Barbados, did commissions of inquiries across the Caribbean. Check his resume. He was chosen because he was from Barbados, the country that gave refuge to Dr. Rodney's wife and his infant children when they had to leave this country from a murderous political elite. They fled this country and they were given refuge in that land. And that is why Barbados, a Barbadian son, was chosen. Jamaica, Miss Jacqueline Samuels Brown, Queen's Counsel. This distinguished jurist was at that time the chairperson of the Council of Legal Education in the West Indies. Jamaica was chosen because Dr. Rodney did a lot of work in Jamaica, including in the Rastafarian movement, as well as in the academic community of Jamaica. And that is why Jamaica was chosen. And she's a woman. Rodney spoke about gender equality. And that is why efforts were made to put a woman there, and from Jamaica. And how did we arrive at Jairam? Senior counsel, former High Court judge, former president of the Bar of Trinidad and Tobago. He was a Guyanese, but had left these shores decades ago. So he was above the fray of Guyanese politics. He was not here during Dr. Rodney's activism. And he is of Indo-Guyanese descent. Rodney spoke about racial unity in this country. And that is how we arrived at those names. That is how we arrived at those personages to constitute that commission. And you sit here and you insult them in their absence. You denigrate them in their absence. And none of you can walk in these people's footsteps. I say so with the greatest of respect. We must have professional courtesy. We must have committee. This is the National Assembly of our country. This thing is streaming live. What those people will hear, what their family will say. But all they did was their professional work. All they did, they were invited to serve a cause in our country. And they came. And your government met with them. President Granger met with this commission after change of government. There are pictures in the press. The learned Attorney General at the time met with them. Mr. Harman, the honorable member, met with this commission. And today, all of you, as representatives of that party, you stand here and you make these disparaging remarks about this report. So, Mr. Speaker, I am sorry that I digressed a little because I had to deal with some of the outpourings that we had the unfortunate task to endure tonight. Mr. Speaker, Dr. Rodney was assassinated at the prime age of 38. At that time, he was already a Guyana scholar. At that time, he was already at age 24. He had already gotten his PhD, a record even up to now. This is one of the most remarkable human beings. Mr. Speaker, he came to Guyana, and I don't have to recite the entire, that's not the purpose of this speech. But a lot has been said about racism. And we must talk about racism in this country. And we must talk about what was so damaging about Rodney. You know what was most damaging about Rodney? There was no other human being in the Western Hemisphere at that time, and perhaps up to now, who was more authentic African than Dr. Rodney. None. His PhD thesis was on the history of Upper Papua New Guinea. His most premier work was how Europe underdeveloped Africa. When he went to Jamaica, he was able to mobilize the Rastafarian movement. He distinguished himself in the African liberation struggle of that period. In Guyana, he wrote about the plantocracy and how African laborers and Indo-Guyanese laborers were exploited by the plantocracy. He was a Pan-Africanist supreme, so there was none when Rodney stood at any platform and he speak about Africanism, about racism against Afro people. There was no greater and more authentic voice than him. And it is that weapon, that academic weapon that Rodney had, and that authentic weapon that he had, and he stood in front of the Kabaka and he was able to dismantle him. Because the political system at the time, and still now, was predicated on racism. And he, an authentic Afro-Guyanese, no more authentic can come. And he was able to talk to the black masses in particular, and to show that what you have there in government is a new massa of the same color. That is why it became so necessary to dispense with him, because he was shaking at the foundation of the political government at the time. The foundation was one of racism. So I'm happy when you talk about racism and Rodney. We should talk about it more. Rodney was killed because of race, because he was Afro-Guyanese, and because he spoke to the Afro-Guyanese political oligarchy at the time. That is why he was killed. Because Rodney could have said what Chadi Jagan couldn't have said. Rodney could have said what I can't say. And that is why he became such a great enemy to the political establishment of the day. And that is why he was invited to go to the swearing-in of President Mugabe. A call came from Jamaica to inform the Prime Minister of Guyana that Dr. Rodney was invited. Dr. Rodney was blacklisted. Stopped at all the airports, ports of entry. He left Guyana, landed in Suriname, and took a plane, went to Holland, and then landed in Africa, When the Prime Minister of Guyana reached there, to his shock, to his disbelief, Dr. Rodney was seated closer to the Prime Minister of Zimbabwe than his chair was. And then the decision was made and the talk started. The worst possible alternative, that's what they used to call it, WPA. Mr. Burnham came back and he said, the worst possible alternative, you must make your wills. We will now show whose steel is sharper than whom. And that was the end. Those were the final days of Dr. Rodney. Mr. Speaker, it's all documented here, supported by the same international news that the distinguished member Desir spoke about, and distinguished member Don Hastings spoke about. They're all here. But you had direct evidence. You had direct evidence. And when they terminated the inquiry, a lot, the commissioners, and they said it in their report, that they were making provisions for persons in the hierarchy of the PNC whose name were implicated in a negative way in this report. They would have called every single one of them to the witness stand to defend themselves. The warrants were already prepared, the subpoenas, to subpoena all of them. But that is why they terminated the report. It's not a matter of cost. It was never a question of cost. They wanted to avoid what is called the Salmon. That's the name of it, sir, the technical term. The Salmon warrants. They were already prepared for them. All of them who felt that they were implicated in the wrong way, the law says that they must be heard. That's the problem. They can't come to be heard because they can't subject themselves to cross-examination. So what's the easiest thing? Terminate the report, withdraw the funding, terminate the inquiry. But this is what the transmittal letter says. The transmittal letter says, Mr. Speaker, fortunately, despite the premature termination of the commission, in the transmittal letter of the report to His Excellency President David Granger, the commissioner stated, and I quote, "There was on record enough evidence to make significant findings of fact and some recommendations which we hope will be found to be useful." But those are the recommendations. We know what the findings are. The findings are, importantly, that the state of Guyana was implicated in the killing of Dr. Rodney. There was a conspiracy that involved, the Prime Minister had knowledge of it. I quoted extensively in the speech that I gave on the 12th of June before this House. And all we are asking, Mr. Speaker, is for these recommendations to be implemented. My distinguished colleague, the Honorable Gail Teixeira, spoke about them. I don't need to read them at this hour. They speak about an improved police force. They speak about improving our democratic architecture. They speak about an independent army. They speak about army must not be used for political purposes. They speak about the racial question. They speak about improvements at the Elections Commission, all of which are issues that are important to us today, live and extant. And all we are asking to support them. You support. If I am to read these things independent of the report and independent of this political narrative that you have created tonight for yourself, you will see every one of them you support. You will support them. Don't you want a better police force? Don't you want a more professional army? Don't you want a GCOM that is more accountable? Actually, no, you may not. You may not. But these are the recommendations. So, Mr. Speaker, my disappointment aside, I hope I have persuaded my distinguished colleague on the opposite side to dismount that horse that they are riding. Come off of the politics. We have gone past that stage. Whoever is implicated in Rodney killing has already been found guilty and condemned. You don't undertake. It's a heavy burden. Not at this hour. You can't reverse that. So let's move forward and support the recommendations. I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Attorney General. I now call on the Honorable Member, Mr. Sherwin Holder, to make his presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin my presentation, I would like to briefly respond to some of the utterances made by the Honorable Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, let me make this lucidly clear that no one on the opposition side, and I mean no one here in the opposition side, spoke ill of Dr. Walter Rudd, nor of his legacy. We believe that there still exists a need for an impartial international inquiry to ascertain the truth surrounding Dr. Walter Rodney's death. So I don't know what point the learned attorney was trying to make. It seems to me that, Mr. Speaker, the government side was beaten very badly in this debate. They were beaten very badly, and so now it was just an attempt to cunningly distract the Guyanese people. Mr. Speaker, the next point of correction for the Honorable Attorney General is the fact that the 162 million that he made mention of, the cost, is a mere fraction of the total cost. The 162 million basically covered 3 commissioners. There were obviously other staff involved in the work of the commission. There were other staff, and as a matter of fact, there was an entire secretariat being run for about 2 years that ran out of ink when they were supposed to present the report. So I just wanted to set the record straight, to place that on the record for the learned Attorney General, Honorable Member. Mr. Speaker, there's one other point that he made mention of. He was attempting to convince this House that the PVP administration was seeking to get commissioners from Africa. I don't know the relevance of that statement, but I think he was trying to say that Dr. Rodney had a good connection with the folks there in Africa, given his race. Well, I don't have a problem with that, except that it seems that what they were trying to do, and they're admitting it, this is by their own admission, that they were trying to have a biased commission. Because if you're trying to select persons connected to Dr. Rodney to sit on the commission, how could it be impartial? So I just wanted to get that point over. So, Mr. Speaker, I begin my speech today with these words. And I quote, "This is typical, trying to treat history as though it is the property of the ruling class, which will dispense, however, much of it they want to dispense at any given point of time." Do you know where these words were taken from? Exactly. The Making of an African Intellectual, written by the late Dr. Walter Rodney. And so, this is so befitting for today's debate on this motion. Mr. Speaker, this motion is tabled at a time when Guyana is in a state of great uncertainty. There are hundreds of public servants that were fired from their jobs and are now on the breadline in an economy that is collapsing to the point where even those who still are employed are finding it extremely difficult to provide for their families. This situation is exacerbated by frequent robberies and the prevalence of serious crimes that is spiraling out of control. Then there was the big flood that huge sections of our population, basically thousands, are still reeling from. Thousands are still awaiting for government aid passed by this very House many, many weeks ago. Mr. Speaker, but the most current of issues affecting this nation is probably the COVID-19 pandemic. The way it is being mismanaged by the PUP government and the impact their mismanagement is having on the lives of all Guyanese. Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most severe impact, other than the death of hundreds of Guyanese, is the dictatorial approach to essentially deprive Guyanese of basic government services, forcing them from their jobs through their mandatory vaccine policy. Mr. Speaker, essentially I'm saying that a country has way bigger, more serious and urgent issues to deal with that is affecting the daily lives of our people. And many of my colleagues preceding me rightfully articulated this fact. As a young parliamentarian, I'm struggling to understand the need for such a motion 41 years after Dr. Rodney's death. 41 years after Dr. Rodney's death. By no means I'm making little of the contributions of Dr. Rodney to Guyana. His horrific death and the pain felt by his family, friends, and those who respected, admired, and followed him. But, Mr. Speaker, to bring Dr. Rodney's name through the Parliament time and time again, only to score cheap political points against your political opponent, none of whom are responsible for his demise, and most of whom were not even born, is a disrespect to Dr. Rodney's legacy and even more disrespectful to his surviving family. Mr. Speaker, in 2014, 34 years after Dr. Rodney's death, a commission of inquiry was appointed by the then President of Guyana, Donald Ramotar. The commission's report was a two-year process that involved 11 sittings with 66 sessions and evidence from 31 witnesses. Unfortunately, much of it, as my colleagues described, were based on hearsay. The key witness in this matter was brought in the country but never even interviewed. Mr. Speaker, at least 3 times, former President Ramotar attempted to bring the inquiry to an end. An inquiry that cost taxpayers hundreds of millions of dollars. And our estimate has it, our figure has it at close to $550 million. But it still continues to cost taxpayers, even as we debate this motion today, Mr. Speaker. The Commission's report summarizes the evidence and the testimony that led to its conclusion, with the recommendations to improve the professionalism, efficiency, and thoroughness of the operations of specific agencies in service to the people of Guyana. DPI captioned Rodney's COI not political or personal. President reiterates by staff on May 28, 2014. However, Mr. Speaker, with today's motion, one begs the question, what is the real motive behind this? Is it political or personal? The then president said it was answering the calls of Mistress Rodney. Is it to paint a picture that does not speak the truth? Or is it another opportunity for the PPP to try to show that they actually care for Guyanese of African descent? We are fully aware that they don't care, but rather use people of African descent to do their murky jobs. It is quite distasteful to see this sanctimonious use of such a profound individual's name being dragged through this once again. Mr. Speaker, a motion was already debated in 2016, where the Parliament, the National Assembly, acknowledged the report and called on the government to take measures to examine the findings and recommendations therein in order to ascertain whether any, and if so, which are acceptable and implementable. But instead of following the resolution of that motion, acknowledging the report and ascertaining which recommendations still remain applicable and implementable, they seek to bring to this House yet another motion, wasting taxpayers' dollars once again. Mr. Speaker, somehow I get a sense that other than seeking to cast blame on the PNC, this motion is really a desperate attempt to mask the victimization, marginalization, and discrimination meted out to Afro-Guyanese in the last 12 months. But even through this debate, even if this debate was successful, Mr. Speaker, they cannot mask the 23 years of repression and oppression meted out to Afro-Guyanese personally and their communities as a whole, and to their communities as a whole. Mr. Speaker, how could Those Afro-Guyanese and communities forget the horrors of seeing hundreds of youths being killed and no justice brought, or closure given to their families and loved ones. How could they forget when communities such as Buxton, Mocha Arcadia, Agricola, and Linden, just to name a few, are still damaged and broken from the barbaric and so-called PPP-caring government? How can they forget the assassination of their own former Minister of Agriculture? And my colleagues alluded to this earlier. Their own former Minister of Agriculture, Satyadiosa, his family and friends. Shaquille Grant, the youth from Agricola, shot and killed by the police. Remember him. Crummy Wing at Diamond, after spending months, and I heard the Attorney General, honorable member, making some mention of this. But Mr. Crum Ewing at Diamond, after spending months exercising his democratic rights by protesting this very Attorney General, again, no justice. Mr. Speaker, the youths of communities like Buxton had to endure a militarized community and were terrorized for years. Now these very youths are being approached with small tokens like footballs and other sports gears. Mr. Speaker, frankly speaking, they ice past those people. It is better for them to admit to what they did and apologize to the people. We didn't forget, Mr. Speaker. We don't forget. And let me remind those who forget that it was George, the words of George Satayana, and he said, and I quote, "Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it." Mr. Speaker, in an effort to appease Afro-Guyanese, an article was published November 24, 2019. Guyana News Agency. PPP may hold COI into the alleged killing of 400 black youths to clear our name. Barajak Dio. Where is the COI? It is they who said it, according to this article. Where is the COI? Mr. Speaker, during the period dubbed the Troubles under the PPP government, the Phantom Death Squad and Murder for Hire gangs brutally murdered and assassinated hundreds of Afro-Guyanese young men between the period 1999 and 2011. During this period, it was common to find dead bodies on the roadside, in the trenches, parks, car trunks, other public places. Mr. Speaker, the infamous Phantom Death Squad reported directly to the minister, to the then Minister of National Security in the very PPP government. This is public knowledge and is widely known throughout the country. Mr. Speaker, international pressure began to mount, but the PPP resisted and refused to have the minister and the death squads investigated. Instead, the minister was rewarded. He was rewarded, Mr. Speaker, with diplomatic immunity and was swiftly whisked away and promoted to the post of High Commissioner to India. How can we forget, Mr. Speaker, the periods of massacres, Lindo Creek massacre, Lusignan massacre, Bartica massacre. And yes, Mr. Speaker, the family awaits the COI, motion, and justice for their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, to add insult to injury, we have seen that since August 2nd, 2020, this installed current-day PPP government seems to enjoy what they've done to Guyanese during their previous 23 years. They very often boast about what they've done during those years. The PPP have returned with the very seasoned ministers who knows how to victimize, marginalize, and discriminate against people that look like Dr. Walter Rodney. They came with a vendetta to dismiss well-educated, experienced, and qualified workers, many of whom look like Dr. Walter Rodney. The PPP discrimination in the distribution of the COVID relief, flood relief distribution, and flood relief distribution forms another clear case of discrimination. How can we forget the barefaced bullyism that is currently being used to force citizens into taking vaccines without any questions being answered and their right to choose?
Honorable member, you'll have to withdraw bullyism.
I'm so guided, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I must state that based on my readings on Dr. Rodney and the type of person he would have bluntly rejected this PPP government and would have made a national call for all Guyanese to do the same. So for the PPP to continue to use Dr. Rodney's good name for their own political gain is a great travesty. Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind this honorable House that this motion being used to form part of the art of distraction, which the current regime believes that the Guyanese people are not conscious. I believe that they are attempting to deceptively use the adoption of this motion and its recommendations to give credence to the Gestapo squad, or that squad, whichever term that may characterize it, which is now being called the Regional Security Force, and validation for all the discriminatory practices perpetuated to Guyanese on a daily basis. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call on the honorable member, Mr. Ford SC, to make his presentation.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak in relation to the motion as brought by the Honorable Gail Teixeira. Mr. Speaker, the installed government has once again decided to raise the name Walter Anthony Rodney in an effort and hope that it will divide its political opposition at a time when the installed government is extremely unpopular and as a diversion from its failed policies and discriminatory practices. Mr. Speaker, the People's Progressive Party, while it now seeks to project itself as a friend of Dr. Walter Rodney, is merely engaging in a political pantomime. In 1993, Dr. Chetty Jagan and Janet Jagan indicated to Shaka Rodney, the son of Dr. Rodney, that he should go home and stop picketing for an inquiry. In 1996, whilst the People's Progressive Party was in government, there was never an official statement issued by them to the French authorities, declaring that if Gregory Smith was extradited to Guyana, he would not be subjected to the death penalty. In 2005, a motion calling for inquiry was presented by the Honorable Gail Teixeira. This motion was considered and supported by the National Assembly that there would be an inquiry. The People's Progressive Party abstained against its own motion. This is the record, Mr. Speaker, in relation to the conduct and posture of the PPP in relation to the death and the resolution of circumstances relating to the death of Dr. Rodney. Mr. Speaker, that is the extent of the People's Progressive Party's interest in having any resolution to the issue of Dr. Walter Rodney. However, the interest of the People's Progressive Party civic in Dr. Walter Rodney became significant after the formation of a partnership for national unity, formed in 2011 with the party of Dr. Rodney, the Working People's Alliance, as a founder member. It was the formation of the Partnership for National Unity in 2011 that set off the string of unfortunate events that resulted in this dubious report, which this Assembly is being asked to accept and adopt its findings therein. Mr. Speaker, as my colleagues would have mentioned this evening and tonight, what about Sashaw, Ronald Waddell, Courtney Crummy Wing, and the thousands of other persons who were either brutally killed or went missing under the People's Progressive Party civic? What about commissions of inquiry into the deaths of those persons, all killed under the People's Progressive Party's government, and with the knowledge and complicity of members of the government of the People's Progressive Party, their Black Clothes Police, Death Squad, and Phantom Squad? The United States State Department, after the commission of a report in relation to the activities of Ronald Gadraj, the People's Progressive Party Civic Minister of Home Affairs, issued a statement. The State Department indicated in that statement, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, "We believe significant questions remain unanswered regarding his involvement in serious criminal activities," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, what about a commission of inquiry for the Henry Boys and Harry Singh? And moreover, what about an inquiry into the Director of the Public Prosecutions concerning the withdrawal of charges against the installed President and the Attorney General? What about a commission of inquiry into the acquisition and allocation of land at Pradoville 2, of which the Director of Public Prosecutions acquired a house lot, and whose husband was recently singing praises of the installed President?
Honorable Senior Counsel. Again, imputation on persons who can't defend themselves in this National Assembly. Please withdraw. The DPP and her husband. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, we call for commissions of inquiry to be held immediately into the deaths of Sashaw, Ronald Waddell, and Courtney Crummy Wing. We call for commissions of inquiry to be held immediately into the deaths of the Henry Boys and Harry Singh. Mr. Speaker, we call for a commission of inquiry into the conduct of the Director of Public Prosecutions. The installed government's motion, as moved and presented a few hours ago, will not obtain the support of the members of the Partnership of National Unity sitting in the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, this National Assembly is being asked to accept Volume 1 of the report and the findings of the Walter Rodney Commission of Inquiry. Mr. Speaker, the perverse findings of the Commission of Inquiry cannot be separated from the partisan foundation and establishment of the Commission of Inquiry by the People's Progressive Party Civic. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the perverse findings are directly related to the partisan foundation and establishment of the Commission of Inquiry by the People's Progressive Party Civic. In 2005, Mr. Speaker, in response to a motion filed by the Honorable Gail Teixeira, who has long been playing politics with the name Walter Rodney, Mr. Winston Murray, in his contribution to the motion of the 25th of June 2005 stated, and this remains the position of the People's National Congress, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, "We stand ready in the PNCR to support a call for an international inquiry. We believe that the chips must fall where they may, but we will not be a party to a motion that seeks to prejudice the outcome of that inquiry. And we believe that it's very unfortunate that the Honorable Minister spoke in the context of evidence before an inquiry. I thought, in fact, that we had taken a decision about the inquiry and she was giving evidence thereto. From much of what she said, I think that would be relevant to the inquiry. We do not intend to follow her down that path. And I maintain tonight, we do not intend again to follow her down that path. I continue with the words of Mr. Murray. We see laudable intention by Mrs. Rodney, but I believe I'm sensing an act on the part of those bringing this motion to play politics with a serious matter. I urge that today on this National Assembly, on this motion, we desist from talking and playing politics. Let us deal with it as an objective matter to be fully and thoroughly investigated by the international inquiry leading where it may, end of quote. 9 years later, unsurprisingly, the urgings of Mr. Murray proved futile. In the 8th of March 2004 edition of Stabrook News, the co-leaders of the party founded by Dr. Rodney, the Working People's Alliance, urged the removal of parts of the terms of reference of the Commission of Inquiry and the replacement of Commissioner Sinat Jairam. The co-leaders of the Working People's Alliance, Professors Dr. Clive Thomas and Dr. Rupert Rupnarine, bemoaned the lack of consultation with the parliamentary opposition. The Guyana Human Rights Association, as reported in the Stabrook News of the 7th of March 2014, expressed concern about the lack of consultation with Dr. Rodney's party and also in relation to the terms of reference of the inquiry. The Guyana Human Rights Association said this in the article that I referred to, Mr. Speaker, that the proposed, and I quote, that the proposed initiative has more to do with prolonging the ethnic dimension of Guyana politics than laying to rest the controversy over who was responsible for Dr. Walter Rodney's death, end of quote. Mr. Speaker, the Guyana Trade Unions Congress, as reported in the 21st day of April 2014 publication of the Kaichur News, opined that the terms of reference ought to have the input of all the members of the National Assembly, as it approved the decision to have an inquiry. Mr. Speaker, the Attorney General, the Honorable Anil Nandalal, told the House this evening that he received a call, or his government received a call, or information from Dr. Patricia Rodney, that she did not want to have the WP involved, that she did not want to have the PNC involved in the identification and appointment of commissioners or in relation to the settling the terms of reference. Mr. Speaker, I refer to the Hansard of this House of the 4th of August 2016, and at pages 171 and 172, the evidence given by Mrs. Dr. Rodney in relation to these matters are recorded. And the former Attorney General, Mr. Basil Williams, Senior Counsel, is recorded as reading the evidence. And he asks Mrs. Williams, this is from the verbatim, did you object to the participation of the WPA in setting up of the inquiry? And she responds, I did not object to the participation of the WPA. On the same page, Mr. Speaker, so equally, Mr. Williams asks, so equally, did you object to the participation of the People's National Congress in setting up of the inquiry? Did I object to them? That is the response of Mrs. Rodney. They never mentioned to me do not object to anybody. So, Mr. Speaker, once again, the Attorney General has failed to present accurate information to this House. Mr. Speaker, the aversion to consultation by the People's Progressive Party still remains to this day. This approach to national issues persists, Mr. Speaker, in the face of the greatest threat to the health and welfare of the Guyanese people by the COVID-19 virus. The installed government continues as past People's Progressive Party governments, unwilling to engage in inclusive governance and unwilling to engage in meaningful national discourse on the best measures and the appropriate measures to combat COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the Partnership for National Unity and the Alliance for Change cannot support the findings of the Commission because the Commission failed to meet the standard of fairness and impartiality as laid down in the Commission of Inquiry Act, Chapter 1903. In the Indian case of Reddy against the government of Andhra Pradesh, 1996-62, the Indian court stated, and I quote, "It is of fundamental importance to ensure that the inquiry is fair and impartial, and in appointing commissions under the Act, the germane considerations should be that public confidence is strengthened or restored, as the case may be, lest it be shattered." Mr. Speaker, Dr. Rodney's party was excluded by the People's Progressive Party. The parliamentary opposition in the then National Assembly, the Working People's Alliance, and the People's National Congress Reform were excluded. The views of the Guyana Human Rights Association and the Guyana Trade Union Congress were disregarded. Notwithstanding, these organizations are important stakeholders and members of civil society. The opposition and civil society were all excluded from having any inputs in the terms of reference and in the appointment of the commissioners. The appointment of certain commissioners to the commission by the People's Progressive Party Civic revealed that the public confidence in the commission was not to be expected. Rather, the commission could not be expected to be fair and impartial. The chairman, Sir Richard Cheltenham Creasy, had stated, and it was reported in the Barbados Advocate of the 30th day of June 1980, as having said at a memorial service for Dr. Rodney, and I quote, "Whatever attempts are made to envelop his death in confusion and surround it with controversy, I doubt it has brought solace to those who saw his presence and his preaching on political scene as a threat to their political survival." Mr. Speaker, if there was ever a statement which ought to have disqualified any person, despite how eminently qualified they are, from participating in a commission of inquiry, with the greatest of respect to Sir Richard, this surely is one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this statement led the People's National Congress Reform to question the impartiality of the chairman in its press release of the 30th of April 2014. My party stated, Mr. Speaker, "This disclosure is cause for grave alarm concerning the impartiality of the chairman of the Commission of Inquiry into the death of Dr. Walter Rodney. It is clear from the report in the Advocate newspaper that Sir Richard Cheltenham not only knew Dr. Rodney, but was an admirer and was inspired by him," end of quote. The findings of the Commission of Inquiry, which this Assembly is being asked to accept, are therefore rooted in partiality and lack of objectivity. Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the report itself impugns its own findings. At page 7, paragraph 117, it states, and I quote, "Insofar as there were at least 10 witnesses still to be heard, and who will not now be heard, some of the terms of reference not adequately supported by testimony will remain so," end of quote. Nowhere in this report, which we're being asked to accept, does the Commission state which of the terms of references are not adequately supported by the testimony received. After 24 months, the Commission could not present a report adequately supported by the testimony received. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, The commission premised all of its major findings on the evidence of a convict, Robert Allen Gates, who was at the time of testifying before the partial commission was serving a period of imprisonment for several offenses. The partial commission, Mr. Speaker, at page 101 of the report stated in reference to Robert Allen Gates, and I quote, "At the heart of the offenses for which he was convicted is dishonesty. Nevertheless, this commission stated accordingly, and I quote, "We felt confident in accepting Gates' testimony. We found Allen Gates was a witness of truth." Mr. Speaker, we heard the Attorney General seeking to utilize his professional qualification as an attorney at law to seek to discredit the views and the opinion of my colleague, Mr. Mahahipol, because he's not a lawyer. The Attorney General went into a foray in relation to the use and admissibility of hearsay evidence. But I'm disappointed, despite all the professional qualifications, and we both being members of the inner bar, obviously the Attorney General failed to recognize the point that a non-lawyer was making, that it was not the issue of the hearsay evidence, was the issue of the admissibility and the treatment of the evidence, Mr. Speaker. And I'm disappointed that Mr. Nandalal, the Honorable Member Nandalal, would fail to recognize such an important and obvious distinction between admissibility and treatment of evidence, particularly hearsay evidence. So, Mr. Speaker, the question remains, what was the truth that Gates was a witness of? To appreciate the nature of the evidence of Robert Allen Gates, which was being accepted by a clearly disturbed commission, it must be stated that Robert Allen Gates in 1980 was a mere corporal. The report states at paragraph 8.23, and I quote, "Gates further testified that 3 days before Rodney's death, Burnham met with Skip Roberts, Larry Lewis, and Norman McLean to be briefed on the plot to kill Rodney. His evidence is that Burnham insisted that Carl Ram Dubé be present. Dubé was close to the president, and with the president rode horses with Skip Roberts." Mr. Speaker, this paragraph alone discredits this entire report. It's almost laughable. You be quiet. The report also states at paragraph 8.24, Mr. Speaker, Gates' further testimony is that subsequent to Rodney's death, he interviewed a number of persons to satisfy himself as to who killed Rodney and how he died. He said that it was Sergeant Mark Johnson who informed him that the meeting 3 days before Rodney's death took place at the president's official residence. He said that part of his investigation into Rodney's death, he looked at intelligence clippings and Sergeant Liverpool and Sergeant Siago. He concluded that it was his judgment that Rodney's death was space-sponsored and to Burnham's knowledge. How ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. How ridiculous. The partial commission made its finding on the basis of hearsay, surmise, and conjecture. This is reflected throughout the report, and particularly at paragraphs 7.37 and 7.39. And to point this out, I quote paragraph 7.39. It states that on the evidence, that it was on the evidence of Mr. Robert Allen Gates that this commission concluded that the Prime Minister, and I quote, that the Prime Minister knew of the plan and was part of the conspiracy to assassinate Dr. Walter Rodney. This is ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this assembly is being asked to accept a finding described by the very commission in its own report at paragraph 7.38 as being made on prima facie evidence that Mr. Laurie Lewis is deceased. And I quote, "There's a prima facie evidence that he, that is Mr. Laurie Lewis, along with Major General Norman McLean, retired, then Chief of Staff of the GDF, and Mr. Cecil Skip Roberts, the Deputy Commissioner of Police and Crime Chief, had significant roles to play in the conspiracy to kill Dr. Walter Rodney and the subsequent attempt to conceal the circumstances surrounding his death. Mr. Speaker, this is not only fair to the gentleman referred to in paragraph 7.38, which I just read and named, but it is downright ludicrous. How can this assembly accept such a finding? Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the Commission refused to direct its mind to the evidence and to engage in any sound analysis. It is clear that the Commission was partial and was on a course to get Forbes Burnham and the People's National Congress. The Commission in its report articulated and adopted a view that it must have been Burnham and the People's National Congress because it was put, or they put it at paragraphs 8.25 of the report, again relying on the testimony of the convict Gates, and I quote, he said that Burnham and the PNC administration were concerned with the following. One, increasingly large crowds which attracted to WPA meetings and which were seen as a threat to the government. Two, Rodney's infiltration of intelligence and security forces. And three, his activities were seen as interfering with the smooth functioning of the state. In pursuing its Get Forbes Burnham and PNC agenda, the Commission refused to consider that before it, there was evidence that the People's Progressive Party itself was probably responsible for the death of Dr. Rodney. Pages 174 and 175 of the Hansard of the 4th of August 2016 records the evidence of witnesses before the Commission as set out in the verbatim report. It revealed, Mr. Speaker, that the People's Progressive Party was itself mortally afraid of Dr. Rodney and his Working People's Alliance. The Hansard of this House records and states this, and I refer. And quote, I respectfully refer to the Honorable House to page 44 of the same verbatim report to the evidence of Mr. James, and this is the part, Mr. Speaker, and I quote, the People's Progressive Party has recently warned its activists on the East Bank Demerara to be very careful in the dealings with the activists of the WPA. They were told that the WPA was encroaching on the membership of the PPP, and if they were allowed to continue, then the PPP will be out any members, which could be very embarrassing to the party. I again, Mr. Speaker, refer to another extract to the evidence of Mr. James, where the PPP was addressing a PPP group from PPP Reliance East Kanji Berbice Regional Conference. I see the Honorable Tashiri looking at me. Don't worry, I have it here. Paragraph 10 states, Mr. Speaker, PNC loses support. He observed that the WPA has gained lots of support amongst the PNC members and had even tried to encroach on the PPP members. He said that although the PPP members might give them financial support, these PPP members would not support them in any elections. It makes reference to one Perilal in a comment, and that Joseph Milton, a former PPP activist, was using his influence among PPP supporters to win support for the WPA. And this is the grand part, Mr. Speaker. In relation to Georgetown, the evidence received before the same commission, and I quote, PPP Freedom House Georgetown Regional Delegates Conference. The second paragraph, which was read into the evidence before the commission by Mr. Rohi, says this, Mr. Speaker. Discussions were centered on the Secretary's report and emphasis was placed on a directive issued by the party that no member of the party must assist the WPA with field work unless otherwise directed by the PPP executive. The directive stated that if a breach of this instruction was occasioned, disciplinary actions would follow. So, Mr. Speaker, the PPP, in my view, on the evidence that was led and available to the Commission, and contrary to all the kumbaya posture tonight that sought to be demonstrated between the WPA and the PPP during this period, there was a serious worry and concern by the PPP in relation to the role, operation, and work of Dr. Rodney and the WPA. So if we want to speak tonight about truths, let that truth be entered into the record of this House. Mr. Speaker, it's surreal that the move of this motion on the 4th day of August 2016, in her presentation in relation to the motion of the 26th of May 2016 stated, and I quote, "The message of Dr. Rodney was about racial unity, opportunities for all, regardless of class, ethnicity, gender, or geography, and an end to inequality and injustice," end of quote. Mr. Speaker, a true appreciation of this message of Dr. Rodney is alien to the installed government and the People's Progressive Party. The Guyanese people are aware that this motion is without any sincerity and brought to this House by the installed government, who possess no appreciation of the concept of opportunities for all and no commitment to see the end of inequality and injustice, when all this installed government do is to discriminate and seek to perpetuate inequalities and injustices. The installed government's discrimination and perpetuation of inequalities and injustices is evidenced by its record over the last 12 months, characterized by the installed government's distribution of COVID-19 grants in a discriminatory manner, the sending home of thousands of African Guyanese workers, voting at international fora against global racism, blatantly discriminating in the distribution of flood relief, denying salary increases for public servants, dismantling the constitutional agencies of this state. Mr. Speaker, for the record, and I stand to conclude the debate.
Sorry, Honorable Member, for the record, we're going to have to move that Standing Order 9 be suspended. Standing Order 9 says that the House will go into recess from the 10th of August, which is a few minutes away. And I don't want to have to interrupt you and close the debate without decision. Honorable Minister Tashir. Mike.
Sorry. Mr. Speaker, I ask that Standing Order number 9 be suspended in order to allow us to conclude our work on the early morning hours of August 10th, the first day of our recess.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Standing Order is suspended. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was actually wrapping up, and I could have finished it before midnight to allow you to complete the statutory requirement. But, Mr. Speaker, as the last speaker on this side of the House on this motion, I want to speak to the family of Dr. Rodney and to the Guyanese people and to the diaspora. Mr. Speaker, I have gone through in my presentation, like my colleagues, to establish clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the People's National Congress reform at every single occasion in the Parliament of Guyana, outside of the Parliament of Guyana, welcomed an inquiry into the death and circumstances of the killing of Dr. Rodney. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that personally, and on behalf of the party, that we acknowledge the work and the brilliance of Dr. Rodney. But with regret, we cannot accept the report and its findings as sought in the motion brought to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. And as we approach that hour, I call on the Honorable Minister, Madam Teixeira, to conclude the debate.
Mr. Speaker, as people were talking, I was going through the August 4, 2016 Hansard, and whilst people seem to have done some homework for the debate, they judiciously ignored certain things in the Hansard that clarified a lot of time that was spent scoring points. Mr. Speaker, like in 2016, like in 2015, I finished the debate with great sadness in my heart. I don't know when our country will be able to stand for democracy, regardless of the color of the person's skin, regardless of the party they believe in, regardless of the religion they hold, regardless of their gender, regardless of what part of the country they come from, regardless of what class they belong to, regardless of what language they speak. It shows, Mr. Speaker, before I respond to some specifics raised, I want to set the stage in a sense. There have been 3 events in our history in the 20th and 21st century. The period of 1950 to 54 is an example, my documents, photographs, of the coming together of our people, of particularly Indo and Afro-Guyanese. The common thing we fought for was independence. And it is awesome to see the black and white photographs of that era, of people marching from one end of this country to another, women with rumal and their bangles on their ankles, of men with barefoot or sandals, marching for freedom, for independence. And that fragile unity that emerged in 1950 to 53 led to the victory of 18 out of 24 seats for the PPP, first time the PPP government. And it will always be the height of irony and an example of international interference that in 1953 that government was removed by British warships and a split in the PPP was created, and there are documents to prove that from the Library of Congress, that it was deliberately to split the unity between Guyanese, particularly of Afro and Indo descent. And they succeeded. It succeeded. The second wave of when we as a people try to overcome these issues is the period we're discussing tonight, 1978 to 1980, 20-odd years after the 1950s. And what were we fighting for then? And what brought Indo-Guyanese and Afro-Guyanese together in the main? Was the struggle for democracy, was the struggle for free and fair elections, was to have your vote count, was to stop the redeployment of thousands of workers, was to stop the discrimination that took place. And Rodney represented that in the most physical way. The coming together, and I've heard some people talk about PPP and making accusations, which is just blowing the wind. You're just blowing air in the wind about the PPP being responsible for Rodney's death. How dare you? How dare you? Really. In the 70s and 80s, what is clear is an embryonic re-emerging of the unity of the 50s. And it was seen, someone referred to the marches. I think it was Mr. Nandalau. There were many marches from Buxton to Georgetown prior to Dr. Rodney's death and the unbelievable march that took place for his funeral. The PNC elite shook in their seats. They disappeared from the roads because the mass of people coming down the road, thousands and thousands and thousands of people never seen before and really never seen since. People came in from all over the world for the funeral. And there's black and white video footage, primitive, raw, not sophisticated, to show the people marching down. Again, races joined together in unity. And so, this is a second embryonic emergence of an awakening to build unity across ethnic. The Chetty Jagan and the Rodney speaking at the same rallies, of the Ruperts and Rohis, of all the different leaders of both parties. We weren't the same party. We were two independent parties. We didn't become like the WPA that slept in bed with APNO and gave up their identity. We remained independent and separate parties. But what we were together was the struggle for democracy and free and fair elections. And that reemerging, when you have an Afro-Guyanese called Dr. Walter Rodney getting up on a platform and making fun of the great Kabaka and making him look small, this was mind-boggling. Young intellectuals, university professors, workers joined in. And that is the reason why, and that's the point that the Commission of Inquiry makes, that this was why he was assassinated. Because this unity that was emerging in 78, 79, were it to have been allowed to grow and get stronger, the PNC would have been thrown out of government by elections, and that you probably wouldn't be in here in this room. Because the mass movement of Guyanese and the end to racial divisions would have taken place at that time. The assassination of Rodney was deliberate, calculated, and involved state organization and state involvement. Maybe as a commission, for some of you, you can't understand what those years were like. But if you do look at the Commission of Inquiry and the whole report, the report was not based on Bill Gates. And that repeated misinformation is made here over and over again by the speakers. Who were the people who came before the commission? Leslie James, Lawrence Edward Rodney, Karen D'Souza, Reverend Rupert Gilbert, Lawrence UC Guyana, Joe Hamilton, Norman McLean, Alan Gates, Takuma Wonsai, Gerald Gavaya, Nigel Westmus, Patrick West, Cargyle Kite, Sidney James, Malcolm Rodriguez, Father Malcolm Rodriguez, Jocelyn Dow. Sorry, some names repeat because they were called back several times. Patricia Rodney, Dr. Omawali, Nirmal Rohit Kanai, Trenton Roach, Justice Charles R. Ramson, Ras Leon Saul, Dr. Nanda Gopal, Alan Robert Gates, Mark Britton, Clement Rohi, Donald Rodney. There were 4 in-camera witnesses whose identity were not revealed, who met with the commission. Holland Gordon Yearwood, Vinyak Bandun, Anne Wagger, Sergeant Adams. These are the people that gave evidence and spoke, and who had protection by the Commission of Inquiry. So that don't even go in the...
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member Mr. Mahi Paul, we'll have to get you, I know you're not speaking, but to caution you again. You are now imputing against an honorable member of this House.
Mr. Speaker, so that was ruptured, and it has taken us years to rebuild wounds and scars and to make the kaleidoscope of our country bigger. Because in those days, access to the Amerindian communities was extraordinarily difficult. You had to get permission from the Minister of Regional Development, a signed document to enter into your own country, to go into Amerindian areas and to other regions of Guyana. So we were living in a semi-apartheid because we had to have a pass to go into some parts of our country. And so the third awakening is now. The third awakening is the emergence in 2019 and 2020 of a mass movement that wants a democracy and wants free and fair elections and wants to protect an election from being stolen. And isn't it ironic that tonight we are hearing these the narratives that have been manufactured in this House with untruths, exaggerations, misinformation to create a false reality. And what is it based on again? What is it based on? Just like in the 1954 period, just like in 1980, just like in 2020, race, race, and more race. And when are we going to be big enough to right a wrong? A man was murdered and assassinated in cold blood only because of his political beliefs and his passion for unity and democracy. He did no wrong. He did no wrong in our society. And so I know you get antsy. You get antsy because you want to be sanctimonious in here and tell us all about your sanctimonious positions. How dare you? When you're talking about the 2015-2020, you guys promised you're going to have a commission of inquiry into Sash-Saw and Waddell and Cromwell, and what happened? Zero. Zero. You also promised. And what? You see, the sanctimoniousness gets very personal for me. Because you removed the signage from Walter Rodney Archives. You removed it as a sign of vindictiveness and small-mindedness. You took away a beautifully carved sign in the name of Walter Rodney to recognize us as our historian of our nation, and you took it down. You sanctimoniously come here and talk about democracy and who killed what, and Gates and everybody else. You abandoned the UG Walter Rodney chair. For the entire part of your government, not 1 cent went to that chair. It is vindictiveness, small-mindedness, pettiness. Mr. Speaker, at this period, having come out of the 2020 election, there is an awakening in our country. And you know what? The PNC is on again, just like in 1950, just like in 1980, just like in 92. You're on the wrong end of the stick. You're on the wrong end of the stick. You're in the wrong path as usual. You're always taking the wrong path. You're always getting lost. You're always getting lost in your own fiction of your own brains. You refuse to see our people as they are, as complex and sophisticated and deserving of the best. You forget that. I hear all sorts of talk about pink slips. If you have all these thousands of people who didn't get their pink slips, why haven't you published them so they can be rectified? No, the typical thing of the PNC, APNU, AFC, is walk around with smoke and mirrors. Yeah, so many people discriminated. Where's the evidence? And you come here and talk about the evidence in the Commission of Inquiry. You talk about the pink slips. that people haven't gotten this discrimination. You come and talk about the COVID. You come and talk about COVID, and what we're dealing is 41 years and 2 months where we're trying to right a wrong. That's what we're trying to do here tonight. And you come and talk about COVID. You had a motion on COVID. It wasn't allowed. Come in October with another one. Mr. Speaker, this sanctimoniousness, I have tried to be patient. This sanctimoniousness where you haven't published or shared or made public the SOPs from the March 2020 elections. You hide it under some bushel somewhere. You're afraid to show it because we know what the real SOPs are. Mr. Speaker, my friend, chairman of the PSE, talks about this motion is an exercise of political exorcism. Yes, it is. It's not the motion, it's the exorcism. It's the debate in this House is an exorcism, an attempt to remove and to dismiss evidence that was done by a bunch of people who sat in a room that was publicly viewed every single day by the media, by anybody could have walked in, and your lawyers never protested against the conditions of this, only until they came to the parliament. Your lawyers went to the court every single day and interrogated people, and were allowed to. And you come and tell me the motion is an exercise of political exorcism? No, it's not. What your debate is an exercise of political exorcism. You have tried to remove the facts from the whole thing. Mr. Speaker, you know, I know the issue of political adventurism, really? Political adventurism? The political adventurism we could go into is the March 2020 election, where the level of political adventurism went to the heights of trying to hijack the election of the votes of the people of this country. That's political adventurism. In fact, that's political terrorism. That is political terrorism, not what Rodney was accused of by Burnham. Mr. Speaker, one of the speakers spoke about the French and extradition. Yes, there were. And if one searches the records in different ministries, you will find the records where the PPC government from Chetty Jagan time wrote the French in regards to Gregory Smith. We also even promised that we would not use the death penalty. The French refused to because once the death penalty was on our books, they were not taking a chance of sending anybody out your country. Number one. Number two, you talk about 2005. Can I just refer you to go to the Hansard, since some of you have done research, go to the Hansard of August the 4th, 2016, page 182 and 183. You will find the explanations in regard to the motion of 2015, where it was discussed, it was agreed to with the WPA and ourselves, certain interlocutors. It was agreed to, the wording was agreed to, and I took it to the House. And when a member of the WPA amended it and sanitized it and removed certain words from it, that is when we felt that we had been set up by the WPA, and that we abstained, and the vote went through at 17. 17 is not a majority in this House, by the way. So, Mr. Speaker, a lot of fluff has been talked about, but the issue is that this motion that came to this House, that, no, in fact, if you read the August 4th thing, it's the same thing all over again, man. Half the arguments are in the August 4th Hansard. Where do you think you got some of the information from? You know what I mean? Seriously, it was May and August 2016 was where the debate took place on Walter Rodney. The May part had to do with forcing you to bring the report to Parliament in the first place. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the COI, whether the APNU, PNC, AFC, or PNC, PNCR, I see they're using their names all over the place. I don't know if they don't know what their name is. But the issue is that whether they like the report or not, and we understand they're sensitive about Burnham, But there are political parties in the world, including governments, who have recognized that there were times where things went wrong. And if you were around in the days of the House of Israel, which the report refers to, it does report about the 200-odd weapons that were taken from the police and given an army and given to House of Israel, and then they were moved again, and those weapons cannot be recovered up to now. 200 weapons that helped to kill Guyanese, but that doesn't bother you, of course. I didn't see you call for a commission inquiry when you got into government on that. Nor did you come to a commission inquiry into the 33 AK-47s, which were taken out of the GDF in the 2002-2008 crime wave. You didn't call a commission inquiry on that. Mr. Speaker, every time this country takes little baby steps forward in building unity, along comes the PNC APNU AFC screaming race, discrimination, discrimination, race. And so, Mr. Speaker, when you have a man like Donald Rodney, who suffered as a result of his brother's assassination, who was unable to have a job in this country, who was charged from 1980 until 2021, and the case took long years through the courts, that justice had to be dealt with too. That issue of justice had to be addressed as well. Mr. Speaker, you know, Mr. Ramjatan has come to terms with his relationship with the other side. His lonely existence on that side will continue. But, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful as a country in manufacturing untruths to the point where people believe them. We have heard today manufactured untruths to substantiate, to defend what is indefensible. Indefensible that a man was assassinated in our country by the state and the arms of the state under the former Prime Minister of Guyana. And that should make each one of you feel uncomfortable. But no, House of Israel and Rabbi was very much a part of the PNC, my dear. Very much a part. My colleague here went to the Commission of Inquiry and claimed his soul of what was that period. Unlike some of you on that side who cannot go and cleanse your soul of the participation in the death of Walter Rodney. Mr. Speaker, the motion before, the difference here versus 2014 is that the difference here with the 2014 period is that we had a minority in the House. We were in government, but in minority. Today, we're a government that is in this House with the majority of the votes, with the backing of the majority of people of this country, and that it is our duty and our responsibility to right a wrong. And we must be able to show the view that the opposition has that any time someone works with us, that it is something bad. Anytime we talk about the members of the Commission inquiry, that's something bad. How dare you cast aspersions on some of the jurists? How dare you? When we had the Linden disturbances, you wanted a Commission inquiry, met the terms of reference, and when we had the terms of reference, in Parliament there was an attempt to change that. I remember well, and I remember the agreement of the Linden disturbances Commission inquiry, that the parties agreed, all the parties agreed they would accept the results and the findings of the Commission inquiry. And when it was finished, that was totally overturned by the PNC. Totally. And so too here. I understand. I am not foolish. I can understand. I'm not naive. I can understand why the PNC feels so uncomfortable dealing with this issue. I have a difficulty understanding why members who came from the WPA and who have now adopted the PNC feel so uncomfortable. But Mr. Speaker, in this motion, no one addressed the clauses to do with the recommendations. And the problem for the other side is that these recommendations are repeated ad nauseum with slightly different language here and there in the UN projects that was in the 2015-2020 period, in the US aid projects 2015-2020, all of those were there. The Citizen Security Project of the World Bank, all of that language is there. Professional police, professional GDF, the reform of GCOM, observers, ethnic unity. Every one of the diplomatic corps in this country and international organizations have trumpeted those 5 areas that are in the 12 recommendations in every single project from throughout the 90s, 2000, and in the 2015-2020. I didn't hear any of y'all say that you had a problem with those issues. And so this motion is calling you to support the recommendations. And so you may think it's propaganda. That's your problem. That's not mine. The problem is that in this debate, like in 2016, the speakers on the other side assassinated Dr. Walter Rodney all over again. And I say shame on you. Shame on you. I have heard someone over there talking about shaming. Let me say this about shaming the PNC. You can't, as my mother said, you can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And I think you know what a sow is, right? You can't make a silk purse out of a sow's ear. And so if your track record speaks for yourself. We didn't make your track record, you made it. Your ancestors made it. The persons who came from when the PNC was formed made it. So the violence of the 60s is yours. The rigged elections is yours. The assassination...
Well, Honorable Minister, yours and you, if I take that as you're saying it, I'm included. So could you please refer to the Honorable...
Yes, the honorable members of the opposition. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, you're not part of that, obviously. You are a man that stood up for democracy when we needed to stand up for democracy. So, but for the members on the other side, you have the history of your party. We are not responsible for that history, you are. And if you are happy with all the things that took place, then let it be so. It doesn't matter. When you join a party, you join why? Because of its history, because of who it is. Do you join a party because of rigging, a history of rigging? Do you join a party because it's discriminatory? Do you join a party because they thief and there's an elite that runs the place? Why do you join a political party? Not for their beliefs, their value systems? And don't you join because you think you're joining a democratic party? So I'm not accepting the defense because mea culpa is not always said by those who are responsible for anything going wrong, but they are apologizing for what took place at a given time. And it is time that the PNC, APNU, AFC, WPA apologize to the people of this country for the murder and assassination of a great leader of Guyana, and that in doing so, you will be able to come to terms with the rigging, with the House of Israel, with the death of Father Dark, with the death of so many people in that period, with those who died subsequently, for the riots and disturbances that took place, and your attempt now, and most pertinent now, your attempt at a time when our country is taking a trajectory forward, when we are seeing transformation, when the government has given COVID relief, help in the hampers, the floods, the removal of taxes, the purchase of vaccines for our people, of PPEs, of what you call the gowns, and all the protection equipment, drugs that weren't there, the opening up of housing, the fixing of roads and bridges. All of this is taking place, and all you can do is drag it down to two things: race. That is your only flag that you have. The only flag you wave is race. And therefore you've stuck loyal. You have stuck loyally to your history from 1954 onwards of divide and rule in Guyana. And that is unfortunate. I don't accept that the youth don't know about these things. They are not obtuse. Many of the members on your side are very aware. But the issue is that here is a one moment only, one moment where this House can say that we adopt the report. The adopt the report doesn't mean you like it, but you recognize what it stands for in terms of the evidence and record of who gave evidence. If you didn't like the evidence, why didn't you bring your people to give evidence at the commission inquiry? If you had a different narrative, a different story, why didn't you? You had the opportunity. But also you have the opportunity to stand by the recommendations. We believe that the time for healing